Chapter 1. The Fall. Trees blurred as Caius sprinted through the forest. He thought he heard crashing behind him. The bandits were on his tail. He'd easily had a league's head start when he saw them on the top of a precarious ridgeline. One of them had been pointing at him, a thick, ropey scar on the man's face. They'd closed the distance so fast. A root caught his foot, sending him stumbling. A thrown-out arm caught his fall, the bark of the oak digging in painfully. He had to get to Father. They had a tracker. He knew it. Otherwise, he would have lost them. Even if they'd only just moved into this area of the forest, he'd lived in the sea since he was a boy. He could cross it better than any village hunter he'd met. There, up ahead. It was the elm with the strange split in its trunk. He'd pointed it out to Father a few days ago. He was almost there. He pushed on, ignoring the way his heart slammed in his chest. How each breath felt like a knife blade on his throat. He just had to get to Father. Nigva. Caius came smashing through the underbrush, stumbling to a stop in front of their cooking fire. A pot of soup was bubbling away. His father looked up, green eyes wide in surprise. He wasn't supposed to be back for another good hour or two. "Caius," Hastur said, jumping to his feet. "What's wrong, boy? Are you all right?" he asked. Caius bent over, panting, as he struggled to get the words out. "Bandits. Right behind. Think they have a tracker." Hastur's face went cold. He moved. Blurring into their tent, a moment later he was in front of him, shoving his pack into his hands even as he shrugged on his armored leather and chain jacket. "Go!" he shouted, pointing in the opposite direction that Caius had come running from. "But," Caius tried to protest. "Now, fool boy!" he all but screamed, shoving Caius. "This is what we prepared for. You know our legacy. You can merge the rest of the skills yourself. Go!" Caius felt the panic rising. He couldn't leave. Father could handle them. He was only supposed to leave if there was no chance. They were only bandits. Hastur slapped him, the stinging mark bringing tears to his eyes. "Go! If I don't find you, I'm already dead. Go!" Hastur shoved him again. Reality collapsed, his father's words sinking in. He had to leave. Caius shrugged his pack on as fast as he could. He took a second to double-check he had properly secured his sword. A heavy hand slapped on his shoulder. "Fool boy." His father looked him dead in the eye. "I love you. Now go." The rough shove sent Caius stumbling. He went. Notwithstanding, Hastur drew art in motion, the longsword gleaming as it caught the light. It was a masterwork, a strange blade with a section of diamond cutouts through its center, a blade that no longer fit him, not as reduced as he was. He'd always been wary of giving it up. He'd made the thing, after all. It would serve him well today. They'd finally found him. Of course, it had to be today. A few short years and the boy would have been gone. Such was luck. The lady had always had it out for him. For Unterstein. They arrived. Nearly 30 of them exited the underbrush, moving to surround the camp. He supposed he should feel flattered, sending that many for little old him. One of them stepped forward, into the edge of the camp. Garbed in thick leathers that had seen better days, he was a tall and imposing man, with a savage scar cutting down his face. "Yvesh, take Job and the archers. Go find the boy. Don't kill him. Just rough him up and scare the shit out of him. He's needed alive." The leader of the troop said, his eyes never moving from Hastur's own. "Yes, sir." A ratty figure fled, 6 men with longbows right at his tail. Hastur lunged for them. The leader of the bandits tutted, moving to block him as the rest of the bandits closed ranks. Hastur growled in fury. I don't know what you want, harassing a hunter and his son like this. If you think us easy prey, I'm sorry to tell you, but you are sorely mistaken, he spat. With a flicker of intent, he focused his true sight on the leader. Level 157. Ame. Haster grit his teeth. No common bandit had an anti-scrying skill that powerful, nor were they that level. They really had found him. Leather handwraps creaked as his grip tightened on his sword. Come now, Haster, the man said, slowly circling the camp, forcing him to move to keep him in sight. Art in motion is far too distinctive for that to work. You can drop the pretense. His voice was gratingly smug. Hells, Haster swore. He knew he should have gotten rid of the fucking thing. I'll admit, you're a hard man to find, the leader continued. I had to search the whole of bloody Vostivar for over a decade before I found a lead in Deadacre. He smiled, sinister and bleak. I guess that's why I'm paid so much. If you know who I am, then you know what I am capable of. I suggest you leave. Haster's voice was flat, hard. Maybe once, Haster. Maybe once. But now? With your class shattered and your body ruined, the man laughed. I think you'll find you are much more manageable. I'm honestly impressed you can even walk after you were poisoned. Soul rend is nasty stuff, after all, he said with a sneer. Haster spat at the bounty hunter, spittle flying to splatter against the man's trousers. He looked down with disgust. Now that's just uncouth. He looked back up. Unbefitting of a risen house of Lacrua, don't you think? I tire of these games, the man continued. Teach me the method for acquiring the Unterstern legacy skills, and I'll let you and the boy go. On my honor as a professional. If you don't, I'll kill you and torture it out of your boy, the man said icily. You can fucking try, Haster ground out. He charged. Branches whipped Caius's face, stinging his tear-tracked cheeks. The depraved men at his tail hooted and hollered. He heard a cry in the distance. Was it his father? Or one of the bandits? Caius wanted to turn back, to stand his ground and help his father defend their camp. He grit his teeth and ran faster. Duty demanded his flight. His father, Haster, had drilled him for this moment for years. The knowledge of their family's legacy skills that they held was too valuable. One of them had to survive, to carry on the legacy. His father should be fine. Even crippled, locked out from the use of his class skills, Haster still had the tyranny of stats to lean on. So he ran. An arrow whistled past his head. That's it! Run, boy! The ingrates were laughing at him, taunting him as they leisurely kept pace. His head whipped back. He glimpsed a figure garbed in ratty leathers that could have been called quality a decade ago. He might know the forest better than their best. It didn't matter. They had a class. He did not. So he ran, faster and harder than he ever had before. Ding! Physical conditioning has reached level 13. Caius ignored the notification, pumping his arms harder. His longsword thumped into his hip with every stride. He longed to draw it and turn on his pursuers. He was practically guaranteed to be the better swordsman. Warforged was his second combined skill. Even if it was low level, its method of creation was a secret for a reason. All the skill in the world would matter little against 5 full-grown men, all of whom would be considerably stronger and faster than him. There was no way any one of them was under level 50. As the trees whipped by him, arrows consistently flew close enough for him to know they could have hit him, if only the archer wanted them to. Caius heard the growing roar of a river. Shit, he swore. He had forgotten about that. Too strong and swift for him to pass safely, it may as well have been a solid wall. The bandits certainly hadn't. They'd been herding him. He had no choice. He would hit the banks of the river soon. Already he could see the spray that was kicked off the rapids as it hit the light. He couldn't go left. The river quickly looped backwards, which would lead him back to the majority of the bandit group's forces. He would have to go right. It might kill him, but that was better than the only other option available to him. Planting his foot firmly on a tree root, he pushed off. Caius heard the muffled curse of one of his pursuers. They hadn't expected that. The roaring of the river grew louder, a cacophony that almost drowned out his pursuit. Sunlight streamed through the trees, revealing the edge of the forest line as it retreated from the banks of the river. Dipping and dodging, Caius wove through the trunks, arrows hitting home with a thwack as they landed around him. The bandits had given up their pretenses and were trying to hit him with real seriousness. He burst onto the riverbank and was confronted by a solid wall of mist and haze. Vision obscured, his only hint of his destination was a violent roar to his front. Ahead of him the land fell away, a sharp demarcation delineating earth and sky, like the ground had been cut free. The river howled as it shot straight over the cliff's edge. Caius's chest thumped as he grasped the enormity of what he was about to do. It was a steep drop. He and his father moved camp regularly. They'd only arrived in this area of the arboreal sea a few days ago. Neither of them had managed to find a path to the base of the falls yet. Even if it was free of rocks, the undertow created by a river of this size was more than enough to drown him. His jaw clenched as he stared at the slice of sky, sprinting straight for the edge. Just a few more long strides, and he would make it. "Job, take him down!" A line of white fire shot through his left leg. Bitter resistance surged through him. He only had one option. Caius threw himself forward, over the edge of the waterfall. The forest stretched out below him, an endless mat of green, vanishing over the horizon as the glistening snake of a river coursed its way through the wild terrain. Then gravity reasserted itself. Caius let out a scream of terror as he plunged towards the watery depths below. Chapter 2. The Great Depths. Bubbles swirled around him, colossal forces pulling him from every direction. Water surrounded him on all sides, stabbing with an icy chill, weighing him down, soaking his traveling clothes. He tried to kick, to force his way upwards. Agonizing heat shot through his leg, the limb flapping ineffectively. It was broken. He was going to drown. Fighting to move, he tried to discern which way was up even as he was thrown and twisted around by the currents. His vision started to tunnel, a deep, burning ache settling into his lungs. "I'm going to drown." Still, he struggled, rapid adaptation fighting to keep the fear at bay. The faintest hint of a scintillating glow rose up from the depths, too blue to be the surface, growing brighter as he was forced down by the hammer blow of water from the falls. It was forgotten in his all-consuming need for air. The black closed in. Then, nothing. Reluctantly, he was falling again. Back hit stone, hard. His head smacked into the ground with a crack that he felt in his teeth. He heard water hit the ground with a splash, drenching his surroundings. The sharp pain rose him to full wakefulness. A cough and a splutter forced out the water in his lungs, leaving him retching. Pushing his sopping hair out of his eyes, he looked around, shocked at his continued survival. Eyes adjusted to a soft light, far dimmer than the sun he was used to, though still more than enough to see by. He was in a damp cavern, the lighting immediately explained by a thin, patchy coating of phosphorescent moss. Roots speared through the light intermittently, bursting through stone and moss alike. It smelled horrible. He pushed himself up into a sitting position, wincing at the pain in his leg. Ever the useful skill, rapid adaptation prevented the pain from paralyzing him, but it did not remove it. Evidently, it hadn't been enough time for his health to regenerate his wound. Looking over the cavern floor, Caius spotted an impressive number of fish carcasses in varying states of decomposition. That explains the smell. Eyes widened as he realized he had no idea if his gear had been ripped off him in his fall. Training took over, his hands searching for the presence of his pack and longsword. Both had a variety of minor enchantments, so they would have been undamaged by the water, if they stayed attached to him in the violent turbulence of the waterfall. He breathed a sigh of relief as he felt both the hilt of his sword at his waist and the top of his pack peeking over his back. Small miracle, that. More importantly, though, where in the hells am I? He looked to the ceiling where he must have fallen from, confused by the lack of water. Caius quickly found his answer in the form of a dull circle of runes inscribed in the ceiling. He recognized them from his father's lessons. He'd had it hammered into him that they were to be avoided at all costs, at least until he was ready. A portal to the great depths, one whose counterpart had ripped him across space to deposit him here. With impeccable timing, the system thrust a notification in front of his face. Welcome to the great depths. Layer 2. Biome. Overgrown graves. Caius groaned as he read the message. Fuck. Layer 2, though. It could be worse. Being on the second layer of the dungeon meant he would be facing monsters with an average level range of 10 to 20. Not the worst, certainly within his capabilities if he was slow, meticulous, and incredibly careful. It wasn't that worried him, however. It was one of the reasons his father had impressed on him to avoid the depths if he ever stumbled on an entrance. A tongue-lashing he had received after getting a little too curious about the glowing circles that dotted the forest above. Firstly, that the entrances were one way, and once used would not be usable again for a period of time that could range from a few minutes to months. Once in, you had no way of knowing how long it would be until you could receive assistance, which didn't matter if the portal you fell through was at the base of a fucking waterfall. The lesson had only one other component. There was only one way out of the depths. You had to slay one of the guardians that defended a portal to the surface and a portal deeper. You could traverse laterally, moving through biomes to find a favorable matchup, but you had to kill a guardian. Something no unclassed had survived. Ever. Not even on the first layer. Monstrous beyond compare, the Guardians had a far higher level than the layer average, with far more power per level than a common Depthsborn. They even had access to class skills. His father said trying to face them was practically suicide unless you were with a full team of appropriate leveled delvers. Caius slumped backwards onto the damp stone. No problem. I've just got to make history if I want to survive. He put his head in his hands. Still, he was breathing. He had his gear, his training. If he was careful, the danger of the depths should aid him in acquiring and leveling the skills he needed to create the legacy skills he was aiming for. They were a significant force multiplier, and if he managed all 10 before his class selection, he should get offered quite the selection of classes. With a class and a few levels under his belt, it might be enough. He would just have to survive the 2 years until his class selection. Alone. In the depths. Fuck. Okay, immediate plans. Set up a safe base of operations. Father said monsters wouldn't come into entrance rooms, so I'm safe for now. It might take him a few weeks, but he will find this entrance when he deals with the bandits. Stuck in place for the foreseeable future, Caius reverted to his training. His leg still ached from the fall and the arrow wound, but at the least it was no longer broken thanks to the regenerative properties of his health. Step 1 would be assessing his status and how long his recovery would take. Realistically, a few hours at the most. Then, scouting and securing a lasting source of food and water. Based on the biome name, he would most likely be facing a mix of undead types and beast types, or undead beasts, which could cause an issue. Long-term, he would just have to sit tight, work on his training, and wait for his father. If he even survives the bandits, the thought came unbidden. Caius tried to force the fear out of his mind, leaning on his skill to drive off its paralyzing grip on his throat. Hastur, father, would be fine. He was strong. In all their years of sparring, Caius had never even come close to besting him. Even now, he was a man grown, with a unique weapons skill. Father still trounced him easily. After all, he had the same skill at a far higher level, and had far more stats to boot. Hells, the hunters in the frontier villages that bordered the sea tipped him their hats in a deference they showed no others. But if he had a flare-up... The last one happened just yesterday. A racking fit of coughs and muscle spasms that had left him gasping and weak for hours. Caius scrunched his eyes shut. Status and survival first, he thought, letting out a slow and steady breath to calm himself. Status. Name, Caius. Dynasty, Unterstern. Age, 18. Class selection, 1 year, 49 weeks, 6 days. Level, N/A. Race, human, dynastic, +1 free stats per level. Layer reached, 2. Resources. Health, 0/200, 2 per minute. Stamina, 86/190, 2 per minute. Mana, 120/120, 2 per minute. Stats. Endurance, 20. Vitality, 20. Strength, 19. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 12. Willpower, -20. Stat points, 0. Class skills, 0 out of 10. Nay. General skills, 10 out of 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 10. Warforged, unique, 16. Tracking, common, 20. Sneak, common, 20. Trap finding, uncommon, 20. Orienteering, common, 20. Herbalism, uncommon, 20. Cooking, common, 20. Sense, weakness, rare, 15. Physical conditioning, uncommon, 13. As he had expected, his health was hovering at rock bottom. Thanks to his stats being capped at 20 until he got a class, he had a paltry 200, all of which had been consumed as his body attempted to heal from the arrow wound, and no doubt whatever considerable damage he had sustained in his fall. His resource regeneration was similarly low, but even still he could feel the barest pulse of heat surging through his body. The small blips of regenerated health instantly consumed to heal his injuries. His stamina was rather drained too, but he had enough to function on. Besides, he wouldn't be leaving until his health was full, by which point it would have long since topped off. With that done, he scooted over to the edge of the wall, making sure to avoid the manky and very old fish carcasses that dotted the cavern floor. With a heave, Caius pushed himself atop a stray root that seemed to jut out of the floor, lifting himself out of the splash zone of any further potential water drops. He probably could have hobbled over, but Caius didn't want to accidentally re-injure anything partially healed. He didn't want to spend any longer than necessary waiting for his health to fill. Groaning in discomfort, Caius decided to inventory his skills in order to take his mind off his leg. His third legacy skill was coming along nicely. He only had to max out sense weakness and physical conditioning at 20 in order to merge them, and the rest of his motley collection of common and uncommon skills into Explorer's Toolkit. Normally, that would have taken him a few more months. They were combat-focused skills. Sense weakness was self-explanatory, and the second slightly reduced the stamina cost of physical activity. Normally, he would be steadily training both in controlled hunts with his father. Down here, though, he more than expected that they would be seeing a lot of use. It was just his luck that the ambush had occurred now, before he could merge the unusual legacy skill. Far greater than the sum of its parts, it was one of the broadest survival-focused skills he had ever heard of. It would be invaluable for keeping him breathing in the world dungeon. He'd need to prioritize capping sense weakness and physical conditioning as fast as he could. After that, he'd be able to work on his dynasty's legacy defensive skill. That, the survival skill, and rapid adaptation and warforged might just be enough to ensure his safety. He'd need that. He couldn't only focus on just barely surviving. That would make it impossible for him to acquire and merge the component skills he needed for the rest of his legacy skills, especially the 6th and 7th skills in his legacy. They were vital for the plans he had for his class. Without them, there was no chance he would be able to practice weaving and binding runic spell inscriptions to his flesh, something that would let him cast without the channeling time and focus requirements of a normal mage. Without practice, it wouldn't influence his class. Without that influence, he would need to pick a channeling class if he wanted access to magic, which would mean the sway of his close combat legacy skills on his class selection would go to waste. No one used channeled magic in melee. It was suicide. He had one shot at a class that blended magic and blade. There was no way he was going to let being trapped in the depths come between him and his goals. Besides, if he managed to complete the full set of his legacy skills and practice such a unique method of bodily imbuement, he was sure to be offered an unusual, or maybe even unique, class. That would give him just the edge he needed to slay the Guardian and escape. Not exploiting his legacy skills to the fullest extent possible would be a waste and a stain on his family name. Even one merged from only 3 or 4 general skills was worth a noble's ransom. The ones that were part of the limited few that were an open secret, only slightly less so. A good general skill could change fates. Hell, an old hunter who had shared their fire once had boasted that the only reason he felt comfortable ranging so far into the sea was that he had been lucky enough to unlock 2 unusual skills. If only the man had known what his and his father's skills looked like. Unusual was usually the lowest rarity for a legacy skill, though some more common merges of 2 to 3 skills were rare. Yet, despite their power, their frankly insane value, almost no one actively hunted for combinations. You only had 10 general skill slots, and you couldn't remove skills. The chances of the skills not merging and leaving you with a motley collection of poorly optimized junk burning a hole in your status was astronomical. Even if, by some small miracle, you did have the right skills, if they were in the wrong order, they wouldn't merge. A favored fable, that was. The noble scion who refused to listen closely to his parents, ending up with 5 mastery skills instead of master-at-arms. Caius shook his head. Some people might be willing to risk 2, 3, maybe even 4 of their general skills in order to attempt to discover a legacy skill. But more than that? All 10? Pure lunacy. He'd once heard from a Hiwian caravan that some green-seed duke had announced he had received a skill guide as loot from a guardian. His father, Hastur, had said it was more likely to be political posturing.
a convenient way to boost the renown of any future scions. Caius thanked the gods that he had the favor to be born into a dynasty with such an insanely valuable hoard of knowledge. No one, not even the mighty Dukes of Greenseed, openly flaunted a complete set of legacy skills. The shattering of the empire was said to have started over such a legacy. It was the stuff of legends.
10 skills merged into the first slot, 9 into the second, and so on. He'd heard a bard once telling the story of a lucky boy with such a set ascending to godhood the moment he got his class. Ridiculous, of course. His father had the same set as him and was still very much human. But the benefits were very real, and the dangers of someone finding it out just as heavy. It almost frightened him. People would kill for even one of his skills. Hells, he'd literally overheard more than one disgruntled farmer mutter about kidnapping a noble to secure a legacy for their own sons. Bluster in the face of a noble's might, but the intent was there. Let alone if they found out a full set would lead to a free evolution of your final general skill. He now understood why his father wouldn't even let him out of their rented rooms when they had visited villages when he was a young child. Too afraid he would let the secret slip. Father had always been cagey with exactly how they came to possess such a bounty, nor why they had no hold, clan, sect, or nobility, unlike any other dynasty he had heard of. Why, despite having a king's foundation, they hid like rats in the woods. He had told Caius that their dynasty was old, far older than most. Still, that was the smallest and least difficult of the prerequisites in attaining such a legacy. Neither had his father explained the origins of his bizarre injuries, the ones that inhibited his abilities to use his active class skills, that caused him such agonizing and debilitating flare-ups. It wasn't that hard to guess, though. Someone had found out, and when they did, his father had been forced to flee, to preserve their legacy, much like father had forced him to flee in turn. Caius buried his worry for his father's safety. In the end, as much as it burned him to think, it didn't really matter. Father's condition had been getting worse over time. His father had done everything he could to stoke his desire to become a delver, to explore the world and grow strong, see sights unseen and carry the Unterstern name to lofty heights once again. Promising that, once they didn't have to hide his training, he would settle down in one of the frontier villages and stop pushing himself, in spite of his affliction. He'd just thought he'd have more time. Time enough to finish his foundation, and then later to obtain his class. Time to spend with his father. Days on hunt, evenings setting camp, nights sat around the fire. If those bandits had robbed him of that, there would be a blood debt. One he intended to repay with interest. He just had to get out of the damn depths first. Powerless, a figure lounged on a throne of rough-hewn stone, one leg tossed contemptuously over the armrest. He looked like he was chiseled from granite, all rough angles and hard lines, striated muscle barely concealed from view by a thin robe far too fine to be made of mundane silk. The chair hovered in an endless black expanse, vacuous space only broken by 1,000 dancing lights, moving to some unheard tune. "Report," the figure spoke, words barely scraping free, like he had nearly forgotten the delicate control it required. A light floated free of the swarm, drifting over to phase through his skull. The figure sat unmoving, bored. Integration. Initiated 13,364 years, 9 months, 3 weeks, 1 day, 14 hours, 38 minutes, and 13 seconds ago. Integration. Stage 1. Completed 13,289 years, 3 months, 4 days, 19 hours, 8 minutes, and 42 seconds ago. Integration. Stage 2. Pending. Useless. The words were forceful, bitter, an ancient frustration sending the dancing lights into a swarm of anxious activity. Summary since last report. Another light drifted free from the swarm, pulsing as it approached the figure. The light entered their mind. They blinked, a pensive expression crossing their face. A century of history parsed in an instant. And unclassed in the depths. First time in a few decades. Probably no chance, just more dead meat. Thick fingers drummed against stone, leaving hairline cracks in their wake. They didn't have anything better to do. Full historical analysis, Caius Unterstern. Another light. Another instant. The figure sat up with a start, leg crushing the stone handrest in their haste. They frowned at the distraction. A look of intent, and the stone was whole again. They turned back to the report, digesting what they learned. Maybe. He might make it. Observe the boy. Let me know of his progress. Attempt forced. Observation status? No, the figure hurried. But inform me if he meets the criteria. They leaned back, drumming their fingers into the stone again, dust flying free with each impact. For the first time in millennia, they felt impatient. Come on, kid. You might be my ticket back to the fold. Give me an excuse to put my finger on the scale. Powerless. Chapter 3. Cloudy with a chance of swarms. Hood comfortably cut through leather and bone with ease. Durable, scalpel sharp, and perfectly balanced. Its enchantments only served to reinforce those points. Magics of an unbreaking and self-repairing nature. A honed edge that would never dull. Resistance to the elements and the passing of time. Father almost certainly could have enchanted the blade so the barest of nicks would have rent the life from his foes. At least, the sort of foes that he had any business facing in the first place. That would have defeated the entire purpose of the gift. It was a tool. Reliable and dependable, certainly, but not something that would remove all challenges he would face. Father had sat him down on the very first day he gained the ability to learn skills, explaining it to him. They grew through struggle and strife. The strength of your class offering influenced in much the same manner. There were no shortcuts. Even before he unlocked his access to skills and stats at 15, the entirety of Caius's life had been that of preparation. How to identify food and clean water, how to hunt and kill, 2 hours of running every morning, how to staunch an artery, and more. All with practical examples, though in the case of an arterial bleed, it had been his father who had suppressed his healing and opened his brachial artery. Too dangerous for a boy without health, his father had said. Not that that had made it any less traumatizing. He still remembered the way Father's face had gone slowly white while he was coated up to the elbows in his father's blood. It had been, and still was, the only way he would ever complete his skill evolutions and cap them at 20 in the measly 5 years between matriculation and class selection. With a good class, he would have had a ticket out of the forest, one that his father had wholeheartedly supported him on, promising that he had something lined up in 3 fields when that happened, that they wouldn't need to hide when there was no chance of somebody spying on his training. He'd wanted to be a delver. Now he had to be one before he was ready. There was no way he was going to let being trapped in the depths come between him and that goal. Hell, given the way skill leveling responded to danger, it would probably even be a boon. He'd had a level up for Warforged in the works for weeks now, and a single level might just be the difference that would keep him alive. A little training wouldn't hurt.
Besides, there was no way he was going to explore the depths without his health topped off. He raised his blade into a high guard, flowing smoothly through his stances, weaving between imaginary enemies as his sword flashed out with blurring speed. A swift parry and riposte, twirling into an overhead strike that cleaved through an enemy attempting to sneak up behind him. On and on he moved, working out his feelings of frustration and uncertainty, feeling the rhythms of his movements and the slow burn of his muscles. Between his stamina and his physical conditioning, he continued for a while, a familiar, thrilling heat welling up within him. Ding! Warforged has reached level 17.
Warforged, level 17. Unique. The pedigree of slaughter stretches far. From fist and rock to bow and spear, the history of violence reaches to time primordial. You have steeped yourself in its arts, skill that enhances technical mastery with all weapons and improves the lethality of strikes. Novel and exotic weapons require a period of familiarization that reduces with level. Each level moderately increases proficiency with all weapons. Each level slightly increases speed, control, and power of strikes. Merged from unarmed mastery, improvised weapon mastery, throwing mastery, dagger mastery, axe mastery, pole weapon mastery, mace mastery, sword mastery, archery mastery.
Kaya stopped halfway through his swing, his chest heaving. Finally, he thought. Despite the fact that levels slowed as skills reached closer to their cap, Caius was certain that the danger he was bound to face would only push Warforged to new heights. Walking over to a pool of displaced river water that was far away from any rotting fish, Caius rinsed the sweat off his face. A quick look at his resources told him he was nearly topped off. He was ready to scout. Looking into the dim exit out of the entrance chamber, Caius felt a mixture of dread and excitement flow through him. It would be the first time he would be entering danger without his father's watchful eye over his shoulder.
Caius felt his breathing steady. Shadows that previously loomed to hide imagined foes, now wrapping around him to hide him in their embrace. Using sneak made him feel at ease, especially in unfamiliar places. Common or not, the way it eased his movements, guided him on how to reduce his presence, was a rare comfort. Poking his head around the cave's edge, he surveyed the area. Much like the entrance room, the tunnel was mostly bare rock illuminated by the odd patch of softly glowing moss. More tree roots that pushed their way free of cracks in the stone, clawing their way across the walls like creepers. If it had been anywhere else, the effect would have been pleasant, almost comely. Growing up in a forest had made Caius rather fond of natural spaces, after all. Unfortunately, this was the depths, and the writhing shadows that the roots threw off in the slowly pulsing light grated at his nerves. Caius held his sword at the ready. Caius wasn't going to bet his life on Depthsborn making their presence obvious, even if it was common. If there was one thing his father had hammered into him, it was that the depths seemed to love breaking its own rules when it would put you most at risk. His father had told him about a brush with death he himself had had when a stone elemental had phased through a wall on the 15th layer. That wasn't the only thing he had to contend with either. Tunnel sections were notorious for being littered with traps. If he hadn't had trap finding, he wouldn't even step foot out of the entrance room. Unfortunately, a level 20 uncommon skill was far from enough to ensure his safety, and he had to leave the chamber anyway. Okay, overgrown graves. Already know that probably means beast and undead types, but from the looks of it, the tunnels are following a natural theme. Probably not going to be artificial traps then, I think. Caius scrunched his brow. His father had mostly focused on identifying the depths and parsing biome themes. Any actual lessons on delving strategies had been supposed to come later, once he'd gained his class. It was supposed to be his final lesson, a long-awaited send-off before his father settled in for the easy life of a runic inscriptionist. Something he could do without his class skills, and without straining his old injuries. Taking a steadying breath, he took a final look at the safety of the entrance room, double-checking that his pack was nestled safely off the floor on an errant route. While it had waterproofing enchantments, he didn't want to risk it being washed away if there happened to be another deluge while he was gone. He'd made all the preparations he could. It was time to leave. The passage ran off from the cavern, quickly splintering into a multitude of directions. He decided to keep left, the Delver's classic. It didn't take long for Caius to hit his first obstacle. A tangled mess of spider webs coated the cave from floor to ceiling, thick enough to almost completely obscure his view. Something darted across, crawling deeper into the nest and out of view. Massive, hairy, and black. Wider than the length of his foot. Physically, probably not all that dangerous. There was no way in hell the things were not venomous, though. "Course the first thing I come across is bloody spiders," Caius groaned to himself. He'd always thought they were unnerving. Too many legs and eyes by far. Plus, bugs had no right to have fangs. It simply wasn't right. He shook his head to throw off his nerves. Depths-born spiders or no, it wasn't like him to quake in his boots at the first sign of a fight. Crouching down, Caius scrounged up a few fist-sized chunks of stone, courtesy of the omnipresent tree roots cracking the surrounding tunnel walls. He would make them come to him. Taking a breath to steady himself, he stepped out from behind the bend in the tunnel before pelting the spider's nest with the rocks. The stones sailed through the air, punching easily through the silk webbing. The trail of carnage was followed by an aggravated chittering. Caius calmly drew his sword. The silks are weak, that's good. No risk of being caught up. A single spider crawled free of the ruined webbing, approaching his position quickly. Furious at the invader that had dared to violate its nest, Caius ran forward, the spider raising its forelegs in response. Caius thrust, his sword point piercing the creature's thorax. The hardened steel punched through the bulbous sack of flesh, spilling gray-brown ichor freely across the floor as it clattered against the rock below with a clank. The spider screeched, flailing, desperate to rid itself of the weapon embedded in its torso. Behind it, Caius saw more racing towards him from further in the cave. The numbers grew until they looked like a pulsating mat of black that seemed to bleed up the walls. Caius didn't stand on ceremony. He lifted his sword, spider still firmly impaled, and slammed it against the rock wall to his side. The spider all but exploded. Ding! Level 5 lesser cave spider slain. Caius frowned when he saw the notification, connecting the dots between the below-average level of the monster and the steady flow of similar spiders that were still leaving the nest. Of course it's a bloody swarm. The next spider dashed at him. With a grunt, Caius stepped forwards, bringing his foot down to stomp on the creature with his full weight. Ding! Level 4 lesser cave spider slain. He swallowed his disgust at the resulting crunch, then squish, already swinging his sword into one of its brethren that had taken to crawling on the wall, wincing as the gush of fluid splattered against his chest. Still more spiders followed. Caius fell into a gorge-rising routine of strikes and stomps that splattered both his surroundings and his body in ichor. The steady flow of spiders abated, leaving just over a handful remaining. His stamina remained high, but it didn't do anything for the hammering of his heart, the burn in his arms, or the bellowing of his lungs. A weight hit him, scrabbling on his back. Caius felt a searing pain in his shoulder, numb agony spreading through the muscle from 2 sharp points. With a cry, he reached over and grabbed at something hard and fuzzy. Yelling in fury, he ripped the spider off his back, its fangs tearing at his already healing flesh as the itch of expended health coated the wound. He threw it to the ground. A rough stomp smushed the monster, its many legs flailing in an attempt to flee. Ding! You have been afflicted by lesser cave spider venom. Caius stared in horror at the notification. Fuck. Chapter 4. The Grove. Drawing him back from the fog, he coughed, chest shuddering. A light splatter, his eyes drawn to the red blood. Caius checked his health. The interface flickered into his eyeline a second later, the heavy weight of the poison slowing his thoughts. He watched its value drip away. It might have been slow, but it was decreasing all the same. Just need to survive long enough for rapid adaptation to do its thing. It was a trickle, slow enough he might make it, as long as there weren't any more spiders, any more venom, and his healing wouldn't be able to keep up. The entrance room. That was where he was going. He had to get to the entrance room. With a groan, Caius forced himself to take another step as he leaned heavily on the cave wall. That's all there was to it, just one foot after another. Powerless, slumping against the wall of the cavern, he heard a splash. Something soaked through his pants. Was he sitting on the floor? Ding! Rapid adaptation has added a new resistance. Venom. Rapid adaptation activated. Energy flooded out from his center, corralling and encapsulating the venom as it purged it from his system. He gasped. The leaden weight on his mind and body retreated quickly. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 11. Finally, Caius thought to himself. Rapid adaptation, level 11. Heroic danger lurks in every corner. Adapt or die. This skill allows you to develop resistances to all damage types and afflictions. Novel dangers require a period of adaptation to develop a resistance. Certain sources of damage are harder to adapt to, such as physical harm and esoteric mana types. Each level slightly increases resistances to dangers you have adapted to. Each level slightly reduces exposure required to adapt. Resistances: pain, fear, poison, disease, fire, water, earth, air, void, ether, venom. Merged from pain resistance, fear resistance, poison resistance, disease resistance, fire resistance, water resistance, earth resistance, air resistance, void resistance, ether resistance. With a groan, Caius pushed himself out of the puddle he collapsed into. He walked over to where he had secured his pack, retrieving a rag. That was not fun, he whispered to himself, as he mopped at his slickened face. He could feel it there still. The waves of nausea and brain fog made sure he wouldn't forget it. But, having added venom to his list of resistances, he was in little danger of anything more than discomfort. He clasped his hands, thanking Elenter that he had such a useful skill. When he was younger, he had often complained that it was far less flashy than the stories he had heard villagers tell. 10 skill merges were supposed to be flashy, weren't they? Like the hero Josan's astral strike. Oh, how he had loved to hear how he could pierce any armor, striking at a monster's very soul. Father had shaken his head at him. Resistant skills were powerful, he said, but too specific for most to make use of. The ability to grow resistant to anything, given a little time and exposure, he would appreciate it when it saved his life. It was one thing to know that Father was probably right, another entirely to have it proven in his first minutes in the depths. Caius shuddered as he thought back to the nearly 2 years of discomfort and agony it had taken to level its constituent parts. Each resistance incorporated into the skill had to be done delicately, lest his freshly integrated body give out. The final 2 skills he had to raise to their cap before he could merge rapid adaptation. Those had been truly hellish. Advanced elemental resistances. Exposure to the effects they defended from was normally enough to easily kill someone many times stronger than him. His father had had to use specialized devices to inflict him with the barest traces of the aspected mana. Irreplaceable artifacts. Strange bronze cylinders the size of a finger, covered in runic inscriptions denser and smaller than any other enchantment he had seen. Tipped with a fierce needle to be implanted deep into his flesh. First one, later dozens. A single misplacement could have killed him. Almost did, more than once. Shaking off the bad memories, Caius finished mopping his face. Taking a deep breath, he leaned back, watching the glowing moss pulse. Shift through blues and subtly greens, the asynchronicity warping the shadows. A short walk through the tunnels brought Caius back to the remnants of his battle with the spiders. Cracked chitin and sprays of ichor coated the floor of the cave. With a contemptuous sniff, Caius stepped over the remains of his slain foes and continued on. Taking his scabbard off his back, Caius cleared his way through the remaining dense webbing, wadding itself thick. A few turns through the tunnels later, and he spotted a slow brightening of the light, emanating from around an upcoming corner. He dropped into a crouch, feeling his sneak skill guide him into reducing his profile. Walking into the unknown was a risk that could get him killed. It was also his only option. Turning the corner, the roots that protruded from the cave wall grew dense and clustered, leaving him with only a narrow path through a bramble-like mesh. The cave brightened ahead of him, shining through the gaps, though he had yet to see why. Caius grunted in dissatisfaction. "Guess I'm moving up." With each step, he tested his footing with the balls of his feet, unwilling to give himself away by accidentally disturbing the increasing number of loose stones that had been torn free by the roots. As he moved, the roof of the cave slowly rose above him, the tunnel widening in much the same way. He pushed further through the snagging roots. A gap appeared ahead, light blinding him after the dimness of the cave. Rushing forwards, Caius yanked on one leg as a particularly ornery root snagged his pants. He burst through the opening. Caius found himself gazing out over an expansive cavern from a vantage point partway up its wall. Far above, the familiar shifting pulse of glowing moss absolutely coated the ceiling, providing far more light, though the cavern's edges were hidden by a haze of gloom. A gentle, if treacherous, slope of scree fell away before him, leveling out to meet the cavern floor. Caius stopped, transfixed, his attention drawn away from the space's immense size to the dense blanket of foliage that obscured his view of the ground proper. The stout tree's leaves glowed a dim green, though with less potency than the moss far above. A sea of green, stretching out further than he could see. A forgotten forest, potentially hundreds of long strides beneath the surface. A shadow of its cousin above, drowned in a strange fey light. Straining his eyes in the half-light, Caius drank in the sight. Was that? It was. He could barely make out a dilapidated stone structure in a gap in the trees, just close enough that it wasn't hidden in the gloom. "I'd bet my sword that is where I will find some undead." Caius narrowed his eyes. In the depths, an underground forest meant hazardous wildlife. There was a small chance that he was off base and the wildlife would be undead, but the distinctly living nature of the swarm of spiderlings suggested otherwise. With how long he was going to be trapped down here, that meant he had a food source. The undead themselves were probably the true hazard of this biome. They would be the grindstone he needed to push his skills just that little bit further. Delving was a dangerous profession. You either took every opportunity you could to eke out another iota of growth, or you died.
He might have started a few years early, but he refused to fall into the second category. He dashed down the slope, anticipation urging him forward faster than was wise.
Chapter 5. Unnatural Encounters. The forest opened up, revealing a battered church that stood proud in a sea of gravestones, a low stone wall guarding the perimeter. While it might have once been grandiose, age had not been kind to it. Shattered tiles covered the roof, barely protecting it from the elements. Thin stone openings dotted its cracked walls, glass long since shattered. Only the rotten remnants of shutters remained to sway in the strange breeze that flowed through the cavern. Buildings were common enough in the depths. Apparently, as you got deeper, it was possible to find entire ruined fortresses, even cities. Rich in artifacts, forgotten language, and lost culture, it was almost impossible to believe that they were all creations of the dungeon. Did the depths create it all whole cloth? The creation of some dreaming intelligence? Or was it simply watching, creating twisted inversions of the world above? Perhaps, in some long-forgotten time, this church had stood in some rich glade of the green-seed dukedoms, only to find itself reflected in the endless depths long after it had turned to dust. Caius moved on quickly from his musings, his eyes moving to the expansive graveyard that circled the church. There was no order to the graves, flat plains of stone rising abruptly from the earth in a haphazard manner, so different from the orderly rows that lay on the outskirts of frontier villages. Wait, was that? It was. A figure shambled out from behind a headstone, plodding its way through the graves. It paused, waiting. It turned in place, seemingly scanning the field in front of it. It found nothing, moving off in what seemed to be a random direction. Caius narrowed his eyes, scanning the graveyard. More jumped out to him, though, to his relief, they were few in number. 5 in total, and gaunt of frame, the figures shambled around in meaningless circles as they stumbled over hidden debris. They were scattered across the graveyard, each moving as if they were completely unaware of their compatriots. Their patrol was lilting, seemingly without any true vigilance. Like old, half-remembered orders, a bodily habit followed blindly. Despite the distance, Caius could still make out the presence of moldering leather cuirasses and rusted iron helms, as well as a motley collection of pitted weapons held loosely in unresponsive fists. One stood out above the rest, draped in chainmail and a solid helm, holding a massive club in both hands. That one would be a tough nut to crack. The way they were spread out amongst the graves, and their seeming total lack of cooperation, could work in his favor. He liked his chances much better if he could force them to face him one at a time. Being undead, they lacked the regenerative vigor of health. Even if they kept coming until he destroyed the core of their reanimating magics, usually the head, he could whittle them down with crippling blows. As long as he could stop them from swarming him, that is. Caius bent down, rooting around for a stone. If it worked once... He found one, working it loose. This should do nicely. He needed to get closer. Now, where do I want to do this? He scanned the low wall surrounding the churchyard. There, a bit to his left, a crumbled opening littered with loose cobble, narrow enough that he could use it as a choke point. The undead would fare worse than him on the uneven footing. Every stumble would be something that sense weakness could capitalize on. If he could get to the wall without being spotted, that is. He just hoped the undead wouldn't have the sense of mind to haul themselves over the chest-high stone and flank him. It was still his best bet. Each step was careful, as he stepped over loose earth and stray branches with ease, his passage near silent compared to the soft rustle of leaves shifting in the breeze. Always careful to keep a bush or a tree between himself and his targets. Their disjointed patrol always seemed to leave one watching in his direction. He wasn't going to risk discovery before he was ready, no matter how oblivious they seemed. He stopped behind his final bit of cover, a scraggly little bush that just barely covered the majority of his person. Peeking out over the top, his eyes focused on the movements of the undead. Each shaky step they made snapped in a stiff-legged mockery of a march. Though the way they ignored each other as they strutted around the graves left much to be desired in the way of discipline. Caius just hoped their lack of cooperation remained when he engaged them. No matter which way they wandered, there always seemed to be one positioned just right that would see him making a break for the fence line. Muffling a curse, Caius suppressed his urge to run into the fray anyway. "You're in the depths, you fool. Being cocksure is how you end up dead." Taking a deep breath, he noticed his forearm had started to burn due to his too tight grip on the stone he had found. Forcing himself to loosen his grip, he settled onto his haunches and began to wait. Powerless. Now! The soft earth beneath his foot gave way slightly as system-enhanced strength and coordination moved him from a low crouch to a dead run in a fraction of a second. He kept himself hunched, trying to minimize his profile. He ran as fast as he could to the obscuring safety of the wall. He shifted his tongue, mouth bone dry as he kept his gaze locked on the undead. It had taken what felt like hours for the entire group to coincidentally face away from him, the time dragging as shimmering half-light and drifting shadows tried to drag his attention from his quarry. He was halfway there. One of the undead, the tough-looking one carrying a half-splintered club, stopped dead, its back facing him. The soft noise of the glade around him seemed to quieten, his gaze sharpening. The world seemed to narrow to the dense pulse of blood running through his veins, and the soft jolt of his feet impacting the ground with every frantic step. He was so close. It was the furthest one away. If it noticed him, it would pull all of them in at once. The club wielder snapped to attention and continued stumbling forward, still facing away from him. Throwing himself into a slide, soft earth muffled the movement. The long shadows of the wall reached out to him, pulling him into their embrace. Sneak doing its work. Air rushed out between his tense teeth. Caius forced himself to relax the aching tension in his jaw. He came to a rest in the shadow of the wall, the crumbling gap he intended to take advantage of only a few meters to his left. Shuffling back towards the wall, Caius held his sword ready, straining his ears for any hint of approaching movement, any indication he had been spotted. He got his feet under him, bracing his rear foot against the wall so he could bolt and reposition at the slightest sign he had been discovered. But nothing. With a soft sigh of relief, he set down his sword before unbuckling his pack and resting it gently down against the hard stone barrier. Picking up his sword with his offhand, he snatched the rock with his dominant. It would let him start the confrontation on his own terms. He rose, eyes barely peeking over the chest-high wall, taking in the undead. The closest one commanded his attention, his first target. Just close enough to be in range of his throwing arm. Gaunt and withered, it looked like a 2-week-old corpse had been left out on a smoking rack. Decrepit, but dry. No leaking sludge or flesh-melting sores. No decay. Moldering boiled leather clad its figure, while it clenched a pitted short sword between almost skeletal fingers. Sense weakness nudged him, made his vision drift higher. There, next to a shriveled ear, was a spot where something had ravaged the creature deep before whatever animating magic had stalled off its effects. The bone of its temple was exposed, sun-bleached and almost splintering. Caius's eyes narrowed, locked on that point. In a single fluid motion, Caius rose to his feet, drawing his arm back before hurling his fist-sized rock with practiced accuracy. Breath caught in his throat. Caius watched the stone hurtle through the air as he palmed his longsword back to his dominant hand. The stone connected. Splintered bone caved in. A crack rang out across the graves. The stone embedded deep in its watery gray matter. Its body crumpled. Ding! Level 12. Wretched militiaman slain. Ding! Sense. Weakness has reached level 16. Sense. Weakness. Level 16. Rare hearts, lungs, brains, arteries, eyes, mana cores, light, water, acid, or poison. Everything has a weakness. Everything. Increases awareness of exploitable vulnerabilities in foes. Each level slightly increases efficacy. Esoteric and magical vulnerabilities and foes are more resistant to this insight. The rhythmic shuffle of the undead stopped. The remaining 4, spread out across the graves, turned towards the sound. As one, they locked their gazes on him, blackened orbs burning a hole in his own. His stomach dropped. Caius had to fight to keep his grip suitably relaxed for swordplay. Steeling himself, he took a few confident sidesteps, holding his place in the opening of the wall, ready to make his stand. As soon as he moved, whatever spell held the undead enthralled broke. With a jerky, lilting gait, they set off towards him, ready and willing to rend the flesh from his bones. Chapter 6. Fight or Die. In the wall, if Caius wanted any chance of maintaining the favorable choke point, he had to put pressure on the one that had hit him. He brought his sword into a low guard, a flexible position to defend from. He ignored the sharp discomfort in his chest. The undead came into range, swinging its hatchet. Caius backstepped, allowing the momentum of his foe's swing to pull it off balance. He stepped forwards with a lunge, sword poised to lance the undead through its skull. It pivoted its hips, eyes burning with glee as it returned its hatchet in a spiteful reverse strike. Caius's face blanched. He could abort his strike, attempt to dodge the incoming blow. However, the only way he could do that would be to throw himself to the side, leaving him unbalanced and the initiative firmly out of his hands. No time. He had to commit. He braced his core, twisting slightly to minimize his profile. The blunt edge of the hatchet slammed into his obliques, just missing his lowest rib. Air whistled past his clenched teeth, winding him. His sword punched through the undead's nose, enchanted steel sliding through bone with ease. Ding! Level 11. Wretched militiaman slain. Stepping out of the lunge, Caius forced himself to ignore the radiating ache of his side. It was quickly joined by the crawling, dull itch of his regeneration. He forced himself to take a deep breath, his diaphragm spasming. The rest of the undead had arrived. He brought his longsword up, hilt pulled in tight to his armpit, floating point trained on the head of the leading militiaman that advanced on him. This one armed with a derelict straight sword and buckler. Right behind it, a companion encased in a pitted breastplate and wielding a spear. The final one trailed behind them, still making its way across the graves. The one with the straight sword entered first, its reinforced buckler held out front to ward off blows. The one with the spear fell in behind it, hovering and ready to attack from behind its vanguard. Caius grit his teeth. "I've got this," he reassured himself. He stabbed forwards. The leading undead reacted instantly with a speed that contrasted its withered body. Its buckler knocked his sword away from its head, following through with a running stab towards his chest. Sense, weakness twinged. Muscle memory and war-forged enhanced skill capitalized on the burst of intuition. Caius took a half-step back, the dirty point of the militiaman's straight sword coming within a hair's breadth of his tunic.
He pivoted his hands, borrowing the force of the buckler's parry to twirl his sword overhead. He was too far back on his rear foot to cave in the undead's brain pan, but the point of his sword ripped through the undead's ratty leather armor, cutting clean through its leading bicep. Treacle-like blood welled up from the wound, spilling slowly free. Reanimating magics or no, the creature was still primarily of flesh and blood. It needed muscles to move. Its arm fell weakly to its side, sword held in a limp-wristed grip. Immune to shock and pain, it did little to stop the undead. Stepping forwards, it twisted with its hips, throwing its whole weight into a wild haymaker. Neither did its spear-wielding companion give him a moment to breathe. Even as Caius stepped back again to avoid the vanguard's reckless attack, the rear undead thrust forward, pressuring him with its spear. Fear shot through him. He shifted his head to the side to avoid the blow. A fire split his cheek, blood spilling free to wet his neck. The pitted blade had exposed his gums to the tepid air of the underground glade. He sucked in a breath. Air stung his open cheek, mouth filling with blood. He didn't have a moment to think. Health would deal with it. He had a fight to finish. Swallowed blood coated his throat. The leading undead was still off-kilter from its full body swing. Caius attempted to stab forward to finish off the foe.
Its companion gave no quarter, a flurry of thrusts preventing him from finishing off its ally, forcing him to focus on parrying. They danced like this for some time, Caius narrowly dodging clumsy, half-disabled swings from the leading undead as its spear-wielding companion locked down his advance. Every wasted second, another that the final undead with the club drew closer. Each party was in a deadlock. If it joined the battle, the tenuous balance would be broken, and not in his favor. He had to do something, and fast. Worse, he was not fueled by indefatigable magics. His muscles burned, his chest bellowing with great gulping breaths, each one grating at the two almost healed chest wounds, every aggravation slowing down the healing process. Still, he was getting his measure of the militiamen. Furious, strong, and relentless they might be, their movements had an almost rote quality to them. Repetitive. Exploitable. He had yet to see any one of the undead do more than cycle between a few clumsy chops and stabs. With every stab and wild swing, sense weakness and his own combat knowledge shed light on more and more vulnerabilities. The leading undead threw its whole body into a swing once more. Its limp arm and the awkward weight of its sword pulled it off balance on the uneven terrain. Another opening. One he knew would be defended by yet another stab from the rearguard undead. Caius's focus contracted, blade spinning to parry the spear thrust that he had seen coming. Borrowing force from the collision, he pivoted his sword into a downward slash, taking the off-balance undead clean through the neck. Decapitated, its body fell limp. Ding! Level 14. Wretched militiaman slain. Without pause, his sword whipped back up, parrying yet another probing strike. And another. He advanced now, putting the pressure on the undead spear wielder. It retreated, attempting to gain sufficient distance to bring its weapon to bear. A stab, then another step, then a stab. Repeat. If he moved to attack, the spear came up. Warding its face, he twitched. Jerking his sword forward in a false stab, its spear came up. The moment was here. Caius slashed low. Blade met desiccated flesh, shearing through its knee. The undead pitched over. He carried his cut through to whirl into an overhead strike. His blade buried itself in the undead's brain pan. Ding! Level 12. Wretched militiaman slain. Ding! Sense. Weakness has reached level 17. Triumph washed over him.
his mouth splitting into a feral grin that twinged the slowly shortening cut through his cheek. His eyes stayed trained on the sole remaining undead, tonguing the rent, feeling the air as his flesh writhed as it re-knit itself closed. Wielding a great club in both hands, it was garbed in a long shirt of surprisingly well-preserved chain, while a dented and dirty steel helm sat on its head. This one might be a tougher nut to crack. Caius took advantage of the momentary break in battle to survey his resources.
Resources. Health, 94/200, 2 per minute. Stamina, 0/190, 2 per minute. Mana, 120/120, 2 per minute. Caius winced as he took in his drained stamina. With his frantic pace through the dungeon, he would have entered battle without it topped off. The resource drained far faster in mortal combat compared to casual exertion, something he had had to learn the hard way in his first spars with his father. He would have to rely on his bodily fitness from this point out, something luckily supported by both stats and skill. Hopefully I get a level of physical conditioning out of this. Caius squared his shoulders and advanced on the approaching undead. Sword point was held low in a guard of false openings, hoping to bait a parryable swing. The final militiaman reached the breach. It whipped its great club towards him in an overhand blow. Caius's sword flashed up, binding the dense wood of the club and pulling it away in a sweeping parry. He disengaged with a twist to follow through with a lunge, the point of his sword lancing towards the undead's face. Its head turned at the last minute. Sparks flew as his blade ground its way across the undead's steel helm, missing its open face. Already having reset its stance, the undead returned with another wild swing. Caius stepped back, the club whistling past his chest with a draft that cooled the sweat beading on his skin. He stepped back again, stance shifting so that his sword was held diagonally behind him. More false openings. The undead stepped forwards. Another swing. His breath heaved, a deep burn settling into his lungs. Another step back. Another swing. He struck from low to high, enhanced muscles straining as he sought to regain the flow of battle. The point of his sword skittered against the chain that covered his foe, drawing a grunt of frustration from him. He brought his sword back up, held over one shoulder. For the first time, a great cry left his lips as he brought his sword down over his head in a furious cut. The undead brought its club up, catching his blade as its edge bit deeply into the wood. Muscle memory took over. He twisted his wrists slightly as he pushed forward, breaking the bind. His sword slid past the militiaman's guard, impaling it in the throat. His point caught on the chain covering the creature's neck. "Fucking mail!" he labored through clenched teeth. Soundlessly, the undead lashed out again. Caius hissed in surprise. He whipped his sword to block the blow, just barely managing to bind it as the reverb of the strike nearly lost him his grip on his blade. The undead hammered on his guard, empowered strength and leverage working to its advantage. Caius's arms quivered, a deep ache shooting up his arms as his bones creaked from the strain. Without his stats, he would already be dead. Even a fifth stronger and more durable than baseline, he was barely holding on. Panic began to claw at him, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The undead drew back, only to smash into his blade again. Caius shook in his stance, knees nearly caving under the force of the blow. His eyes rolled in his sockets, closer to an animal's than a man's. He needed to do something, now. The club rose again, and Caius broke. Stepping back, the undead struck the ground with a small explosion of dirt before whipping its weapon towards Caius once more. He just barely managed to parry it.
His thoughts turned to Hastur, to his father. A memory flashed through his mind. He sat at the edge of a clearing, hot blood spewing down his face and staining his naked chest red, his practice blade lying in the dirt somewhere behind him. Hastur stood over him with a hand outstretched, its knuckles bloodied. He held his own blade in his dominant hand. Dark hair with soft curls failed to cover his father's kind green eyes, smile lines standing out on the prolonged youth of his face. With a lurch, he was pulled to his feet. "Remember, son, we are not just swordsmen." Caius panted, squaring his shoulders.
The undead, soundless as always, brought its club down in another heavy blow. With a sharp cry, Caius brought his blade to meet it, binding it once more. The impact shook him to his bones. Before his foe could leverage its strength, Caius pivoted his blade, turning his block into a parry. The undead, suddenly faced with a lack of resistance, swung its club away. Utilizing the momentum of the exchange, Caius spun. His leg flicked out into a scything kick. The heel of his boot impacted the undead's helmet with a clang. It stumbled, suddenly off balance. Caius planted his feet. Pulling his sword in tight to his chest, he shifted his weight onto his back foot. He lashed out with his leading leg into a push kick that unbalanced the militiaman. The undead fell, helmet clanging loudly on a stray flagstone. Lunging forwards, breath and spittle flew out from between his painfully clenched teeth. His gloved hand slid up the blade of his sword, grabbing in a firm half-sword stance. Caius dove onto the decrepit body of his foe. It grabbed its club with both hands, pushing the weapon up to meet him. The bar of reinforced wood took him in the ribs. Pain flared through his sternum, a sharp crack emanating his just barely healed ribs. Still weak from the punch he had taken earlier, Caius coughed, watching a fine spray of red coat the undead's wretched face. He didn't falter. Caius tossed his sword to the side, too unwieldy in quarters this close. He ripped his hunting knife free of his belt, aligning its point with the eye of the undead. Even now, trapped by leverage and the full weight on his body, it tried to snap at him, rabid in its desire to end him. The point of his knife came down, brackish sludge erupting from its ruined eye. He felt the slight resistance of its socket, a cry of rage, a shift of his body weight. It was done. The undead fell blessedly limp. Ding! Level 18. Wretched militia captain slain. Caius rolled off the captain's body, bonelessly falling on his back as his chest heaved. Knife left standing proud in the undead's socket. He winced as each breath caused the edges of his twice-cracked ribs to grate against each other. Ding! Physical conditioning has reached level 14. Ding! Warforged has reached level 18. Caius couldn't help it. He laughed, pain or no. There was something so singular about staring death in the face, succeeding, and being rewarded for it. It was the sweetest ambrosia, and the most decadent nectar. You were right, Father, as always. He smiled as we watched the softly glowing moss throw shifting shadows on the cavern ceiling. I'll be out as soon as I can. And then, I'm coming for you. Chapter 7. Basecamp tile territory available. You need to make a plan, he thought to himself. If he was going to do this, he needed to be strict. Strict and smart. First step, securing a reliable source of food and water. He might have a few weeks' worth of rations, but they were non-perishable, and it would be far better if he could save them for emergencies and longer expeditions. They also weren't exactly the most pleasant things, tooth-splitting hardtack and some hyper-nutritious pemmican that coated the mouth with cloying fat. He also needed to merge his next legacy skill, Explorer's Toolkit, as soon as possible. There should, if his hearing was right, be beasts in the glade. Hunting them, truly hunting them, should both ensure his own safety and give him an opportunity to train sense weakness. The danger of stalking true beasts instead of mundane animals would more than likely supercharge his growth. Plus, the hearth that sat across the room from him seemed perfect to use as a smoker to start stockpiling jerky for longer-term storage. From there, in his downtime, he would work on physical conditioning the old-fashioned way. Grueling effort, sweat, and tears. If he devoted himself to the task, he might be able to finish them off in the next week. Then, it would be time to start collecting more skills all over again. He eyed the loose pile of armor next to him. The skills they represented would give him some measure of security, and once he had adamant body, he would finally feel a little more confident in truly delving the depths. Caius crouched on a sturdy tree branch, steadying himself on the trunk behind him with one hand. He was nestled in amongst the canopy, the long shadows cast by the soft lighting of the cave ceiling above, cloaking his figure in darkness. He had left his pack behind at the church, preferring to travel light for a simple scouting expedition. With sharp eyes, his gaze all but tunneled a hole into the boar-like creature that rooted in the dirt not more than a few long strides below him. It was a strange creature, strikingly dissimilar to the common boars he had seen in the forest he had grown up in. Yet in many ways it was still a boar. Roughly the right shape, tusks, a snout. It just had a row of spines, no hair, and almost no fat on its freakishly muscled body. It looked fucking frightening, if he was entirely honest with himself. Caius frowned, suppressing a shudder. At least it doesn't seem to have the same sense of smell as a real boar. One of those would have picked me up long before it saw me. His eyes roamed over the creature, its rippling musculature and thin skin hiding little from him. There, just above and slightly behind its shoulder, in between a gap in its ribs. With each of the beast's heartbeats, he watched as the spot slightly distended and pulsed. An artery, most likely a major one with its proximity to the heart. At least if the thing was built anything like a normal boar on the inside. Sense. Weakness twinged. Caius smiled. Perfect. Reaching over his back, Caius drew his sword with painful slowness. He'd already dulled the shine of his blade with ash from the church's hearth, so the only thing that could give him away now was if he made too much of a racket. The beast below dug its tusks into the ground surrounding the roots of the tree, flinging a soft shower of dirt into the air. Evidently, it had found something worth eating, as it lowered its head and began to snuffle. All the while unaware of the predator that stalked it from above. Sword in hand, he let go of the tree trunk behind him. Tension in his core and powerful legs kept him steady. His vision narrowed to a point. He could almost hear the thump of the creature's heart. The soft background sounds of the glade faded from his perception, the point of his sword leveling at the spot that pulsed. He leapt. As the ground rushed up to meet him, his stomach dropped away. What if he missed? Sprained his ankle and found himself sprawling in front of some hell pig that would no doubt gore him at the first opportunity. His sword pierced the thumping gap in the boar's ribs, passing cleanly through its chest before lodging itself deeply into a tree root below the beast. A sharp jolt shot through his legs as he landed. Caius dropped into a backwards roll to disperse his momentum, coming up in a crouch with his hunting knife drawn in a smooth, flowing motion. Tense, ready to act at the slightest movement. The boar surged. At the sudden pain of being run through like a copper-piece skewer, the boar launched into a frenzy. It found itself stuck fast, mouth opening to let out an enraged squeal, yet all that escaped was a wet gurgle as a torrent of red flowed from its mouth. A steady stream of blood trickled down his sword. The disturbed earth quickly turned into a rusty-colored mire as the beast tried and failed to free itself with rapidly weakening legs. Even as its health burned, the mindless creature only continued to widen its wounds with its struggling. Soon, even that preternatural vitality gave out, and it collapsed to the floor, limp. Caius watched the creature, tension leaving him as he recognized his success. A sense of solemn duty fell over him. He had been hunting with his father as long as he could remember, and he knew that no good hunter left a creature in pain longer than was necessary, even if his quarry was a depth-spawned beast. He approached swiftly, a firm grip on his knife. Taking one of its spines on its neck in his hand, he drew his blade across the boar thing's neck, severing the carotids and its remnants of life. Ding! Level 14. Dire boar slain. He took a moment to appreciate the creature's sacrifice, its life spent to fuel his growth, and its body to satiate him. The moment passed, and a wide, jubilant grin split his face. With this, he had secured enough food to well and truly start stockpiling. Though, glancing at the lean musculature of the creature, he might need to find something with a bit more fat if he wanted to stave off protein starvation. Pemmican might have been mediocre, but it fueled the body well. Pulling his sword free with a heave, he cleaned his blade before hauling the boar's body up by its hind legs to help the meat bleed. After a few limb-burning minutes, Caius gutted the carcass before hauling it onto his shoulders and setting off for home. After all, he didn't want to stick around to wait for something else to come and investigate all the blood. Caius tended to a small, but very smoky, flame at the base of the hearth. Luckily for him, whatever real-world place the church had been modeled after had had a massive grill spanning the upper third of the open hearth. He had already butchered the boar on the altar, it being the most convenient place to do so. The meat was as lean as he suspected it would have been, but in some ways that made for easier preservation. His fire started nicely. He quickly moved over to the altar and began hanging slices of meat off the rails in the grill, securing them in place with whittled wooden skewers. In time, he would have himself some jerky. It wouldn't last anywhere near as long as it would have if he had enough salt available to properly preserve it, but it should still last several weeks before going bad. As long as he kept it dry, that is. Neither of his remaining skills really required him to actively hunt down opponents to progress, so unless he was ambushed or ran into undead, he would need to be careful to avoid scouring this glade of its denizens. Large the glade may have been, it was still a creation of the depths, and as such, only a facsimile of an ecosystem. Once he had hunted the creatures it contained to the last, that was it. No more food. Caius nodded to himself in satisfaction as he secured the last strip. In a few hours, this batch would be preserved enough for him to switch it out for the next one. Moving over to his bag, he quickly untied his lightweight camping pan from where it was secured its front. The creature might have been lean, but it still had some fat. Most of it layered in its belly meat. He'd saved that for himself. After one of the most eventful days of his life, he was due for a hot meal. Besides, if he cooked it right, he should be able to render out some of the fat and save it in one of his spare containers. If he pounded out some of his jerky, he might be able to make some pemmican after all. Nestling his pan at the edge of the hearth's lightly smoldering coals, Caius waited for the pan to preheat before throwing on the slab of belly. A soft sizzle entered the room, and Caius couldn't help but close his eyes and salivate as the scent of cooking pork wafted over him. He needed to refuel. After that, it was time for some hard training. He was determined to finish off physical conditioning as fast as he could. Chapter 8. Lightweight. Clee taken over by the burning itch of regeneration. Still he strained upwards. Again. 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 His legs refused, one shaking knee buckling inwards as his legs totally gave out. His mind blanked, his narrow cone of vision and the ringing in his ears subsuming all of senses for just a moment. The stone slipped from his limp hands. The jarring impact of hitting the cold stone floor brought him back, as did the crunching sensation and blaring pain as the rock landed squarely on his right foot. "Fuck!" Caius swore, pushing himself upright as fast as possible to roll the stone off. Ding! Strength has reached level 20. Ding! Physical conditioning has reached level 15. Physical conditioning, level 15. Uncommon. The thumping of a heart that outruns a predator. Blood fueling muscles that burn with the savage delight of the hunt. Lungs that bellow, gaseous transfusion bringing necessary vitality. Life. It lives and dies on the basis of exertion. Each level slightly increases peak physical fitness. Each level slightly decreases the deleterious effects of exertion. Even clutching his stinging foot, Caius couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. He had done it. The unthinkable. 2 levels in the same skill and a stat point in the same day. His breath still heaving, Caius grabbed his water skin and drained it to the last with great, greedy gulps. The cool water, faintly tasting of must and leather, soothing his parched throat. Once it was done, he shook the neck of the skin over his face, encouraging the last few stray drips free. With an unsatisfied sigh, he threw the skin to the side. It landed with a dull thwack. "Well, now that that's done, I guess it's time to find a water source." He winced as he shifted his leg, wounded foot and thrashed muscles complaining loudly. "Maybe once I've recovered." Caius then eyed the slowly smoking hearth, and the nearly complete batch of jerky hanging above it. "And maybe once I've tended to the fire and put on some more meat. Wouldn't want to risk it going bad, after all." He flopped onto his back, the cold support of the stone ground feeling like a prized feathered mattress to his overworked body. Ding! Physical conditioning has reached level 20. Caius lay on the floor, his naked chest heaving. Each ragged gasp he made scraped uncomfortably against his bone-dry throat. 2 days. 2 bloody-minded, grueling days. He'd worked himself until he puked, and then he'd picked himself up to do it all over again. Every type of exercise he could manage with his body and a few torturously heavy stones, switching things up to avoid monotony. A supernatural effort. The human body simply wasn't designed to push itself to true exhaustion even once, let alone consistently and repetitively. Sure, with the regenerative properties of health and stamina, it was possible. But the mental strain alone to push through the pain and fatigue was a demon in its own right. Caius was sure that without rapid adaptation and the resistance to pain that it brought, he would have had no chance. Certainly, the pain had been enough to push that skill up a level as well. Even then, even with his Herculean effort, it should have been impossible. Caius frowned. People just don't gain 5 levels in one skill and 1 in another in 2 days. I've pushed myself to the brink for years, and it still would have been tight to keep the pace of a skill level a day that I need to fully cap myself before class selection. Father mentioned that classes increase skill leveling speed, somehow. But I don't have one. It can't be the combat multiplier either. He thought. It was a conundrum, a question with an answer he had no way of discovering. Caius sat up, reaching for one of his spare shirts to mop the sweat off his face and body. In the end, it didn't really matter. Whatever the cause of his increased growth, it was something that could only be beneficial for him. Besides, if this was something that happened across the depths as a whole,
it would be something that was widely known, especially amongst the large community of risk-takers that plumbed its expanse.
Whatever it was, his father must have kept it from him for a reason. Honestly, it wasn't even too hard to guess at. If it was a depths-wide effect, which he couldn't be sure of, he completely understood why the information was withheld from him. He would even understand if it was some greater taboo to share with people before they had a class. He had been brash at times when he was younger. The process of planning a full stack of general skills, acquiring them, and then leveling both them and your stats was an incredibly grueling process in the 5 years between matriculation and class selection. In many ways, it was far worse for those with legacy skills, and according to his father, most people with means had at least some access to an incredibly limited selection that were more widely known. He himself would be making use of a few of those. The fact he had a complete set of legacy skills was incredibly lucky, not just because of the sheer bloody rarity and power of it, but because, as a full build, it was an incredibly wide and flexible base. Not so specialized he was locked into anything, and not so disparate that he felt like he had a single tool from 10 different professions. It meant his path to classing up was relatively laid out, and he really only had to think about his final skill and the spellcasting experimentation he would have to do later. Even with all that, and a consummate prodigy of a father as a round-the-clock trainer, he had often felt like he was floundering when he was younger, that he wouldn't make it in time. If he'd known that he could accelerate it all, even if it meant he would be in immense danger, he couldn't lie and pretend he wouldn't have been tempted. And what if I was a poor peasant boy with grandiose dreams, pressured by my father to take the skills needed to have a stable life, taking over the farm, surrounded by monotony when all I really wanted was to live the life of those I heard in the solstice bard songs? Yeah, I can see why this would be kept secret. Overconfident young men and women would inadvertently kill themselves in droves. He thought. Caius pulled himself up, lurching with a wry smile as his overworked legs made their protest known by buckling slightly at the knee. Groaning in discomfort, he forced himself through a series of gentle stretches. He knew that recovering his stamina would fully do away with his state of weakness, but as an unclassed, his regeneration was painfully slow. He may as well make himself a little more comfortable while he waited. After that, he would set off. He was overdue for a full scouting of the glade. With luck, he might find himself some more undead. Sense weakness was getting close to its cap, after all. Caius moved through the trees with a surety and confidence born from a lifetime in the forest. His senses were fully in tune with the environment around him as an unexplainable breeze rustled through the canopy overhead. Without conscious thought, he tuned the noise out, vigilant for any sign of beast or undead. In some ways, it was far easier to do so than it had been in his forest home. While this was the depths, and the sheer density of powerful creatures with system access was far higher, he had yet to see any signs of life or unlife that didn't fit into that category. Excluding the flora around him, of course. It meant all he had to look for were any signs of life or movement. No need to categorize if that flash of movement was a startled deer or a greater Malus, a king of the forest, coming to tear him limb from limb. If it moved at all, it wanted to kill him. Nice and simple. Keeping an eye out for something moving in a forest, interpreting tracks and other signs of something passing. That was something he was very, very good at. It was how he ate. He'd been making his circuitous route through the glade for a few hours now, intent on building as thorough of a mental map as he could. Already he had found a few fruit-bearing trees, herbalism yanking at his attention. Strange, purple, globular things with a thick rind covering lighter reddish flesh. They didn't reek of magic, so they weren't reagents. Still, he'd grabbed a couple, stashing them away to test for toxicity when he grew tired enough to rest. Traveling light, all non-essentials had been left at his base camp. Currently, his pack contained a thin blanket, some basic medical supplies, and enough food and water to last him 3 days. He'd been lucky to find a stream when he'd taken a break from training physical conditioning and had been making intermittent trips. While Caius doubted it would take him that long to scout the glade, it was always better to be prepared than to be caught lacking. Beasts had already forced him to vary his path more than once. He had a different type of quarry in mind. Though he had taken the chance to observe and train sense weakness when he could do so safely. Currently, he was on the trail of what he assumed to be some more undead. He doubted there would be anything else in these trees that were wearing boots. From the tracks, he knew it was a group. However, their lacking intelligence meant that they moved without any semblance of formation. It made it hard to tell their exact numbers, what with the way they stumbled around and crossed lines every few strides. At the very least, it made following them easy. The path of disturbed dirt may as well have been a paved road for how blindingly obvious it was to him. Picking up his pace, Caius refused to let his focus slip. Each step he took was measured, if fast, from a lifetime of practice. With ease, he stepped over and around dry, brittle leaves and loose twigs, minimizing the noise from his passing. He was unsure exactly what sort of senses the undead had, whether they mirrored that of a living man, or if it was something of a more arcane nature. Either way, he wasn't going to allow himself to get sloppy on the mere chance that he might be wasting the tiniest modicum of effort. A short while later, and he caught up to them. He heard them before he saw them. Heavy footfalls crashing through the undergrowth in a clumsy staccato. The sound of it sent his heart rate thumping in his chest, a savage tension surging through him as his jaw tensed in anticipation. Quietly as he could, he swung his pack off, nestling it safely at the base of a tree. He drew his sword silently. His approach slowed as he started to move from tree to tree, eyes locked on the point from which he could hear the moving undead. Tree by tree, step by step, the sounds began to grow louder. As he drew close, the tension that weighed on him began to morph, changing into a savage anticipation of the clashing of blades, rent flesh, and a battle well fought. Caius felt his face go hot, a flush rising as blood roared through his veins. He could almost hear it. His father called it the blood song. Said it was common amongst those who delved the depths. Said you had to be a certain kind of mad to enjoy throwing yourself into death hour after hour, day after day. And you did have to enjoy it. Those who didn't quit or died. Only a few weeks prior, he didn't understand. Even a few days ago, his brush with death as he cleared the church had terrified him. That had faded. Oh, he was still scared. Only a fool didn't fear death. Fear kept you sharp. Now, though, it was paired with excitement. Nowhere else would he see the kinds of gains he had seen. Being trapped down here was a blessing. It might have been a blessing covered in thorns, but it was a blessing all the same. Peering out from behind a bush he was crouched behind, Caius saw them. 5 undead, in a distant and messy formation. The leading 2 looked to be carrying heavy boar spears, while of the ones trailing further behind, 2 were carrying hunting knives, closer in size to daggers. The final undead that was lingering at the center of their rough formation held what looked to be a timber axe. All, barring minor differences, were garbed in what amounted to simple clothing with a heavy leather vest. Caius smiled at the sight of that. Ratty leather would do little to stop his honed blade from cleaving through them. Still, flimsy armor and poor quality hunting instruments or no, the undead were still a threat.
They were ungainly, but he knew from his previous fight that they were front-loaded with strength. A good blow could easily shatter an arm, leaving him at a severe disadvantage at best.
He would have to leverage speed and flexibility to outmaneuver them, especially since this time there wouldn't be a convenient natural choke point. Though he should be able to use some of the dense underbrush to hamper them, but it would affect him too, with the length of his sword. Taking out the knife wielders as fast as possible should minimize their advantage on that front, though. Caius set his eyes on the rearmost undead, one of his first targets, still brainlessly wandering forwards. Taking a sharp breath to steady any lingering nerves, he ignored the way his tongue stuck to the roof of his bone-dry mouth, choosing instead to lean into the blood song that bubbled away beneath the surface. With silent steps, Caius moved past the bush he had been hiding behind, his pace accelerating as fast as he could still remain silent. He brought his sword up into an inside guard, pommel pulled into his armpit as he pointed it directly towards the walking corpse he had set his eyes on. The ground flew beneath him, Caius quickly closing the gap. Soon he could make out the thin, limp hair that dotted the undead's withered scalp. With each step, it let out a dry, rasping gasp. Forced to make a mockery of even the most basic of life's functions. Somehow, some way, it sensed him, tensing once he was within a few scant, long strides of its back. It stopped, beginning to turn as it let out a rattling gasp. A facsimile of a mind knowing that it should call out to its compatriots, but its expired flesh was unable to act on the half-remembered instincts. The other undead continued on, unnoticing. It made an about face, Caius locking gaze with its glassy and soulless eyes. It was too slow to do anything other than that. From his inside guard, Caius's sword spun over his head, pivoting his lower body with the motion as he brought his sword down into an overhead swing. Magically honed steel cleaved through its brittle skull with a subtle crunch. Black blood and stinking gray matter coated his blade.
Ding! Level 13, Undead Huntsman slain. He pulled his sword free, lurching into another run as he advanced on the next undead that held a knife. It was less than 10 long strides away, the gap closing fast. Behind him, the slain body of the first undead hit the ground with the sharp crack of a splintering twig. Caius winced at the sound. Almost as one, the remaining group stopped dead, slowly turning to investigate the sound. The remaining knife wielder saw him, a soft rattle of a war cry leaving its shrunken lips. It stepped towards him with its hunting knife held high. Caius didn't stop. It swung. He planted one foot solidly into the loamy soil, bringing himself up short. A sharp jolt of force shot up his leg, but the slight pain was quickly forgotten as the undead's blade sailed past his chest in a narrow miss. The failed swing left it wide open. Caius didn't hesitate. He speared it through the nose, a cold spray of jellified fluid catching him in the face. Ding! Level 13, Undead Huntsman slain. The heat of battle washed over him, a manic grin growing on his face as blood boiled in his veins. Spinning on his lead foot, Caius pivoted to face the rest of the undead. Slack-jawed and expressionless, they had wasted no time thinking on the death of their allies. No moments of panic or shock slowed their responses. They simply advanced on him, led by the one wielding an axe. Caius flicked his sword, rotten brain matter splattering onto a stray pile of leaf litter. The two undead holding boar spears had their points leveled at his chest, slowly advancing. The axe wielder had no such compunctions, working itself up into a stiff-legged run. Caius settled into his stance, happy to let the undead build some distance from its allies. It reached him with the fury of a runaway bull, swinging its axe in a savage horizontal swipe. Caius simply stepped back, letting the axe sail past him harmlessly.
The momentum of the blow briefly pulled the undead off balance before it righted itself and quickly lashed out with an overhead. Caius parried the blow, a flick of his sword pulling the axe of center. A swift riposte cut a furrow through its chest. They were so clumsy. Caius struck for the head, eager to finish the fight quickly. The undead just barely managed to bring its axe up to block, its infernal might stopping his blow cold. Shoving back against his guard, it broke the bind, shifting its hands to bring its axe down in a short chop. Openings screamed to him. Strength, and a certain awkward speed it might have, but without control, without technique, it was useless. With a flick of his wrists, Caius brought his blade back around, binding the axe once more. A slight turn of the blade and a forward push, and he slipped through the undead's guard, impaling its head on his blade. Ding! Level 14. Undead Logger slain. Ding! Sense. Weakness has reached level 18. The corpse dropped like a puppet with its string cut. Caius's chest rose with each deep inhale, the exertion of battle impossible to avoid. Still, the burn in his muscles felt good. Seeing the undead lie inanimate once more, shattered and broken, felt good. Knowing that each one he put down was another step closer to his goals made his blood sing. He understood it now. The blood song. How it could drive people to such maddening heights. He leveled his gaze on the final two undead, still slowly approaching with their boar spears leveled. Only two left. Chapter 9. Fervor and Fury. Their bodies lacked the smooth, flowing balance of a trained fighter, wooden fingers struggling to rearrange themselves as they adjusted their grip. Even the points of their spears wavered through the air, as if uncertain of where to strike. With each step they took forwards, Caius took a calm one, backwards, holding his sword at the ready. The left one cracked first. Suddenly lunging, it drove its spear towards him with its rear hand, thrusting towards him in a great, extended stab. A snarl left his lips as he flicked his sword, pushing the spear away from him. He stutter-stepped forward, bringing himself inside the first spearman's guard. He grabbed the spear haft, capitalizing on the undead's sluggish reactions to shove it upwards and knock away the second spear thrust that had been poised to take him in the chest. Yanking hard on the haft he held, he pulled its stumbling owner towards him. Caius pivoted on his leading foot, scything his rear leg outwards. His shin met the side of the undead's knee with a gruesome crack. Its leg gave out, and its grip slipped from the spear as it tried to arrest its fall. Its companion was not idle, their own spear already descending in a sharp cut towards Caius. His eyes widened. His kick had put him out of position, and with a sword in one hand and a spear held mid-haft in the other, he had no way to block or parry. Instead, he chose to give flesh to take bone. Twisting, Caius felt the half-blunted edge of the boar spear cut a line of fire from nipple to hip, a wet stream soaking his tunic in moments, quickly followed by the rapid itch of his health draining to heal the wound. It enraged him. He'd been overconfident again. A quick step took him out of reach of the downed undead that was even now grasping towards him, taking its spear with him. A few more took him out of the range of the still-standing one. He took a moment to look down. His front was soaked, a deep red spilling across the dyed green fabrics and staining the hardened chestnut-brown leather reinforcement of his hunting clothes. It would take hours for them to repair themselves. They had been a gift. Caius narrowed his eyes at the standing undead, a vein on his neck bulging as he saw his blood drip off its spear point. Creating some more distance, he tossed his stolen boar spear up in the air slightly and reversed his grip. He hauled the heavy spear over his shoulder, raising his sword with his other arm to aim at the undead that continued to stumble towards him. Twisting and engaging the muscles in his back, he heaved. The spear flew. The undead attempted to bat the projectile out of flight. It missed. The spear smashed through the undead's chest, lugs ensuring its momentum was fully transferred. It fell. Caius let out a dark laugh. Running towards his downed opponent, he ignored how each step sent another lash of pain through his chest. By the time he arrived, the undead was already scrambling at the ground, hurrying to right itself. His downwards chop ended that. Ding! Level 13. Undead Huntsman slain. He turned to the remaining undead, advancing towards it. It was actively clawing at the ground, dragging its way towards him. Its empty expression infuriated him. The way its slack mouth revealed rotten nubs of teeth and a shriveled tongue. Its empty eyes betraying a total lack of thought, even of those primal functions such as hunger or rage. He spat on its face, then shattered its skull with a stomp. Ding! Level 14. Undead Huntsman slain. Caius let the moment wash over him, his thumping heart and screaming chest doing little to dampen his jubilation at his victory. He was starting to feel like it was actually possible, surviving the depths as an unclassed. 5 undead, and little more than a scratch to pay for it. Sure, it was a small raiding party. He knew that as far as things had gone so far, he had played it incredibly safe. Greater threats there might be, but he had a lot of room to grow. 7 more merged skills, 1 within hand's reach. He could do it. He could get out and find Father. The blood leaking from his chest started to soak into his pants. He grimaced at the cool stickiness on his skin. But first, I should probably clean myself up, he thought. After cleaning his sword on some loose leaf litter, Caius sheathed it and jogged back to his pack. A clean cloth from his first aid kit and some water was enough for him to start mopping up the blood that coated his chest, the tear in his tunic giving him convenient access. It didn't do much for the rapidly drying blood that had soaked into the cloth and leather, but the cleaning enchantments would take care of that. The rip still annoyed him, though. He hadn't lied when he said they had been a gift. One his father had given him for his most recent birthday, now that he was fully grown. Like all of Father's gifts, they were superbly made, and he had personally inscribed them. Strong but simple inscriptions, meant to keep the garments in perfect repair while providing some minor resistance to the elements. Still, self-repair was a notoriously complex enchantment, a testament to Father's skill. They straddled the line between hard-wearing hunter's clothes and armored leather. Tough cotton, with, at times, double-width hardened full-grain hide protecting his important bits. Rinsing his cloth of blood as well as he could, he did still want to preserve his water after all. Caius returned it to his pack before fetching a large needle and thread. A few minutes of fiddly work, and the rent in his clothes was held together with an ugly but firm stitch. Once the tear had repaired itself, he would be able to pick the thread free, but for now it was more important that his clothes were secured tightly in case he ran into anything else unsavory. Patting everything away, he swung his bag onto his back before returning to the scene of his battle. A frown crossed his face, his brow furrowing in surprise. In the heat and intensity of his clash with the undead, he had missed something. The messy tracks that he had followed to track the undead, they continued. That's interesting. His eyes flicked to his resources. Resources. Health, 139 over 200, 2 per minute. Stamina, 174 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120 over 120, 2 per minute. His health was still slowly dropping, but it was quickly leveling out as the cut on his torso finished healing. Half an hour to top himself off. Not bad. He could always keep his distance if he found anything noteworthy in the meantime. After all, the undead he had seen up until this point hadn't exactly been the most perceptive things. He eyed one of the discarded boar spears, the one that had slashed him through the chest. It could come in handy, having something with a bit more reach. Even if it was in poor shape, its stout construction meant it should hold up fine, at least temporarily. The fact that it wasn't covered in undead viscera like the one he had planted in its owner's chest helped too. New spear in hand, he set off, following the trail. It ended up being much longer than Caius had anticipated. Luckily, his new armament acted as a half-decent walking stick, even if it was a little cumbersome. Now Caius watched the looming cavern wall draw closer and closer. Wherever the tracks led, it seemed to be positioned at the base of the cavern wall. As he continued on, he was relatively surprised to find that the tree growth failed to thin out. The portion of the cavern that he had originally entered had been relatively sparsely populated by plant life. Still, enough to qualify as a sort of forest, but the trees were spaced wide apart. It had gotten denser as he had penetrated deeper into the thick of the glade, but he had thought that the lighter tree cover extended around the full circumference of the massive cavern. Apparently, he was mistaken. He closed the remaining distance to the looming cavern wall, leaving the trail to pass through densely knotted trees and bushes. He wanted as much cover as possible, though he stayed close enough that the undead's tracks were always in sight. Once he got within 100 long strides of the cavern wall, he found a suitably memorable tree, another one of those rare fruit-laden plants that he had seen in his travels. Scoring its bark with his hunting knife, he made sure the mark was clear and visible from the bush-beaten tracks he had been following. Then, he stashed his pack. Spear held at the ready, he pushed his way through the undergrowth. The soft glow of the cave moss shone between the closely nestled trunks. He approached slowly, keeping his profile as minimized as possible as he used the ample foliage as cover. Once he got as close as was comfortable, Caius put a thick tree trunk between his body and the edge of the trees. Peering around it, he saw that the trees abruptly stopped a good 30 or so strides before the cavern wall. The no-man's land, covered in long grass and a few scraggly bushes. It was what he saw on the cave wall that drew his eye. Off to his right, in the direction of the tracks, was what looked to be a compound set into a great opening that had been worked into the stone, its jagged edges reminiscent of mining. 3 stone structures standing proud in the shadow of the cave. They seemed to have a similar architecture to the church where he had made his home. The same tall, slatted roofs, with thin, slitted windows set high in each wall. Where the church was clearly a place of worship, this seemed to be some sort of hunting lodge. The main building, situated at the back of the shallow cave, was a wide and squat building. A veranda spanned its front face, columned stone holding up its awning. Across its paved surface, numerous drying racks were set up, ratty and hole-ridden fur pegged in place. The other 2 buildings were smaller in scale. One was set close to the entrance, a large smokestack jutting out slightly from the cave and rising above its lip. The most likely reason for its positioning, he supposed. If he was to guess, it had to be some sort of smokehouse, though he was in no rush to see whatever meat stores were kept within. The final building was a small but over-engineered building, set just off to the side of the main lodge. From the little Caius could make out through the dark shadows that drenched the cave, it had no windows, and its heavy-set door was barred tight with several chains. The sight of that set Caius's heart thumping. It wasn't just the blood song and the wealth of experience available that sent so many into the depth's embrace. Monetary reward and otherwise unobtainable resources did that enough all on their own. Artifacts, rare materials, and strange alchemical ingredients could all be found here. Often they were tied to some depths-born construction, from what he had heard. Just like a secure, locked building attached to a hunting lodge built into the side of an impossibly sized cavern. There's just one problem, he thought to himself. The entire place was crawling with undead. Chapter 10. Kiting the loot that made the risk so enticing, however. The pressure and push of facing so many foes at once would force him to the edge. He would have to capitalize on every single mistake the undead made. The urge to merge his next legacy skill had been a constant buzz in the back of his mind. Every one he completed would make him just a little safer, give him another powerful tool to work with as he tried to survive in an environment he had no right to be in. The battle ahead was sure to level Scent's weakness, in all likelihood more than once. He needed that. Needed the edge his next legacy skill would bring him. Needed to start on the next one after that would bring him some much-needed survivability. Tightening his grip on his spear, his knuckles went white. Caius launched himself forward, pushing off a root and shoving the trunk he was hiding behind to bring himself up to full speed in a burst of acceleration. The light brush standing between him and the end of the tree line whipped against his legs, quickly forgetting the stinging mark of their passage as he bent his mind to the singular goal of closing the gap between himself and the closest of the wandering undead. He brought the point of his spear up and level, turning his run into a charge. Soft breeze covered his advance, the rustling of leaves enough to drown out his heavy breaths, and the soft thumping of his feet on soil. He was almost there. Some of the undead, those who just so happened to be looking in his direction, had already noticed him. Ambling limbs readied glorified farm tools as they drew in his direction on stumbling. His target did not move, too dim-witted to experience even vague curiosity at what had riled up its fellows. Caius grinned, surging blood making his face grow hot. The point of his spear rammed into the back of its head with the force of a charging bear, driving deep into its liquefied brain. Black blood sprayed out as the undead was flung forwards from the force of the collision. The machete it held in its hand tumbled to the ground. Ding! Level 12, Undead Scout slain. Vibration shot through his spear and into his arms, stinging the palms of his hands. He was forced to plant his feet, sliding in the soft earth to arrest his charge. Ripping his spear free from the body of the dead scout, he turned to face the rest of the undead, now well aware of his presence. In an instant, he assessed their composition. They were still spread out, those first few who had seen him, only now just beginning to cross the courtyard between the lodge's buildings. He still had time. Unfortunately, whatever mindlessness impeded the undead's senses and cooperative abilities also seemed to make them impervious to surprise. They all just seemed to notice he was there and then got ready to gut him where he stood without taking any time to think about it. The closest to him was a trio who had been standing in the shadow of the smokehouse. One with a spear, one with a hatchet, and another with a knife. Caius was already moving, a burn settling into his legs as he launched off in a new direction. The spear wielder tried to ward him off, waving its duplicate of his own weapon at him. He feinted a lunge, smiling as it reacted with a clumsy stab. Lashing out with his spear, he batted away the threatening point of the weapon. Committing to his riposte, his spear point sank into the undead's shoulder with a sickening crunch. It tried to bring its spear around for a slash, but its shattered joint inhibited its motion, achieving nothing better than a slow, shaky slide. Caius pulled his spear free from the joint and pivoted on his front foot,
stabbing out to catch the nearby undead knife wielder full in the chest, utilizing the lugs at the base of his spear point to shove it backwards. Black blood sprayed from its chest as Caius ripped his weapon free from the second undead.
He whipped his spear back around to his first target, the leaf-like blade tearing a path through the spear wielder's quad. It collapsed onto one knee. While the knife-holding undead was scrambling its way up from the ground, the last of the immediate undead charged at Caius. Happily kicking over its ally that struggled to rise with a partially severed leg, he stabbed its face. It parried, pushing his spear point down with a savage chop of its hatchet. Moving with the strike instead of contesting it, Caius stabbed the undead in the hip. Reverberations resonated up his spear's haft as its point ground along bone, making a mess of the joint. After he ripped his blade free, it took a slow, haltering step forwards on its injured leg. Satisfied the wound had hampered it enough, Caius lunged towards the one with the knife, who had almost fully recovered from their fall. Organ damage or no, the blow to its chest hadn't done much to slow it down. His spear point punching through its undefended face solved that. Ding! Level 14, Undead Huntsman Slain. The initial pack dead or disabled, Caius looked up to survey the rest of the lodge. The front-runners of the remaining 11 were getting uncomfortably close, with the rest not far behind. He decided to fall back, unwilling to tangle with such a large group while leaving even crippled allies at his undefended back. A few quick stabs left deep cuts on the remaining standing undead, nicking the muscle of its arms and hampering its movement. He would have liked to drop it where it stood, but it would take time to work his way through its guard. Caius jogged backwards, parallel to the cavern wall. Neither of the two still living undead he had engaged were able to follow him, their damaged knee and hip hampering their movement. He looked past them, focusing on the mob that rapidly reached where he had just been standing, the shambling staccato of their feet striking a discordant note with the strong and even beat of his heart hammering in his chest. The leader of the pack held an axe. Taller than most, it struck an imposing figure. Caius no longer feared them, though. Any anticipation he held as he watched from the tree line was washed away by the roaring rhythm in his blood and the savage joy of combat. Caius had gotten their measure now. Disgusting creatures they might be, but no real threat. Too clumsy. Too many openings. The large undead reached him, a stumbling chop, swinging wide and leaving it overextended with a simple backstep. Sense, weakness screamed at him. A smooth step forward, a simple thrust. Another spray of black blood, another body crumpling where it stood. Ding! Level 16, Undead Logger slain. His compatriots quickly followed, mobbing him. Wild, uncontrolled swings were avoided with tight and efficient movements. Those he could not dodge, he pulled off center with simple bats of his spear. The undead's numbers quickly began to work to their detriment, ungainly strength and dim-witted minds turning the rabble into an unreasoning pit of aggression more than any cooperative fighting force. None tried to force him into a corner. None tried to attack in unison or create openings for a fellow. Caius feinted, an undead with an axe taking a wild swing, only to elbow a fellow undead holding a knife, sending it reeling. A quick stab caught the flat-footed undead, returning it to the embrace of true death. Ding! Level 14, Undead Huntsman slain. Caius continued to back up, making use of the strip of open space that separated the veil from the edge of the cavern. So mindlessly aggressive, he thought to himself, as a spear wielder's botched swipe slapped an undead holding a machete who had committed to a thrust at the wrong moment. Unfortunately, the blunder didn't leave either of them opening for a killing stroke. Too many of the mob still standing, A committed lunge would leave him far too open to a strike from their allies. It didn't, however, mean he did nothing. A light thrust scoring a line across the offending undead's forearm, hopefully deep enough to hamper its grip. His retreat from the mob was slow, measured. All he had to do was wait. He had already seen so many openings. Sense weakness remained silent, no more than a low-level hum in the back of his mind. Too many opponents for him to capitalize on the failure of a single individual. Still, his time would come. He just had to be patient. Another avoided wild swing. The dance continued. An axe wielder struck, its terminal arc ending with a violent crunch in one of its allies' knees as Caius dodged the blow. The unfortunate undead pitched forward, mangled leg collapsing as it tried and failed to take another step. Sense weakness twitched in the back of his mind. Caius's leaf-shaped spear point arrested its fall. Ding! Level 16. Undead huntsman slain. He stepped back burning as he wrenched his spear free in order to keep pace with the thinning crowd. Looking to the tree line off to his right, he considered if it was worth it to dive into its embrace before deciding against it. While his heart thumped and his legs burned at his continual giving of ground, nothing had yet to turn against him. Caius took his time, allowing the uncoordinated mass of limbs and flesh that pursued him to work to its own destruction. False openings were seen through as he trusted in sense weakness to lead him right. It wasn't perfect. He was sure if it was a higher level, it might have been able to direct him to capitalize on more delicate openings instead of only the most obvious. It was still enough to stop him falling into a trap. Steadily, he whittled away at the small horde of undead. A tangle of limbs here, a wild swing shoving another out of position there. At one point, one enterprising undead even managed to bury its hatchet in one of its compatriots' foreheads. It wasn't easy, not by a long shot. A quick glance at his resources showed his stamina was getting uncomfortably low, closing in on half full. His legs burned something else, unused as he was to an extended jog backwards while fending off infernal corpses. The scavenged spear was also looking worse for wear, its once stout haft ragged with chips and deep scratches from warding off blows. Finally, when there were only 3 left, he received the first of the notifications he had been waiting for. Ding! Sense. Weakness has reached level 19. Took long enough, he thought, as a grin split his sweat-streaked face. Chapter 11. Unpleasant Surprises. In an attempt to gut him where he stood, Caius pulled his haft in tight, and the undead's machete swung past, leaving it flat-footed. Experience and sense weakness drove him to action, a thrust puncturing deep into the underside of the undead's jaw and erupting from the crown of its head with a crunch of shattered bone. Ding! Level 15. Undead huntsman slain. Caius maintained his momentum, ripping his spear free to flow into a tight cut at the next closest undead. It brought its machete up in a block, catching the haft of his spear before it could cleave through its skull. Breaking the bind, he pulled back, then thrust with a rapid flurry of stabs, alternating between targets. The undead did their best to ward him off, but decrepit nervous systems hampered their attempts. One, looking almost frustrated, tried to physically chop through his haft. Caius grinned, stepping back to let the axe swing past and pull the undead off balance. The opening did not go unmissed. It fell with a weeping hole where its nose used to be. Ding! Level 16. Undead huntsman slain. Sweat stung as it streamed down Caius's face and into his eyes. Not for a moment did he consider taking a hand from his weapon to wipe his face, nor scrunching his eyes to clear the salty irritant. He was too honed in. There was only one left. One left. Caius let out a war cry, breaking the silence he had held since springing his ambush. The savage reverberations stabbed at his throat, heightening his aggression. He swept his spear up before slamming it down into the undead's guard. It stumbled at the sudden force, before rallying itself to jump toward him in mindless fury. Switching his grip, he momentarily held his spear like a quarterstaff, before slamming its butt into the undead's machete, knocking the weapon away. A reverse strike drove his spear point through the creature's neck, a torrent of black soaking its ratty leathers in moments. He carried through the strike with a push kick to the undead's chest, sending it sprawling prone. Caius planted his foot and smiled at the scrambling thing. 15 doesn't seem so bad anymore, he said, eyes cold despite his grin. He slammed his spear home, planting its leaf-bladed point in the monster's skull, and leaned his full body weight into the spear. Pulling it free, he walked away from the messy pile of blood and viscera before slouching over as he gasped. That had been rough, but so much fun. As the unnatural wind cooled the sweat on his brow, Caius looked at the destruction he had left in his wake. A line of black, evidence of the dozens of wounds he had inflicted on the mob. A grisly trail leading to the hunter's lodge far in the distance, interposed every so often by the limp corpse of a downed foe. Gods damn them, that was tough, he panted, using his free hand to massage one of his calves. They still burned something fierce, strained from his hapdash retreat over uneven ground. He squinted, seeing an undead slowly shamble its way closer to him, shaded in the half-light of the cavern. One of the crippled ones, hampered by its injured leg. It promptly stumbled, falling over face first. The absurdity of it jolted, a soft bark of a laugh escaping his lips. Well, best not leave a job unfinished, he said with a shake of his head. Standing up straight, he planted his spear point first into soft soil below, allowing it to stand freely. He bounced lightly on the balls of his feet, shaking loose the accumulated tension in his arms, before bending over to stretch out his legs. A groan slipped out as the burning ache in his legs intensified behind his knees and the back of his thighs. That's a bit better, Caius mumbled as he stood back up. He took a look at his spear, its mangled haft and blood-drenched tip. He frowned. Probably best to just grab a new one. He looked back to the distant undead, now risen again and limping in his direction, patting the hilt of his longsword for reassurance. Keeping a comfortable pace, he set off the way back the way he had come, one eye trained on the tree line for any sign of beasts that may have come to investigate the noises of his battle. Thankfully, there were none. He kept in line with the trail of his battle, walking around the leaking corpses of his slaughtered foes. Though unfortunately he was not entirely able to ignore their fetid stench now that the heat of battle had left him. Gods, that smells rank, he said, his face paling. It could have been worse, he thought. He'd mostly avoided blows to their center mass. He shuddered to think what unholy abomination he would have to deal with if he had perforated their bowels. About halfway to the hunter's lodge and the stumbling figure in the distance, Caius stopped by the corpse of an undead who had been using a boar spear of its own. He eyed it, checking it for any major damage. It was splintered and poorly maintained, but in a damned sight better state than his own. He tossed his spear to the side, replacing it with the new one. With a new walking stick in hand, he locked his eyes on the slowly approaching undead and picked up his pace. Once he got close enough to the creature, he stopped. Hefting his spear over his shoulder, he took aim and threw it at the undead with a grunt. With unerring finality, it soared through the air. It tried to smack the missile out of the air,
Unfortunately, it was hampered by the deep wounds Caius had left over its limbs. The spear slammed home into its face, the blade sinking down to the lugs as the weapon's weight sent its corpse sprawling. Ding! Level 15. Undead huntsman slain. Caius let out a hoot of success, pumping the air. Bullseye, he said with a grin. Reaching the corpse, he yanked his spear free. Only a short walk from the lodge that had been set into the cave, Caius could see the final undead struggling as it clawed its way across the ground, a shattered knee preventing it from rising. Pathetic things, aren't they? Caius said to himself, as he watched it haul itself across the dirt on one good arm. Finishing it off took even less effort than the walk over to it. Ding! Level 14. Undead huntsman slain. Pulling his spear free from its skull, Caius cleaned its point in the soft earth before looking over to the lodge's compound. It was entirely empty, draped in shadow by the stone hollow it had been built in. It was an eerie sight, one that heightened Caius's senses. Some primal insight that balked at the unmoving silence of the buildings. A flicker of intent brought up his resources.
Resources. Health. 200 over 200. 2 per minute. Stamina. 64 over 200. 2 per minute. Mana. 120 over 120. 2 per minute. His eyes flicked back to the ominous buildings. Not a chance in the pit that I'm going in there without all my stamina. There's more of them inside, sure as a merchant's a swindler. Oh, sure, the temptation was there. To kick the door in with a wild yell, engaging whatever he found in a brawl. Relying on his strength of arm and his skill with the blade to see him through the day. But he would have to be a massive idiot to do that. There could be anything inside those buildings. Another handful of undead? Sure, he could manage that. It could also just as easily be some witch or undead necromancer, and he had no intention of risking his life for a song. So he slunk back into the tree line, taking a few minutes to find his pack. After digging through it to secure a water skin and a handful of too smoky jerky, he returned to the tree he had first inspected the lodge from. He rested his back against the trunk, yanking at his tough strip of dried meat with clenched teeth. It really needed some salt, the muted, ashy taste pulling all the moisture from his mouth. He kept his eyes on the lodge, ears tuned in to catch anything that might be approaching from within the forest. With a stout tree at his back, he wasn't too worried, but it always paid to be careful. Caius exited the trees, his stamina back to full after waiting for just over an hour. Spear in hand and sword on his hip, he made his way towards the lodge compound. His first target was the smokehouse. His reasoning was simple. It was a hell of a lot smaller than the lodge itself, which meant if it was full of undead, it would most likely have less of them. The squat stone building seemed to loom over him, its tall chimney rising up just higher than the lip of the shallow cave that the compound was built into. He tried to peer through its thin, slitted windows, but they were too high up for him to get a good look. Plus, it looked pretty dark in there. Circling the building, he found a door facing towards the center of the compound. It was as stout and imposing as the building itself, built of rough-hewn planks reinforced with iron, a simple wooden gravity latch holding it shut. He reached out, tense and ready to react as he gripped the wooden bar that held the door shut. He lifted the mechanism in a quick jerk, shoving the door open as he leapt backwards and leveled his spear at the now open entryway. It swung inwards, hitting the wall behind it with a clatter of wood and stone. Caius furrowed his brow, peering into the dark interior of the building. Judging by the lack of sound, it was empty. He still didn't trust it. Holding his spear at the ready, he stepped through the shadowy threshold.
his mouth flattened into a tight line as he drank in the interior. Whatever strange intelligence formulated the biomes of the depths certainly did have grim sensibilities. In the center of the smokehouse, there was a burnt-out fire pit, metal butchery hooks attached to the rafters above. Humanoid limbs hung suspended, desiccation unable to hide the grisly evidence of consumption. He certainly didn't miss that some were noticeably smaller than the others. Caius spat on the floor, a hot rush of anger suffocating his disgust.
He turned on his heel, marching out of the smokehouse as he pulled shut the door behind him. He knew it was a set piece. It was common knowledge that while the depths often contained some shattered mirror reflections of things that existed, or once did, it twisted them to fit whatever strange logic was behind its biomes. There were a dozen campfire stories of delvers coming across some truly twisted regions. It still didn't sit right with him. He was no stranger to blood and guts, but it just wasn't right. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. He still had another building to clear. If the smokehouse was free of undead, the lodge sure as hell would have some. He approached the wide stone veranda, picking his way through the fur tanning racks that dotted its expanse. Not that the things stretched across the frame could ever be considered so valuable a good, what with the blatant strips of dried flesh and massive holes. A few of them he moved, clearing them away from the path to the door. He winced as their brittle frames clattered against the floor, waiting for some clamoring horde to fall on his head at the noise. Thankfully, the cave and buildings within stayed blessedly silent. He approached the entrance, made of the same rough-hewn and reinforced wood as the previous one. Though no less ready than the first building, his heart stayed steady as he grabbed the latch. A final, steady breath centered his mind. He flung the door open. The interior was shadowy and dark. To his surprise, the building was completely open on the inside. He entered cautiously, spear held at the ready. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, ensconced torches flared to life, throwing the interior of the building into stark relief. Caius's eyes widened, momentarily blinded. Blood pulsed, throbbing in his neck as his heart rate accelerated. A soft grunt grabbed his attention. Whipping his head around, he focused on the source of the sound. There, at the head of the hall, sat a great monstrosity. Enthroned on a seat of rotting fur and splintered bone, its black eyes drilled into him. The grotesque sneer that split its face, conveying a level of contempt that chilled his blood. Its muscle-bound body had more draft than a draft horse, a complete lack of body fat revealing every single striation in its musculature, to the point it looked almost flayed. At least, the definition that wasn't marred by its diseased and pockmarked skin. Its black, unblinking eyes never left his own as it slowly reached down, grabbing a blood-stained cleaver that must have been the size of his thigh. A slow and purposeful rise brought it to its full height, the overly thick leather apron that covered its front rustling with the movement. It towered over Caius, easily a stride and a half taller than him, and he towered over the villagers he had met at a strapping 6.5 strides tall. This was no mere mindless undead. It smiled, rotten teeth poking out from behind scarred lips. Ding! You have challenged a champion, the Hungry Butcher. Shit. Chapter 12. The butcher's grip on his spear, firm but loose. Great gray fingers gripped the top of the lodge's doorframe, aged wood splintering as the sausage-sized digits clenched. Caius's stomach dropped as the champion stooped, bowing its head to fit through the building's entrance, its cleaver dragging along the floor with a terrible screech of tortured stone. It crossed the veranda, tanning racks shattering like kindling in the passage of its inexorable bulk. Standing at the threshold, it stared at him again, cold malevolence glimmering in its eyes as a rictus grin split its diseased face. Caius took a sharp breath, stoking the forge of battle lust that had been growing within him over every brush with death he'd had since getting trapped in the depths. "Meat," it spoke. The words rumbled across the intervening space, a timbre of tortured metal rattling deep in Caius's chest. The champion lifted its oversized cleaver with a slow grace, slapping the sharpened slab of iron into its opposing palm with a great thwack. A wooden stair splintered as it kicked off the veranda, the champion charging him with the unhindered momentum of a raging bull. Caius kept his eyes locked on the undead, ready to react. Its great strides ate up the distance between them quickly. It was fast. Raising its cleaver high, the champion chopped. Caius danced to the side. The slab of iron bit deep into the cave floor, stone shards leaving stinging bites as chipped stone showered his face. He counterattacked instantly, lancing the undead in the arm with his boar spear. Caius tried to follow it up with a second stab to its exposed face, but was forced to dodge when the butcher sliced at him with casual ease. He didn't even try to parry the blow. With its obvious strength, his spear might as well have been a toothpick. The champion lashed out again, air whistling as its cleaver blurred towards him. Dipping back, Caius repositioned, trying to harry the undead with a flurry of quick strikes. It managed to ward off some with sweeping parries, but for all its strength and increased coordination, nothing could make such a weighty weapon as deft as his spear. Small cuts and shallow stabs marred the chest and arms of the undead, small rivulets of thick, running blood leaking from the wounds. Caius watched the injuries intensely, relief washing through him when he saw that they didn't heal. Thank the gods for that. It would be challenging enough to whittle down the creature without having to burn through a pool of restorative energy. Lunging, the champion snatched toward him with a plate-sized hand, trying to grab him with a fatal grip. A sharp slide back just barely brought Caius out of its range. He quickly retaliated with a warding stab that ground against the bones in its palm. Roaring in frustration, it slammed its cleaver into the stone floor at an angle, showering Caius with stone shards and dust. His eyes welled up, forcing him to blink rapidly in an attempt to clear the sudden irritants. He threw himself backwards, a water-stained impression the only warning he had of the giant's follow-up slash. Landing on his side, he rolled with his momentum, rising to his feet in a single, fluid movement. The champion was already charging towards him. He took the momentary reprieve to clear his eyes, dodging another cleaver strike and retaliating with a slash that carved a line of weeping black through its pustule-ridden shoulder. All distractions were forgotten now. Blood running hot, his senses hyper-focused on the target in front of him. Caius fell deeper into the bloodsong with gusto, feeling the rushing need to fight. The butcher growled in fury, venting its malevolent aggression with a slash at his torso. Caius slipped to the side, the blow whistling past him. Before he could retaliate, it moved with the momentum of its swing, bringing its cleaver around again. And again. And again. Continuously, Caius gave ground to the depth spawn's fast flow of heaving strength and cutting iron. They moved around the natural stone courtyard, the champion unable to corner him, failing to force him into a position where he would be unable to dodge. Yet Caius was equally as unable to penetrate the whirling offense to punish the assault. Suddenly, the blows stopped, the champion's face twisting into an expression of hatred that chilled the blood. Its chest heaved as it opened its rotten mouth wide, shoulders pushing back as it inhaled. A great howl left its throat, a sound of ravenous consumption.
The air shimmered as the sound hit Caius like a physical wall. Something sank its way into his ears, pushing into his mind. He could feel it, stoking a primal fear, encouraging his heart to race, his stomach to shrivel, suffusing his mind and body with a sickly, rotten terror. Calling to mind the final paralyzing moment when the beast tears into your entrails, and you know there is nothing you can do to fight or run. So you lie still, terror-drenched, and die. A sob caught in his throat, pupils dilating. And then something fought back, surging through him, rebuffing the energy with a deft familiarity, walling it off, crushing it, denying it. Faster than he could blink, the foreign-born fear was gone. Ding! You have resisted fear, call of consumption. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 12. The undead champion watched him with glee, expecting him to freeze. Caius pulsed with fury, incensed that the creature would dare to attack him in such a manner, to violate the sanctity of his mind, even if just for a moment. An idea came to him, reckless, almost stupidly so, but his fury at the champion's mental effect made him far more inclined to try for a decisive action. Plus, the beast had a bloody class skill. He'd heard of the guardians that defended the passages through the layers having them, but that was it.
He knew nothing of champions and their abilities. If it had one, who's to say it wasn't high enough level to have more? Or that next time its roar wouldn't paralyze him, or send him fleeing in terror. Better to take a chance now. Caius held still, allowing a slight tremor to enter his hands, jaw quivering as he stared at the champion with a wide-eyed expression. The champion let out a slight chortle, convinced it had gotten him. Its arms fell to its side, cleaver carried with a practiced ease. It stepped forwards. Closer, you bastard, Caius thought. It took another step, strolling with the calm surety of a sadistic predator that liked to play with its food. Closer! Another step brought it into range. Caius exploded into motion, hidden tension erupting through his limbs as he lunged forward. His spear hurtled towards the champion's undefended face. Its eyes widened in surprise. At the last moment, it jerked its head to the side, the edge of Caius's spear carving through its cheek and down the side of its head. Loose flesh fell free, the undead's cheek flopping open to reveal the blackened nubs of its teeth. Black blood flowed from the wound, staining its gray flesh and leather apron. Caius looked in shock at the lacking result of his surprise attack and attempted to pull his spear back. With a swiftness belying its size, the butcher snatched up his spear, yanking Caius towards it as its cleaver rose up for a killing stroke. Forced to let go in order to not be pulled into the creature's reach, Caius stumbled back, palming the hilt of his inscribed sword. He drew it free of its scabbard, silver and gray ripples catching the soft light. He watched as the undead tightened its grip on his borrowed boar spear, the wooden half creaking momentarily before it shattered. It was for the best anyway. He'd always been more comfortable with the sword his father had gifted him in hand, and the more he used it, the more focused the influence Warforged would have on his class would be. Plus, nothing ever settled in his palms quite as well as his sword. The champion stepped in, trying to catch Caius with a diagonal slice. He dodged to the left, bringing his blade to bear, slicing the giant and scoring a deep cut across its shoulder and chest. While his sword might have lacked some of the reach of the boar spear, its mana-drenched alloy and supernaturally honed edge made short work of the creature's toughened hide. Whipping back around, The champion brought down its cleaver in an overhead strike. Caius's eyes widened. It had moved faster than it had before. He didn't have time to avoid the blow. His sword came up in a parry, trying to push the slab of iron away. The oversized weapon's sheer inertia shoved him back. The cleaver skittered down his sword edge, refusing to bind. The champion twisted its wrist, guiding its blade to skirt past his crossguard with ease. He tried to disengage, but was too slow to prevent the tip of the weapon from cutting deep into the flesh of his forearm. Blood welled from the wound, spilling free to land on the cold stone with a light splatter. Caius and the champion broke their engagement, stepping back to circle each other with calm steps. The undead's easy grin was made all the more grotesque by the flap of its cheek hanging down past its jaw. It shook its free arm, now dripping and stained with the fetid blood that spilled forth from the wound on its shoulder. He didn't miss the slight shudder as it tried to lift its hand to its front. He'd done some damage to the muscle. That was good. Nor did Caius miss the growing, itchy heat emanating from his wounded arm, so different from the burn of health, already expending itself to seal the cut. No, it was the withering furnace of a fever. Ding! You have been afflicted by blood rot, profane instruments. Another skill. That was bad. No less because he had no idea what blood rot actually did. He could only hope that rapid adaptation would see him through and keep him in fighting shape. At the very least, he doubted the butcher had anything else left up its sleeve. If it followed any normal sense of progression, it would have to be over level 40 to have another skill. He would already be dead if that was the case. Even as it stood, it was a lethal foe. Without his legacy skills, he would be dead a dozen times over. Not for the first time, he thanked the gods for the luck of his birth, even if it did mean he grew up in the wilderness, hiding from unknown enemies. He could feel rapid adaptation working, its bolstering energy flowing through his body to taste and sample the new threat, devising the best way to adapt and neutralize the deleterious force. He just had to hold on long enough for it to get there. His arm hot and swollen, Caius leapt towards the butcher, stabbing towards its face. It raised its cleaver to slap away his thrust, only to roar in frustration as he twirled his blade and cut deep into its shoulder. Its blade arm, this time. Caius stepped through with his blow, aiming to circle behind the butcher and cut off its avenues of attack. The undead whirled on him, lashing out with a cut that ripped another line of hot fire through the thin layer of fat that covered his belly. Ding! Affliction, blood rot, profane instruments strengthens. An explosion of pain that radiated out from the cut, followed by a welting and sickly heat. His abdominals tensed uncontrollably, and Caius felt his skill start to probe the new location. Continuing to taste the flavor of the energy, trying to take its measure. He could already feel the tendrils of rot seeping up his arm from the previous cut. Snake-like, using his veins as highways to ravage his body. He had to finish this. Fast.
Chapter 13. Victory or Death.
The butcher's cleaver followed its terminal arc. Wounded arm unable to control the momentum of the monstrous weapon with as much ease as it had before. The wild swing left it open. Caius was remiss to let the opportunity go to waste. Every second was another that his afflictions would continue to weaken him. Stepping forwards, he brought his sword down in a heavy overhead strike. The butcher lashed out with its free hand, trying to ward off his strike. It was successful, partially at least. Knocked off-center, his blade bit deep into its clavicle with a spray of rotten black blood. The undead howled, infuriated by the injury. It lashed out with its fist.
trying to leverage its size and strength to crush him. Caius flicked his sword, biting deep into the butcher's forearm as he turned the blow, grating against the bone. He didn't fully escape unscathed, his wounded arms surging with agony from the force of the collision. A hiss escaping his throat, Caius disengaged. His health had already sealed his cuts, but whatever the undead's skill-enhanced cleaver had inflicted him with was fighting against the purifying energy, forcing a constant expenditure to keep the wounds closed. Something he couldn't afford. He barely had a pittance with the cap on his endurance. Drawing in another great breath, the champion released another fearsome roar. This time, the ability washed over him as pure, hateful noise. Rapid adaptation working quickly to rebuke the power before it could get its hooks into him. Ding! You have resisted fear, call of consumption. Caius moved through the wall of sound, swiftly engaging the creature while it was enraptured in the execution of its natural magics. He needed to cripple the beast, slow it down. He needed to go for its legs. Before it could snap its jaws shut, he lunged. The tip of his sword lanced straight the thick rope of muscle above its knee.
He withdrew and disengaged, watching as its leg buckled slightly under its prodigious weight. The champion's roar petered out with a squeal of pain and anger. It lunged, trying to sever him at the waist. The blow was still fast, still backed up by monstrous strength, but it was slower, more manageable. He watched the heavy blade waver slightly as damaged muscles failed to work as they should. He saw an opening, his skill twinging. Sidestepping the swing, he cut. His blade deepened the cut on the butcher's shoulder, parting flesh to grate against bone. He dragged the cut, stepping through to lengthen the incision and wrap it around the meat of the joint. Ding! Sense. Weakness has reached level 20. Caius ignored the notification, all his attention focused on the battle. The ruined remnants of its shoulder tore, and the butcher's swing collapsed, arms slapping weakly against its chest before dropping to its side. The massive iron cleaver clattered against the ground, the champion no longer able to lift its arm effectively despite keeping a firm grip on its weapon. With a howl of frustration, it swung at him with its free arm, stumbling slightly on its wounded leg. Caius turned the strike with the edge of his blade, allowing the undead's own strength to carry through the cut, biting deep into its forearm. He danced back to disengage, watching the champion's fingers on it grow lax. He must have severed the ligaments. Rapid adaptation surged, finally stalling the creeping affliction in his veins, getting its measure and stopping it dead. Slowly, it pushed back, consuming and destroying the corruption hair's breadth by hair's breadth. Finally, the battle had turned in his favor. Caius turned his attention to his resources, more than aware that the corruption instilled by the butcher's contagion had wreaked havoc on his health, forcing the energy to expend itself to ward off its deleterious effects. Resources. Health, 48/200, 2 per minute. Stamina, 109/200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120/120, 2 per minute. His eyes widened, shocked at how low it had gotten. It was well and truly a race now. With how quickly the blood rot had drained his pool of regenerative energy, it would wreak havoc on his body as soon as his health ran out. He could only hope that rapid adaptation would be able to purge the disease before that happened. The butcher scowled at him, thick, hairless brows scrunching over its unnatural black eyes. "Gonna eat you," it ground out, straining as if each word was a challenge. The champion lurched towards him, decidedly slower on its wounded leg. Caius slipped around a clumsy swing of its cleaver, the undead leaning into the momentum of its body to attack. He cut into the calf of its uninjured leg as he pressed an opening in its guard. More black blood joined the growing pool covering the stone floor. The butcher was unfazed. "Gonna flay you." Throwing its whole weight into a heaving swing, the undead's weakened leg slipped on the blood-slickened stone. It stumbled. Caius darted in, ducking under an outstretched arm poised to pull him into a deadly embrace. As he passed, he sliced with his sword, severing its hamstring. The champion fell. It tried to push itself up, only for its leg to buckle under its weight, returning it once more to the cold stone. "Crack your bones. Drink your marrow," it hissed, staring at him in open hatred. Caius watched the creature, face twisted with rage at the sick fantasies it had lost itself in. Abandoning its cleaver, it hauled its bulk forward on wounded arms, lame legs kicking weakly in an attempt to assist the movement. It didn't try to flee, lost in its own mindless hunger. "Split your skull. Mash your brain. Tear your veins. Drink your blood. Feed me," it wailed in impotent starvation. "Just fucking die," Caius screamed, the exertion making him feel lightheaded. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 13. The notification flashed through his mind, joined by the sensation of his skill bolstering, burning out his infection with renewed vigor. It was almost there, close enough that he knew he would purge the effects of the champion's skill before the last vapors of his health dissipated. It didn't make the process comfortable. He could still feel the noxious power curdling in his veins, a feverish red heat radiating from the site of his almost healed wounds. Breaths came heavier than they should, and his limbs felt leaden. Each swing, every parry and dodge drained him, made his vision close it like he had run a dozen miles without stamina. He shook off the cloying lethargy, squaring his stance against the crawling champion that left a trail of black in its wake. "Meat," it said, staring into his eyes. Caius took a steadying breath and walked towards the butcher, careful to keep the point of his sword trained on the monster. The champion came closer. Closer still. Close enough. Caius threw himself into a lunge, his battle cry echoing through the cave as he dived into a fencer's thrust. The butcher heaved itself forward, uncaring of the sliver of steel that raced for its head. Its hand lashed out with a speed that could only come from a final, desperate attack. Shocked, Caius only had a moment to register the suicidal attack before one of its meaty paws clenched around his leading leg. Bones shattered. Inscribed steel slipped cleanly through boil-ridden flesh and mutated bone. Ding! You have slain a champion. The Hungry Butcher, level 21, Miasmic Slaughterer. Caius collapsed with a scream, his calf slipping from the undead's slacked fingers and folded. Shards of bone cut through his flesh, agony setting its grip on his throat. He gasped. Noxious impulse surged through his nerves, hammering into him with an overwhelming cacophony of sensation. The pain seemed to concentrate on his eyes and ears, narrowing his senses until all he could see was a thin pinprick of hazy gray, accompanied by a high-pitched whine. He collapsed on his back, chest heaving as he tried to suck in air. His vision blurred further, tears welling in his eyes. The final vapors of his health burned free, trying to set what it could of his shattered shin bone. It brought momentary relief from the initial stab of agony that accompanied an unexpected wound. A relief quickly followed by a terror-filled realization. The blood rot! His attention dove inwards as he pushed himself up onto his elbows with a start. He relied on the innate awareness that every thinking creature had of its soul space to search his body for the champion's magical disease. He found nothing. Rapid adaptation had cleared the inflection. Caius slumped back down with a sigh of relief, yelping as his jostling moved his still shattered leg. He looked at the twisted limb and winced. While he could just leave it to heal on its own, at least partially setting the break would drastically reduce the amount of health required to recover. Eyes drifting past his ruined leg, his attention settled on the limp form of the champion. His sword was still stuck fast in its head. A growing pool of black blood seeped forth from the corpse. He needed his sword. Injured as he was fucked if something came across him in this state and he had no way of defending himself. Caius growled, staring at his weapon. This is going to suck, he sighed. Nothing for it, I suppose. Balling up the hem of his tunic with resignation, he pulled on the material until he could comfortably bite down on the wad of fabric and leather. A few sharp breaths to steady his nerves, and he shoved himself upright. A hoarse yell escaped him as the movement shifted his leg. Refusing to give up the momentum, he gasped and snatched the handle of his sword, falling back to the floor to pull the blade with him. It slipped free with a wet squelch, clattering loudly onto the stone floor beside him. Just a little more. You can do this, he thought. He pulled himself up into a seated position and shuffled backwards, biting his wadded tunic so hard he half expected to hear the crack of a breaking tooth. Finger length by agonizing finger length, he hauled himself away from the growing puddle of blood that expanded from the butcher's corpse. Once he had made it a couple of long strides away, Caius collapsed back down, with tears streaking down his cheeks. He let go of his sword, preparing himself for what he had to do next. He sat back up, staring at his twisted leg with dread. He reached out towards it before freezing halfway. A frustrated growl was dampened by the fabric in his mouth. Last bit, then you're done. A sharp breath brought him focus, and he lunged towards his foot, twisting it back into position. A half-strangled scream sounded in his ears as if from a great distance, agony coursing up through his leg and shorting out his mind. Caius collapsed back down with a whimper. He spat out his tunic. Fuck me, he ground out, panting between words. Despite the agony, he couldn't help the low, rumbling chuckle that started from deep within his chest. Even if he did wince every time the movement jostled his slowly healing break, he had no right to have come out on top. The bastard even had a class. What the fuck was that? He'd never heard of champions in his life. He'd killed it. Killed something with a class, something that was supposed to be as close to impossible as you could get, the advantage of stats and skills too high to overcome. Oh, sure, he knew that the guardian he was eventually doomed to face would have one, and would be exponentially harder than this battle. However, he had only planned on that with all of his skills in place. Even then he had mostly planned on waiting until he had his own. Yet here he was, broken, bleeding, but well and truly alive, after facing something with a class. Unbelievable, he whispered. The encounter had shown him something, that the depths held hidden dangers far beyond what he was taught. For the first time in his life, Caius felt dissatisfied with Father's traditional methods. Sure, if all had gone as expected,
He would have never in a million years stepped anywhere close to the depths before his father had given him sufficient lessons on its hazards. Lessons that were supposed to happen in the final months before his class selection, with practical training following it. Yet here he was, nearly 2 years early. Of all people, Father should have known to plan for the unexpected. Or was it a simple coincidence that they lived deep in the forest, weeks' journey from the closest small frontier villages, while having a perfect set of legacy skills? Caius snorted at the thought. Father had always been cagey, but he supposed the knowledge of exactly what had happened to their dynasty was another lesson that had been left until he was older. It hurt to think of his father's failings, after all he had done for him. But it was just so frustrating to think how different his approach would have been if he had known that champions existed. For one, he probably would have waited until he had merged his fourth skill. He might not have gotten so injured with adamant body. Caius's eyes widened suddenly. His skills. He'd leveled sense weakness. He was finally ready to merge the skills. A wide smile split his face. He couldn't do it here, of course. It required a centered mind and a period of meditation in his soul space to feel how all the pieces flowed together. Something he felt very little confidence in doing here.
For one, it would be impossible to do while dealing with a broken leg. He was also a little worried about beasts coming to investigate the blood and noise. No, it would need to wait until he was in the relative safety of his base camp. He also had something a little more pressing on his mind, other than healing his leg. Caius turned his head, twinkling eyes landing on the stout stone building that sat to the right of the lodge proper. Loot.
Chapter 14. Rewards.
He limped towards the large stone and wood building where he had first encountered the massive undead, the torches inside filling its hall with an orange, flickering light. As he crossed the threshold, he inspected the seat where the butcher had sat. Up close, it was even worse than the quick glance he had gotten earlier. Nearly as tall as he was, it was perhaps more accurately described as a throne than a chair. Though if it was to be a throne, its monarch had been a gruesome one indeed. Rotting, uncured furs coated the seat, damp secretions leaving an imprint where the butcher had lounged. The sight and the images it brought to mind made Caius wince. Turning his attention away from the nauseating sight, Caius explored the massive hearth behind the seat that stretched across the head of the hall. It was dusty, with low, glimmering coals slumbering inside. He'd missed it entirely on his first look, captivated by the threat the champion had presented to him. Above its mantel, a great deer skull was mounted, larger than any of the many thousands he had seen in his years living in the forest. He looked at its rack in awe. It must have been a truly impressive specimen in life, if it had ever truly lived. Finally, tearing his gaze away from the ornament, he scoured the mantel-top, where a glint of firelight on metal caught his attention. A key. Overly large and crudely wrought. Hopefully, it would be what he was looking for. Caius snatched it up and hurried his way outside of the building as fast as he was able. Returning to the chained storehouse, he grabbed at the thick padlock that held the door shut fast, interesting the key with a slight tremble. He jiggled it briefly as it got stuck. The lock clicked, the joyous sound sparking a short laugh of success as he popped it open. Chains rattled as he hurried to weave them out from the door's latch. He cast them aside, the links clattering as they hit the stone floor of the cave. Barely containing his excitement, Caius worked the latch and threw open the door to reveal a dark room. The only light entered through the open doorway, drenching the interior in shadow. He took a furtive step forward.
Hidden sconces burst into flame as he crossed the threshold. Their flickering light revealed a lone plinth at the back of the room, topped by what looked to be some sort of strange rectangular belt bag. Caius approached quickly, snatching it up and turning it over in his hands to inspect it closely. Perhaps 2 handspans wide and half that deep, it was an interesting thing. Made of some sort of hardened leather that held firm in his hand. He rapped it with one knuckle, a soft knock resonating through its interior. It was a dark, burnt umber in color, a lighter trim capping its edges. The bottom 4 corners were capped off in brass, while it was held closed by a sturdy buckle of the same material. Caius turned it over, revealing a back with 3 loops along its top edge to thread it onto his belt. He furrowed his brow quizzically. All in all, Caius was a little disappointed. A bag wasn't exactly what you expected when you risked life and limb for a reward. He shrugged. In the end, at least it was something. He fumbled with the buckle for a moment before pulling it open. A glitter of yellow and silver metal immediately caught his attention. There, to the left of the bag, was 5 pieces of silver, and a single yellow disc sat in a jumbled pile. Impossibly round, each face was embossed with an incredibly complex swirling pattern. He pulled them out, feeling the cold metal as he rolled them around his hands. Depths coin. Impossible to doctor or forge thanks to some minor magic imbued into them during their spawning. They were practically a universal currency, and often the yardstick against which all others were measured.
A bit too rare to be adopted as a primary measure of wealth, and they only came in 2 denominations, which hampered their use outside of large purchases. Caius grinned. A much more satisfying reward, he thought. He'd just found room and board for a year, if what he remembered of the prices that Hastur had paid at the Stout Oak was correct. Though he supposed that with 3 fields being a frontier village, it was probably more reasonably priced than most. He dropped the coins back into the waist pouch one by one, enjoying the satisfying clink as the coins impacted each other. His attention turned to the other contents of the bag. The coins, nice as they were to find, were clearly not the intended goods to be stored. The interior of the bag was divided into 8 rectangular segments, one of which had held the coins. Of the others, 4 were occupied by tight-fitting, squarish glass bottles, their clear exteriors revealing a softly shimmering burnt orange liquid. Potions, in a conveniently standard bottle shape if from what he could see at a quick inspection. He pulled one free, surprised at how easily it slid out despite how firmly wedged it had looked. Unfortunately, much like the bag itself, he had no real way of knowing what these did. At least, not yet. Luckily, he did have something he could do. Uncorking the potion, Caius brought the bottle to his nose and breathed in deep. It smelled of spicy lilacs and sunshine. Somehow that was possible. Bloody alchemy. Herbalism, something he hadn't had much chance to use in the depths, came to life. The notes and scents of the potion swirled through his mind, bringing with it notions of growth, of life surviving despite the efforts of an uncaring world, of a stubborn weed handing on a destitute cliff. Probably some kind of restorative, though of what type and function I have no idea. Most likely not mana, he mumbled to himself, before corking the bottle again and returning it to the waist pouch. He planned on holding them in reserve, unwilling to potentially waste a powerful brew when he did not need to. If there was an emergency, he would risk it, but otherwise they would stay locked tight. Caius buckled the potion bag closed before taking the time to thread it onto his belt. It sat on his right hip, opposite his sword. It was surprisingly comfortable. Despite its hardened exterior, he could barely tell it was there outside of a comfortable and balanced weight. It was time for him to return to camp. Excitement bubbled in him at the thought of his next merge. It was always something he had celebrated with his father, another successful step on his preparations for a class. Caius left the shadowed hunter's lodge, his almost healing leg not enough to hamper the pep in his step. Stepping past the bodies of lesser undead, he dipped back down to the forest trail, spending a few minutes to locate the marked tree where he had stashed his pack. Collecting his belongings, he returned to the edge of the tree line. He decided he would follow the cavern wall back in the direction of his original entrance to the glade. The lighter vegetation would speed up his journey considerably, and he did still need to properly scout the massive underground environment. "May as well see if there's anything interesting on the way," he murmured to himself, setting off at a brisk pace. Powerless, Caius stepped into the ruined church, a sigh of relief slipping out as he settled into the closest thing to safety he had found in the depths. He walked over to the still slightly smoldering coals of the hearth before dumping on another log to stoke the flames. While the cavern itself was a fairly consistent tepid temperature, the drafty stone interior of the building was far more pleasant with a source of heat. He slung off his pack, depositing it by the rest of his gear that he left behind when he set off for his scouting expedition. A slight grumble escaped him as he eyed the light mist of blood that covered the side of his pack. His way back had been relatively uneventful, at least if you compared it to the excitement of assaulting an undead compound and defeating a champion. He'd spotted a few more tunnels shooting off into the cavern walls of the underground glade, though, thankfully, they had been completely undefended. He would be leaving those well enough alone for now. Biomes were great, sprawling things, often with more than a few large environs like the one he found himself in. Otherwise, they were often made up of dozens or hundreds of twisting tunnels and smaller rooms. He had no intention of getting himself into a grand exploration until he had plumbed this main cavern for all it was worth, though, thanks to orienteering, he wasn't too worried about getting lost. The stain on his pack had come from a particularly enterprising trio of dog-like creatures who had stalked him for some time. Luckily for him, they had picked up his trail a few hours into his journey, so he had been fully recovered before he was forced into another confrontation. He looked down to his pants, sighing as he saw the great rents where the beasts had latched onto his leg, the same one that the butcher had shattered in its grip. "Had some bad luck today, haven't you, friend?" he sighed, shaking the offending limb. The tear in his clothes annoyed him. Even if the leather reinforcement had helped to prevent worse wounds, having stray material flap around in the breeze was distracting and uncomfortable. Luckily, both the tear on his trousers and the cuts on his tunic should repair themselves by morning. Watching as the fire roared back to life, Caius took a seat in front of the hearth. He felt the radiating heat warm him, sinking into his bones. Slow, steady breaths resonated through him, his heart slowing to match the rate of his respiration. Slow inhale, hold. Slow exhale, hold. The meditative repetition of it continued as he lost himself in the reaches of his mind, his eyes closing as he dove into his soul space. He was ready for his next step. His mind drifted to tracking, its nodule in his center emanating 1,000 sights, uncountable impulses. Disturbed earth, a stray fiber, a scratched trunk. A million ways to see a forgotten passing, to see trails left in time, waiting to be unearthed. Most were still inaccessible to him, the skill needing to grow further, but they were ready and waiting. He moved to the next nodule that orbited the fire of his soul. Sneak. Shadowed nights and hidden scents. Eyes passing by unawares. Of hiding. Of stalking. Half-foreign instincts washed over him as he tasted its depths. He reached out with his will, feeling both centers of power. They were easy to link, threading a thin line of comprehension and personal understanding between them. A glowing wire that he spun from the burning conflagration of his soul. The two shards seemed to resonate, a growing attraction trying to pull their energies together. He clamped down on the motion with the full weight of his mind, halting the merge in its tracks. He knew if he allowed it to continue, they would create stalking, a lesser and relatively well-known merge. If that happened, his goal would be permanently out of reach, his plans ruined. Caius's focus wavered for a moment, unused to flexing his mind in such a fashion. The two skills wavered, fighting back against him in an effort to move together. He grabbed at them like a vice, forcibly stabilizing them again. It was the first time having to do such a thing, his first two mergers not having another valid outcome to contend with. He wasn't worried. He'd spent months of practice in guided meditation with his father, as much as they could squeeze into their usual fireside rituals. Not just on the mental skill needed to hold the merge stable, but the understanding of the ultimate result. The mindset and comprehension needed to link so many disparate parts. This, at least, he'd had practice with. Once he threaded in another, he wouldn't need to worry. He just had to get over this next hurdle. His metered breaths continued as he settled into the measured tension of holding the skills in place. Once he felt ready, he reached for the next one. As soon as he split his focus, tracking and sneak wavered again. Sweat beaded on his now furrowed brow. The third thin thread of power reaching out from his soul slowed, undirected without his focus to push it forward. He gritted his teeth, inching it forward as he tried his best to hold the first two skills steady. They rattled precipitously, screaming against his hold on them, professing their desire to merge into a new form. His soul touched the third skill.
Chapter 15. Insight and Growth.
Caius just managed to prevent tracking and sneak from merging, the skills rattling against his control as his soul touched trap-finding. Instantly, the previous two skills settled down, no longer having an easy route to merge their energies through the conduit of his soul. Trap-finding tasted of tension and exploration, the joy of exploring new mechanisms, and the fear of the deadly payload they held. 1,000 sights washed through his mind, most of them hidden deep within the depths, but not all. Bank vaults, siege defenses, mechanisms, physical, magical, and biological. How to identify likely placements. A suspicious mound of disturbed earth or a flagstone not quite flush. A necessary skill for those who would delve where they were unwelcome, those who sought to survive and thrive where others dared not to tread. His soul threaded his comprehension into the previous two. However, the link felt incomplete, a kit with missing tools. Next, he reached out to orienteering, something for one to feel at home in the depths and the vast wilds that coated the world above it. The stars above, the way water flowed, distant scents carried on the air, and an ever-growing mental map. So many things to be used to center oneself in an expansive world, to always know the way forward and the way home. It slotted into his growing picture, fitting like a glove. A way to find his path. Another thread of his soul reached out, connecting to herbalism. It represented a wealth of resources to be found. Not just food, but restoratives, mending balms, and 1,000,000 different ails soothed. A way to keep the journey going, and a reward in addition to the simple beauty of the journey itself. The skill clicked into place. Caius couldn't help himself from sighing in relief before returning to his measured meditation breathwork. Just a few more, he thought to himself. The burning fire of his soul sent out its sixth flickering thread, connecting with cooking. The smell of roasting meat over a campfire. Freshly baked bread steaming as it left the oven. The roaring cacophony of an overworked kitchen as hands blurred, layering a dish of exquisite beauty. Cooking was something universal, something that the poorest beggar and the richest king relied on every day of their life. It represented succor, a revitalization, a way for a weary traveler to rest, recharge, and reflect on the last leg of their journey. It tasted of exotic spices discovered in the furthest reaches, of comfort, of experimentation, something that brought a little bit of home with you on a long expedition. The skill snapped in place, flaring as it joined the growing chain of power. Sense. Weakness felt different from the rest. A ruthless edge and undercurrent. A quality of violence. Eyes that sought the rhythmic pulse of an artery, that spotted the idle strap that left a gap in the armor. No journey was free of danger, Caius thought. Stepping into the unknown required surety of your own capabilities, a mindset to strike fast, strike hard, and know that you would succeed against all odds. The depths was the greatest frontier of them all, and any who delved its reaches without an awareness of what they faced was a fool. This skill brought that to the table. After all, everything has a weakness. A thrum resonated through the chain of skills, falling just short of a crescendo as the 7 linked nodules of power flared with an internal light. Caius couldn't stop a grin from forming on his face. Just one more, and he would be done. Caius reached out a soul thread to physical conditioning, the link of power snapping directly to the skill as if magnetized. Impressions flooded through him. The burn of exerted muscles, a heart slamming in his chest as it pushed oxygenated blood through his veins, fueling the vehicle of his power.
An untiring body, unfailing through a lengthy journey, never failing, never stopping, just step after measured step, taking him to the next horizon. A soft chime resonated through his soul space, all 8 of his linked skills flaring with light. They pulsed in his internal mind's eye, slowly sliding together. Their inexorable attraction was inevitable. Even if he wanted to, he was sure he didn't have the mental control to stop their conglomeration. Individually, they were useful tools. Together, they represented a breadth, something that would support him through any journey or exploration he went on, helping him find his way, like it had for his family for generations. It wasn't as flashy or as combat-driven as many of his other skills would be. Instead, it was dependable, something that would support him in the background for many years to come. An explorer's toolkit. Ding! Skill merge detected. Would you like to proceed? Caius's eyes flashed open, his cheeks aching as his smile spread even wider. Yes, he thought at the prompt, urging it to continue. He felt the skill nodules orbiting his soul draw ever closer together, flashes of energy buffeting his soul as they began to brush together. Some force outside of his control flooded through him, aiding the mixing of disparate forms as the balls of contained energy dispersed. Threads began to extrude from the vacuous gas that emanated from the site of his prior skills, weaving into a new, denser orb. It began to spin, slow at first, but quickly accelerating to rotate at a speed that caused his mind to ache when he attempted to comprehend it. With each revolution, it drew in more from the remnants of his 8 former skills. Threads of meaning and gaseous power flooded the new creation, a sudden flare causing it to burst into light. The shockwave buffeted him, hitting his mind like the spike of an ice pick. Slowly the new skill slowed, drifting down to join his other merged skills in orbit around his soul. Ding! Skill merged. Explorer's toolkit obtained.
Immediately, he pulled up the description of his latest skill, eager to see it in person. His father had given him some rough descriptions, but apparently it was something of a tradition to keep the exact wording away from the youngest of the family. Explorer's Toolkit, Level 1. Unusual. Explorers are a rare breed, always seeking the next horizon, the next unseen sight, regardless of the challenges and dangers that lie between here and there. Rarely do they make it without sufficient skill and preparation. Luckily, you have a toolkit. Skill that improves a wide array of capabilities that are useful for wilderness survival and makes the user at home in most environments. Efficacy of the skill is reduced in inhabited environments. Each level moderately increases wayfinding capabilities. Each level moderately increases awareness of hazards and how to neutralize them. Each level moderately increases awareness of useful forage and reagents and how they might be utilized. Each level moderately decreases perceptibility while engaging in stealth. Each level moderately decreases the stamina cost of physical activity. Each level slightly increases positive effects of reagents and self-created consumables and aids in their creation. Each level infinitesimally adjusts the user's surroundings to support their needs. Merged from tracking, sneak, trap finding, orienteering, herbalism, cooking, sense weakness, physical conditioning. Caius whistled as he read his latest skills description. It was broad. He had known that already, thanks to what his father had told him. Yet it was something else entirely to see it laid out so plainly. Explorer's Toolkit was an exceptionally flexible example of a legacy skill indeed. His father had expounded on this in great depths to him.
Take awareness of hazards, an expansion of trap finding. Not only would it cover explicitly laid traps, but also would warn of poisonous plants or a valley that was particularly susceptible to flash flooding. Neutralizing covered everything from detecting an open guard to how best cross a raging river. Hells, self-made consumables included food, meaning even if he never picked up alchemy, his meals would keep him fuller for longer. Eventually, with magically active ingredients and a high enough skill level, it would let him make meals that would provide long-lasting buffs. Individually, they would be lackluster, a poor man's alchemistry or wayfinding. Together, they represented a flexibility and breadth that was a vital addition to his limited skill slots. After all, general skills were usually best used in a supportive function. This single skill alone would help him cover a dozen different bases without stretching his foundation too thin, and while inevitably flavoring his class with a certain level of self-sufficiency. All in all, he couldn't have been more happy with the result. Practically fizzing with excitement, Caius opened his status for the first time in over a week. Status. Name, Caius. Dynasty, Unterstern. Age, 18. Class selection, 1 year, 48 weeks, 4 days. Race, human, dynastic, +1 free stats per level. Layer reached, 2. Resources. Health, 200 over 200, 2 per minute. Stamina, 200 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120 over 120, 2 per minute. Stats. Endurance, 20. Vitality, 20. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 12. Willpower, -20. Stat points, 0. Class skills, 0 out of 10. Nay. General skills, 3 out of 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 13. Warforged, unique, 18. Explorer's Toolkit. Unusual. 1. It was strange to see so many empty spaces in his general skill list, after so many months of it being cluttered with a random hodgepodge of survivalist skills. His next goal would be much more focused, something more immediately useful for his survival in this danger-ridden hellhole people called the depths. Something that would shore up his defenses. Adamant body. He couldn't wait to get started. But first, dinner, and then a nap. He was exhausted. Caius peered out from behind a tree, watching two undead foot soldiers that ambled around a burnt-out campfire. Surprisingly, it had taken him barely 15 minutes of walking deeper towards the center of the glade to stumble across them. Explorer's Toolkit had started to show its value quickly, highlighting the sounds of clumsy movements over leaf litter against the constant background noise of the forest. The undead would serve his purposes well. Each was garbed in a chain hauberk and tabard, a crow-eating carrion emblazoned on their chests. Thankfully, both were free from any metal helms that would serve as true armor for the cursed creatures. They carried lightly rusted arming swords, something he was more than confident handling with the extended reach of his longsword. Before he burst from behind his hiding spot, Caius took a moment to center himself. It had become something of a pre-battle ritual, falling into a mindset of focus and flow. Emptying his mind of distractions and limiting his world view to the single moment that was to come, one of flowing blood and whirling steel. He kicked off, launching away from the trunk. As always, he was unable to catch the undead flat-footed. They simply turned towards him placidly, raising their swords as soon as they detected his approach. His own blade flew free of his scabbard as he brought it forward into a close guard, the hilt pulled in tight to his waist. The ground between him and the closest undead flew by. Raising its arming sword, the footman cut towards him, its blow fast but ungainly. Caius brought his sword up, aligning his edge to catch the blade in a bind. Rather than try to turn the undead's sword with a quick parry and riposte like he normally did, he defended with a straight block, twisting his whole body into the action to brace against the collision. The arming sword crashed against his own, the dreadful sound of shearing metal hammering into his ears. The infernal strength of the undead ground against him. Before it could batter through his guard, Caius stepped back and disengaged, whirling his sword into a heavy overhead that tore through the footman's crown. Ding! Level 17. Undead armsman slain. Caius turned on the remaining soldier, blade flicking out to turn the blow that had been heading for his undefended flank. His parry created the opening that he needed to slay the undead, but he held himself back. That wasn't what he was here for. He waited, settling comfortably into a mid-guard. The undead corralled itself quickly, cutting towards him once more. Caius blocked the strike, gritting his teeth as the impact stung his palms and rattled his shoulder. He lashed out, pushing the undead back with a front kick before settling back into his guard. Again, the undead swung, and Caius blocked, the enhanced steel of his blade taking a chip out of the edge of the creature's lesser weapon with a screech of fury. The footman pulled back, hammering his guard again. Caius's shoulder began to ache, tiring quickly from defending with matched force against a stronger opponent. Come on. It shouldn't be long now. It's only common, he thought to himself, sweat streaming down his back, as the thick ropes of muscle that lined his spine stood out in stark relief as he pushed back against the undead's blade. The footman began to hammer his guard, giving up on trying to find a way around his ironclad defense in favor of simply smashing through it. Every blow struck his sword like a blacksmith's hammer as it rang in defiance of the abuse. A final smash caused him to buckle at the knee, his guard slipping.
The undead pulled back for a killing stroke. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn block?
Chapter 16. New Tools. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn block? Common.
Yes, Caius thought, accepting the notification instantly. With a grunt of fury, he dug his feet into the ground, regaining his collapsing defense. He flicked his sword, catching the incoming blow of the undead's blade and turning it away in a textbook parry. The footman brought its arming sword once more, mouth hanging open to reveal blackened nubs and sore-ridden gums as it swung at him in mindless fury. Caius was ready, his blade moving smoothly to arrest the undead's swing. A twist of his wrist sent the arming sword skidding down the spine of his sword, safely sailing past him. Getting frustrated at its impotent offense, the undead footman flew into a harried flurry of blows. As uncoordinated as it was, its bodily power lent a furious speed to its swings. It took all of Caius's skill to maintain his defensive stance, giving ground as the assault forced him back. His parries lost all ornamentation, all unnecessary flourishes falling beneath the simplicity of a simple economy of movement. The moment came when the undead tried to go for a decisive stab to his chest. Caius transitioned from a mid-guard to a high one, the body of his blade catching the incoming assault and drawing it towards the canopy above. The clang of clashing swords was matched with an unmistakable ring that echoed through his mind. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn parry? Common. Caius accepted the offered skill without hesitation, pushing the undead back with a boot to its chest. He stepped back, creating distance from his opponent, even as the undead tripped over the burnt logs of the fire that dominated the center of the cleared camp. His sword drifted down into the Fool's Guard, its point almost touching the ground. This is where it starts to get a little dicey, he thought to himself, in grim determination.
The undead scrambled to its feet, hasty in its desire to see him dead. Turning back towards him, the foot soldier tightened its grip on its sword, before racing at him with a charge. It stabbed toward him. Caius left his sword unmoving, watching the point of his opponent's blade with razor-sharp focus. At the last moment, his leading foot twisted into the leaf litter with a slight crunch. He twisted at the hips, allowing the attack to sail past him with less than a handspan to spear. The undead still came barreling towards him, unable to get its momentum under control. He stepped back, allowing the creature to trip over his outstretched leg. It went careening past, impacting a trunk with a glorious clatter. A guffaw escaped Caius's lips, unable to suppress his mirth as the sight. Backing towards the center to ensure ample space to move, Caius watched the undead right itself before it rushed once more towards him. It chopped. An easy sidestep, all he needed to bring himself out of harm's way. The footman's failed blow transitioned into a wild, unbalanced cut, one that Caius avoided with a backstep. He began to walk around their arena, focusing on minimizing the movement required to avoid a blow. Despite the incensed savagery with which the withered undead pursued him, it still failed to make a sound. Its lack of expression irritated Caius. Battle was supposed to be a hot-blooded thing. At this point, he was basically fighting a doll. A light slide brought him out of the way of a stab. He retaliated with one of his own, stepping forward out of his Fool's Guard to impale the undead through the chest. Nothing that would really injure the thing. He doubted it would even slow it down, but it was a necessary step. He pulled his sword free before the undead could run up its length, pivoting on his front foot to allow the footman to race past him as it prepared for another blow. A stutter step forward brought him back into range, and the point of his sword cleanly pierced between the undead's ribs. It whirled on him, widening the wound, black blood beginning to seep into the loamy floor. It lashed out with a savage chop.
Caius stepped into its guard, raising his fist to slam his pommel into its jaw. Bone shattered, and its expression grew even more feckless as its mouth hung free. Arms raised to wrap him into a fatal hug. Caius danced back, escaping the attempted grapple. The footman quickly abandoned that tactic, lunging towards him with another thrust. Calm movements avoided the blow, carrying him forwards to deliver another heavy pommel strike to the creature's skull. A chime resounded through his mind as he danced back out of reach. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn footwork? Uncommon. A wild grin split Caius's focused expression, and he took a moment to mop at the sweat that had been beading at his brow with his offhand. Just one more now, though probably the most dangerous. He was not looking forward to the wash he would need after this. Things were about to get messy. He let the undead charge towards him once more, watching the savage cut that scythed towards his midsection. Caius turned with the blow, allowing the undead sword to part his flesh, cutting a line of leaking fire across his ribs. He hissed at the pain, an uncomfortable itch already spreading across the wound. His turn had saved him from true injury, yet even minor flesh wounds still hurt. A stab was deflected with a warding forearm, the flat off the blade leaving a stinging welt as it smacked it with his exposed flesh. The undead brought its sword back around, swinging it over its head into a heavy chop. Caius danced backwards, another shallow cut on his chest welling up with blood, painting him red and revealing where he had allowed the undead blade to strike him.
Individually, each wound was a minor thing, but slowly they stacked up. A dozen shallow flesh wounds staining his pale skin a bright carmine. His health leaked free, surging into the wounds to seal flesh. Sweat mixed with congealed blood, pale pink rivulets cutting tracks through the gory veneer. The undead seemed to notice the change in the battle, its swings coming faster and more wild with every stroke. Second by second, Caius's minuscule health pool dipped lower. His body moved with every strike that the undead made, twisting and pulling, only ever allowing its sword the slightest purchase on his flesh, minimizing wounds so that they left him unhampered, the only danger a slow, creeping risk of blood loss. Even without his health, he would be able to fight unhampered, which was a lucky thing, as he had to keep this up beyond what his pool could sustain. Finally, the dreadful full-body itch of his regeneration abated, its store of power fully spent. Caius continued his macabre dance with the undead. A quick cut nicked his shoulder, followed closely by another to his palm as he slapped away a stab. His chest was riddled with the evidence of a dozen close calls. He could feel the exhaustion creeping up on him, more than the physical exertion his stamina could fuel. Each slow drip of red from his body felt like another hour he had gone without sleep. Another hour spent running at a full clip. Finally, it happened. Finally, he got the notification he had been waiting for. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Toughened Physique, Rare? Yes! His breath came in great, heaving gasps, but it did not stop him from drawing in a breath and screaming at the undead full in the face. He was so goddamn tired of letting the monster wail on him like he was a training doll, regardless if it was of his own volition. He had been watching the undead for what felt like hours, dissecting the way it moved, the mindless swordplay it leveraged against him. Everything. It may as well have been as undefended as a freestanding stick. Ding! Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 2. For the first time in a long time, his sword flew from the fool's guard, circling up before he sliced towards the undead's undefended knee with his full body weight behind the blow.
Enchanted steel cut through desiccated skin and brittle cartilage, separating the extremity from its body. The undead pitched forwards, unresponsive to the grievous wound it had just endured. Even as it fell, it tried to get one last clumsy slash in. Caius batted the blade out of the undead's weakened grip, sending it spinning off into the undergrowth. The footman hit the ground with a dull thump. Without standing on ceremony, he drove his sword point clean through the back of its skull. Ding! Level 17. Undead armsman slain. Caius stood over the corpse, chest rising and falling rhythmically with his heavy breaths. Absent-mindedly, he wiped at his chest, smearing clotted blood with the fresh rivulets that spilled from his open wounds. He stared down at himself, eyeing his soiled hand with disgust before he took in the state of his pants. Blood had soaked into the fibers of the heavy canvas, staining the defensive leather plates that guarded his thighs and groin. "Gods damn it," he swore. Necessary or no, it was still disgusting. Every movement caused dried blood and barely healed cuts to pull at his skin, the sensation raising his hairs. Those that weren't already plastered down, that is. Shaking his head at the sorry sight of himself, Caius cleaned his hand and sword on a nearby patch of grass before heading into the bushes to grab his stashed pack. He elected to avoid wearing it. No point in soaking the damn thing in blood, he thought. Instead, he simply held it by its carry loop and set off towards the church. There he could clean himself up and assess his new skills.
Caius rang out the rag, pink bloody water streaming to soak into the graveyard that surrounded his base camp. He had his thin blanket wrapped around his waist in a rudimentary skirt, secured in place with his sword belt. While the enchantment on his pants would have cleaned them perfectly well without taking them off, the sensation of blood-soaked cotton and leather was decidedly unpleasant, and he wasn't about to subject himself to the sensation if he didn't have to. He soaked the rag with more water from one of his water skins, wiping at the mess of dried blood that covered his torso. A wince escaped him as the rough fabric irritated one of his still healing cuts. Luckily, he was almost done. A final few passes of his body, and he had fully cleansed himself from the bloody remnants of his skill-gaining session with the duo of undead. Hanging up the rinsed-out rag to dry over one of the closer headstones, Caius retreated inside the church to the comfort of its slowly smoldering coals. Having moved a large hunk of stone in front of the fireplace as a rudimentary seat, Caius settled down, staring deep into the flicking flames and reaching out to warm his hands. "Let's see what I got," he mumbled. While it was endlessly annoying that his father insisted on the tradition of not explaining more than the broadest outlines of a skills function as it pertained to his family's skill set, he did have to admit that it preserved a lot of the excitement and majesty of gaining a new skill. While he would never be envious of those who did not have the luck of birth to be born into the possession of a full set of merged skills, he did privately admit to himself that he could see the appeal of the freedom to pick and choose as one wished. Though he supposed that almost everyone had to deal with pressures regarding their family's expectation of skill selection, and very few had anything close to what he had to show for it. Shaking his head to clear his idle thoughts, Caius pulled up the description for block. Block, Level 1, Common. The art of defense is as old as the art of war. With enough skill, might, and courage, even the most overwhelming onslaught can be endured. Skill that improves technical mastery of blocking and aids in negating the physical forces of your opponent's attack during a block. Each level slightly increases blocking proficiency. Each level minutely decreases forces opposing a block. He nodded as he read the skill. It was simple and direct, but that was what was expected from common skills. Even uncommon ones were still basic and straightforward. It was only when you got to rare, but mostly unusual and above, that skills truly started to get interesting. Not that he had heard of anyone getting a skill higher than unusual without a class. Even getting offered one was about as rare as having legacy skills, the well-known ones at least. Still, that didn't mean a common skill was useless. Anything but. If he had had block at a high enough level, he wouldn't have had to be so reactive against the butcher, if what he thought about the skill decreasing the force of collisions was correct. It would be a helpful tool, but he had more to explore. Parry Level 1. Common. Why endure a strike when you can guide it? Control of the enemy's weapon is control of the battlefield, and those who dictate win. Skill that improves technical mastery of parrying and aids in controlling the physical forces of your opponent's attack during a parry. Each level slightly increases parrying proficiency. Each level minutely increases control over opponent momentum during a parry. Another straightforward inclusion to his skill set. It wouldn't change anything about the way he approached fights, as it wasn't truly transformative, but every level would make him slightly more effective in combat. Though capped to 20, the influence wouldn't be all that much until he merged the skill. He brought up the next skill. Footwork, Level 1, Uncommon. The difference between life and death can be thinner than a hair. The wrong twist, the slightest flinch, a leg slightly out of place, all can spell your doom. Watch your footing. Skill that improves reaction, bodily control, and speed when repositioning during combat. Each level slightly increases capabilities when tactically repositioning. A fine addition, Caius thought. Already he could see the next piece of his inheritance coming together, and could picture the way each skill slotted into the overall picture. He knew it would most likely be at least a couple of months until he could merge them, even with the increased skill growth thanks to being in the depths. He could probably grind it out in a few weeks if he had a sparring partner, but alas, he did not. He only had one more skill, and then he could get to planning his next move. Chapter 17. Snacks of the Unwise. Caius sat on his rather uncomfortable seat in front of the hearth, enjoying the radiating warmth that slowly dried him from his earlier clean. His skill list had been growing nicely, though he still had 2 more components to add to his list before he could relax. It was always impressed upon him that the first thing he should do after merging a skill was collect the requirements for his next one as fast as possible. Technically, the system wouldn't add a skill to your list without asking. However, in practice, it was unfortunately possible to accept a skill that you didn't want. Spending so much effort to not think about accepting an unwanted skill could potentially generate enough of a mental impulse for it to occur. That was not something he was interested in letting happen. Even if it was just a folk myth, there was no reason to risk it when all it cost to avoid was a slight inconvenience. With that in mind, once he had gone over the last of his recent gains, Caius planned on getting light, medium, and heavy armor mastery as soon as he could. Though maybe not by hunting through the center of the glade, he thought to himself. He hadn't missed that as soon as he had pressed towards the center, he had seen undead that were stronger than the others he had fought, and better equipped, too. He was still a little nervous of running into something like the Butcher again, after all. Better to wait until he had all the pieces in place before he went off gallivanting and taunting death directly to its face again. A circumnavigation of the glade would be better. Open sightlines would allow him to pass by any obvious encampments, thanks to the seemingly poor senses of the undead. Running into any stray beasts wouldn't be an issue. If anything, it might help with gaining his last few remaining skills he needed. Caius nodded to himself, happy with his rough plan, and brought up the last of his most recent skills. Toughened Physique, Level 1, Rare. Sometimes you are forced to take a hit. Those of weak will flinch, allowing the attacker to land where they may. Others lean into the blow, a heart strike skittering across hardened ribs. Flesh is given, but death is avoided. Skill that increases the body's resistance to injury, and increases speed and control when the user is unable to avoid injury, aiding them in receiving the injury to non-fatal locations. Each level slightly increases the chance to divert attacks to non-fatal areas. Each level minutely increases the effectiveness of endurance to bodily integrity. Caius grinned as he read the description of the skill. This was something that would make an immediate difference, even if a small one at first. The boost to endurance was significant, but would be of little utility until he was much higher level, at which point he would have merged this skill anyway. However, the instinct to divert unavoidable blows to turn them into minor wounds was huge, especially because, if he was correct on the wording of the skill, it would still work while wearing armor. Standing with a smile, Caius stood up and retrieved his pack, as well as the slightly rusted chain shirt that he had scavenged from one of the undead guards that had originally surrounded the church. He returned to his seat, facing away from the fire to dry his still damp back. Fumbling with the buckle, he eventually opened his bag before pulling out his folded, reinforced tunic and laying it out by the fire. He was going to put it back on shortly anyway, so he wouldn't hold himself back from small creature comforts like pleasantly warmed clothes. He then moved to the chain shirt, folding it up as best he could. It was big enough to fit over his tunic, and he needed it for medium armor mastery. He wouldn't be able to wear it straight away. First, he needed light armor mastery. His jacket should be enough for that. Unfortunately, the final skill he needed for Adamant Body was heavy armor mastery. He'd scavenged a breastplate, but it would be too unwieldy to take with him. There was no way in hell he was going to wear the heavy chest armor on his trip either. Taking it off would be too slow, and if he was ambushed with it on, he was likely to get offered the skill and be forced to turn it down. It'd make reacquiring it difficult, the system more unforgiving when you had already rejected its gifts once. Unfortunately, even just bringing the chainmail would be a challenge. It didn't fold quite as easily as canvas and leather. Caius cocked his eye at the sizable lump of metal. "Now, how am I going to make you fit?" he muttered. The weight wasn't much of an issue. At most, it would be a stone and a half. It was his pack that was the issue. It was a big bag, large enough for him to carry all he needed for an ongoing journey. He still needed to empty it a bit first. Caius reached into the bag. The first thing he decided to leave behind was his bulky medical kit. While it was a vital resource, he ultimately still had his natural health regeneration. Plus, he thought that in a true bind, he could always gamble on one of the potions he had gotten for defeating the butcher. Next was a redundant water skin. While he was definitely bringing it with him, he could always string it to his belt. As Caius pulled the water skin from his bag, something rolled free with a soft thunk. Peering in curiosity, Caius spied one of the strange purple fruits he had found in the glade. Pulling it out of the bag, he tossed it in the air, appreciating its solid weight as it impacted his palm with a satisfying thwack. "I'd forgotten about these," he thought to himself. In all the excitement of clearing an undead encampment and slaying a champion, it had completely slipped his mind. Setting the fruit down in front of him, he reached back into the bag, rummaging for its compatriots. 4 more of the almost fist-sized orbs joined the first one. They certainly didn't look dangerous. A thick, almost scaly exterior showed a virulent purple through the cracks. Caius tore at one with his hand, a light and almost bready flesh bleeding a soft violet juice as it revealed a cluster of slimy seeds at its center. He sniffed. It smelled sweet, almost like an apple, but more floral, with a strong, robust, earthy undercurrent. Explorer's toolkit tickled at the back of his mind, pulsing a low and lazy warning about the fruit. Caius eyed the fruit with suspicion. Normally, at least with herbalism, a truly dangerous fruit or berry almost screamed out at you.
He licked at a thin trail of juice that had rolled down his arm, an indescribable sweetness radiating across his tongue. Explorer's toolkit pulsed another warning, almost lazily. Caius decided to risk it. He bit into the soft interior of the fruit, a trail of sticky juice streaming down his jaw. As the soft, delicate flesh of the fruit hit his tongue, his eyes widened. It was delicious. Like jellied stone fruit, like a summer orchard in full bloom. Ding! You have been afflicted by glade plum lethargy. His jaw half distended. Halfway through his next bite, Caius stopped dead. He sent his focus inwards, surveilling his inner realm. The poison seemed to be doing nothing. He pulled up his resources. Resources. Health, 11 over 200, 2 per minute. Stamina, 84 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120 over 120, 2 per minute. His health ticked up before his eyes. Whatever the poison was doing, it wasn't damaging his body at all. Even something as indirect as slowing his breathing would expend the resource in an effort to fight it off. His stamina, however, was dropping prodigiously. That was fine. His attention turned to the surge of rapid adaptation, already racing to contain the strange poison of the fruit. It seemed to have it well in hand. Caius had a stupid idea, a grin spilling across his purple-stained face.
He took another massive bite of the glade plum, moaning as its floral and sweet juices rolled across his tongue. Barely chewing, he swallowed the bite and took another. And another. Quickly, all that was left of the fruit was a pile of slimy seeds. He snatched up another, devouring it with similar gusto. After weeks of dried jerky, the succulent glade plums may as well have been godly ambrosia for how their sweetness enveloped his mouth. After a few minutes, he moved to the next one. The growing well of mild toxin built up in his stomach, slowly overwhelming the containment that rapid adaptation had created. His stamina bottomed out, and by his third fruit, his eyes began to droop. By the fourth, every limb felt like it was weighed down by a particularly hefty oxen. Even chewing became a struggle. Caius could help but let out a large yawn. Slumping off his seat, he sprawled out in front of the hearth, the fire-warmed stone feeling as soft as a fleece-filled pillow. As his eyes drooped closed, Caius's thoughts wandered. I hope this works. Underestimate. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 14. Ding! You have resisted glade plum lethargy. Caius groaned, rising to wakefulness with agonizing slowness. His eyelids felt like they had been cast from lead. His whole body did, really. Forced to squint, he blinked rapidly in an attempt to clear the indistinct blur that coated his vision. He lifted his head, straining against the weakness that held him stuck to the floor. Slowly, control of his body returned to him as his skill eliminated the last remnants of the poison that had incapacitated him. He shook his head to clear the drowsiness, clicking his tongue against the bone-dry roof of his mouth. Need water. The thought was basic, primal, but his remaining lethargy wasn't exactly conducive to higher thought. A few minutes later, he stood, empty water skin in hand, and rubbed at his eyes. Well, it worked, he thought with a grin. It was a massive find. The biggest struggle with rapid adaptation was that most methods of leveling it by their very nature carried a deadly risk, especially since most things capable of afflicting him also had a vested interest in turning him into a corpse through significantly more active efforts. It was far too dangerous to infect himself with unknown afflictions in combat. If the worst had come to pass,
and he had still not capped the skill as his class selection closed in, he would have been forced to take drastic measures. He was no masochist, but pain would have served to level the skill in a controlled manner, as gruesome as it was. The plums represented another avenue, something that he thought he would never get access to in the depths. A poison that didn't physically harm the body. That was the original plan, up in the forest below, if, in the months preceding his class, he hadn't capped the skill naturally. They had planned to travel to one of the larger frontier cities and enlist the skills of an alchemist.
Though completely disabling myself for who knows how long is not exactly what I would consider safe. Caius thought, looking at the aging, barred door that secured the church. The plums were too useful, too plentiful, and too plain delicious to ignore. But next time he would have to make some preparations to ensure his safety. Quietly, with more than a little abashment, Caius admitted he might have been a little hasty. In his defense, he didn't think that they would have quite so potent of an effect. Plus, he had been living off a diet of plain water and smoked meat for far too long. Fresh fruit was too much of a tempter. With a sigh, Caius adjusted the blanket he was using as a skirt before unbarring the church door to check on his pants and boots that he had left outside to let his cleaning enchantments work their magic. Pulling the clothing off the headstone they were draped over, he inspected them before nodding in satisfaction at their reasonable level of cleanliness. A few minutes of getting changed, and he was all suited up, pack rearranged to fit his scavenged chain shirt. He only had a few more skills to gain, and he still had more scouting to do. Pushing deeper into the glade was an option, but he hadn't missed that as soon as he had made tracks for the center, he had quickly ran into stronger and better geared undead. If that was an indicator of growing danger, he wanted no part in it. At least, not yet. On the other hand, the thin, clear strip that separated the glade from the cavern walls would give him good sightlines, allowing him to spot any more camps similar to the Hunter's Lodge from a distance far enough to avoid significant danger. Scouting out the various exits tangling deeper into the biome was something he would need to do anyway, so a circumnavigation served as good a goal as any in his opinion. He decided to bring his empty water skins with him.
It had been a few days since his last trek to the stream, and he was down to a single one, half empty at that. Rolled tight, he managed to squeeze them under the flap of his pack. May as well start where I came in. It's close to home, and as recognizable a spot as any. He mumbled, leaving the church and vaulting over the small stone wall that surrounded its boundaries. Underestimate. Caius strode along the thin stretch of grass that existed between the glade proper and the walls of the immense cavern that held the glowing forest deep beneath the earth. He kept close to the tree line, happy to let the canopy and endless wall of trunks break up his figure as his feet ate up the distance beneath his feet. He'd been walking for some time now, moving counterclockwise from his start, and already he had passed a couple of exits from the immense space. Much like the tunnel he had entered from, these passageways were relatively small, maybe big enough for 3 men to walk abreast. They were covered in rooty vines. Barely lit by the luminescent moss that was omnipresent in this biome of the depths, they quickly turned off, barring him from deeper insights into their destination. He had simply noted them and moved on. He'd already decided that he wasn't going to leave the glade until he had at least acquired his next merged skill. It would shore up his defenses nicely, and for all the glade's danger, it was still far better than ambush-ridden passageways that were, no doubt, covered in traps. Fighting was always more fraught in confined spaces, and he had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. Not when he still had another 2 years stuck with almost no chance of rescue. Somehow he doubted that some high-level delving team would just so happen to take a swim at the bottom of a remote waterfall deep in the foothills of the mountains that sealed off his home from the rest of the arboreal sea. Soon he would come across the spring that breached the wall of the cavern, supplying the small stream that he had been using as a water source. He was pretty sure he could already see it, the distinct spray of water refracting the soft light of the cavern as it erupted from the stone. He hoped he would find something there to fight, if he didn't before. His hunting clothes weren't quite light armor, but they were pretty bloody close, with all the leather reinforcement that covered the almost jacket that was built over his tunic. It should be enough for his needs, at least. The ground continued to fall away beneath the measured pace of his strides, the spray of spring water getting ever closer. The faintest hint of rustling undergrowth was the only warning Caius got before a gray blur streaked towards him through the undergrowth. Chapter 18. Crouching Tiger. Caius reacted instantly to the sound of something crashing through the undergrowth. Explorer's toolkit screamed in his mind, but only an idiot needed a skill to tell them that unexpected movement in the depths was dangerous. He backpedaled as fast as he could into the open grass as he ripped his sword free from his scabbard. A mottled gray feline figure blurred out of the undergrowth, launching itself towards him with outstretched claws. Caius twisted, shifting to the side to avoid the pounce. One of the beast's paws scythed out to catch him, forcing him to pivot on his feet. He rolled his shoulder, preferring to take the blow on the thick leather that covered the joint. The claws skittered on the pseudo-pauldron, cutting a deep line into the thickened material, but saving his flesh from a worse wound. The force of the impact knocked him back, forcing him to adjust his footing lest he get knocked prone. The beast landed softly, quickly spinning as it hunched down, its muscles rippling under its fur as it readied itself for another confrontation. Caius brought his longsword up into a mid-guard, ready for the beast's next charge, as he quickly slung off his pack and tossed it to the side. He stared hard at the beast. It was far less twisted than he expected, considering all the hellish-seeming dire beasts he had seen so far. Roughly the size of a wolf, it was big enough to nearly reach his hips. A short, mottled coat barely served to hide the thick muscle that stood out in stark relief under its skin. Almost like one of the mountain lions that he rarely saw in the forest above. The lion's chops drew back, revealing sharpened canines as a deep, threatening rumble echoed from deep in its chest. In an instant, it went from motionless to a dead sprint, claws driving deep into the earth to launch itself towards him. It reared up once more, batting towards him with lethal intent. Caius brought his sword up, blocking the first swing with the edge of his sword. A thin line of red trickled down his blade as it cut deep into the beast's pad. Its other paw hit him with the weight of a fully laden cart. Its claws tore across the leather of his chest, biting into the material and drawing blood. Caius gasped, forcing himself to inhale after the weight of the blow drove the air from his chest. Ignoring his aching ribs, he twisted into his block and carried his sword through to cut heavily into the beast's shoulder. His blade bit deep, the lion hissing in fury as it jumped back. The creature eyed him warily, padding around him in a circle that forced him to keep turning to match its pace. The wound on the lion's shoulder sealed shut, muscle and skin rippling as it forced itself back into position. He missed fighting undead. It was so much more convenient when your opponents couldn't heal. Caius lunged towards the beast, pressuring it with a false charge. It leapt back with nimble grace before slowly approaching to circle him once more when he failed to commit to the attack. As soon as its wound was fully healed, it rushed in, this time its jaw yawning open in an effort to sink its fangs into his flesh. Caius sidestepped, returning the charge with a slash to the creature's flank, its dark gray fur staining a darkened red. Incensed, the lion hissed in fury before wheeling towards him once again. A claw-ridden paw lashed out, Caius turning the strike with a flick of his wrist. Ding! Parry has reached level 2! He was forced to abort his riposte.
The first paw strike followed up as it tried to claw him with its other arm. Slamming his sword into the offending limb to block, Caius was unable to react as its first paw returned to rake him across the thigh. Ding! Block has reached level 2! Claws scythed through the thickened leather that covered the front of his legs, digging through his fat to nick the surface of the muscle below.
Hot blood flowed down his leg, quickly joined by the burn of health as it started to seal the wood. Caius roared in frustration, forcing the lion back with a stab that nicked its cheek. The lion stepped back, hissing at him threateningly, before it charged into the fray once more. He tried to maneuver around the beast's approach, but its nimble agility allowed it to keep the pressure on him. Swinging his sword to meet muscle-bound limbs, he tried his best to ward off the flurry of blows that sought to overwhelm his defense. He got a series of parallel cuts across his shoulder and chest for his troubles. The lion pounced at him, one leg batting away his sword as its jaws closed around his shoulder like a vice. Dagger-like teeth sunk into the joint, and with a mighty crack it closed around his shoulder, the bone crunching like autumn leaves. Ding! Toughened physique has reached level 2. A ragged scream left Caius's mouth. Stunned, his sword slipped through his fingers. With a heaving yank, it used all of the muscles in its neck and back to pull him to the ground. The sudden pressure and movement caused another explosion of pain through his shoulder, his rough impact driving the air from his lungs. Ding! Toughened physique has reached level 3. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Light Armor Mastery, Uncommon? The notification went completely unnoticed. Caius entirely focused on his mortal struggle against looming death. Mounting him, the lion's bloody maw pulled back from his shoulder to go for his throat. Reacting more on instinct than conscious thought, Caius ripped his hunting knife free from his belt with his still good arm. He drove the blade point first into the beast's chest. With a yell of pained fury, he pulled the blade free, hot blood squirting from the wound to cover his face. Ignoring the metallic tang that flooded his mouth, he plunged his knife down once more, burying it in the thick muscle that lined the lion's neck. Red flowed like a fountain. It yowled at the sudden wounds it had taken. Leaping backwards, it tore his knife free from its grasp, leaving the blade buried deep in its flesh. Adrenaline surged through him, washing away the all-consuming agony of his shoulder. He rolled, diving for his sword and wrapping blood-stained fingers around his hilt. He tried to push himself up, screaming in agony as his crushed and bleeding joint tried to take his weight. With a moaning heave, he pushed into the ground with his sword hand, stumbling upwards to train his sword on the cat with a trembling arm. He could feel his health streaming into the grievous wound on his shoulder, flooding the site with as much revitalizing energy as it could muster. He knew it wouldn't be enough. The joint was completely gone. That alone would probably take more than his entire health pool. It was the blood that streamed down his arm and chest, soaking through his garments to stain the grass below. Too much of it. Too fast. The cat had done him in. It had fucking killed him. A roar of fury left his throat as he stared at the beast that even now scratched at the knife lodged in its throat as its own lifeblood poured free, only serving to widen the wound, draining away what was left of its health as it continuously reopened the injury. A staggering run brought him forward, pain and blood loss making him feel weak. The lion's eyes widened as it saw him approaching. It tried to hiss, a wet gurgle escaping its throat, as it batted at him weakly in an attempt to ward him off. A shaky step took him around the limb, bringing him closer to the beast. He bared his bloody teeth
before spitting at the creature to rid himself of the viscera that coated his mouth. It scrambled, trying to pull itself away from him as its legs collapsed under its weight.
Caius drove his blade home with a scream, the movement sending agony sharding out from his ruined shoulder.
Ding! Level 19. Shadowstalker slain. He left his sword embedded in the cat's skull, gasping as he stumbled free. He reached up to touch his shoulder, eyes scrunching shut as he felt the mess of torn flesh and bone. He pulled his hand back, looking at the blood that covered his hand. Why now? He'd gotten so close, managed to merge a skill faster than he ever thought possible. Just a month or two and he would have had a defensive skill. Would have been safe. It wasn't supposed to go like this. He was going to surge through the depths, get his class, and return victorious. He was supposed to find Father. He wanted to see the look of surprise and joy on his face when he saw his boy still lived. He didn't want to die. He felt his health finally peter out, his shoulder still leaking a steady stream of blood. He wavered, vertigo rolling over him as the ground seemed to sway beneath his feet. His eyes slipped to his pack, lying disheveled on the ground. Shouldn't have left the fucking medkit behind. He was an idiot. He brought enough jerky for several days and didn't have enough room for medical supplies? In the bloody depths? Fuck! He screamed in outrage, stomping his foot into the ground repetitively as his frustration and fear washed over him. The movement jostled his ruined arm, causing it to scorch with agony as it smacked the reinforced exterior of his potion bag. Caius's eyes widened. To potions, it might just be enough. A manic laugh bubbled from his lips as he scrambled at the clasp sealing the box tight, ignoring the waves of pain that protested at his movement. Ripping the container open, he fumbled for one of the rectangular vials, smearing blood over their glass exteriors. He pulled one free, quickly uncorking it with his teeth before emptying the burnt orange fluid down his waiting throat. A floral-scented heat flowed free of the bottle, tasting of berries and an impossible note of the setting sun. It ignited within him, continuous waves of energy wafting through his body, bolstering the natural welling of his health and stamina that seeped from his soul. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, solar revitalization. He gasped, the welling energy immediately diverting to work on sealing the ravaged wound on his shoulder. With wide eyes, he brought up his resources. Resources. Health. 0/200. 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Stamina. 163/200. 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Mana. 120/120. 2 per minute. A brew of regeneration, not the best for his current situation, but a significant one. It might just be enough. He'd need to help it along, though, and stem his bleeding that served the worst risk. He sat down heavily, scrambling at his buckled and laced boots with his single good arm. Ripping them free, he unbuckled his belt before tearing off his pants. Wadding up a section of exposed, heavy-duty canvas, he pressed it over his wound. The pressure brought starbursts to his eyes, tears welling up at the agony. He simply gritted his teeth and pushed harder. He had no idea how long the potion would last, and he needed to stem the bleeding before it wore off. He sat there, huddled on the ground, eyes scrunched up shut against the agony of his shoulder, feeling his flesh slowly writhe and undulate under the canvas of his pants. Hot blood soaking through the fabric, staining his hand red. For the first time in years, he prayed. To Elintir, goddess of the lost, that it was enough, that he had the luck needed to pass through this trial. He was a traveler, damn well lost, and most likely an orphan. It had to be enough for a little bit of luck.
He pleaded that it was enough. He felt heavy, far, far too heavy. A ragged gasp fell out of him, his body betraying him as he fought to keep down the rising panic. It would be enough, he reassured himself.
He had survived a fight against a champion. He could survive a brawl with a glorified house cat. His breath started to steady. Caius forced himself to breathe in deep through his nose, extending the inhalation over a number of seconds. He paused. After a slow breath out, he repeated the cycle, helping to pull himself together. Shit happened. He needed to get over it. The lion died, and he would most likely live now that he had consumed a tonic. It was a reminder that just because everything had gone in his favor so far, it didn't mean it always would. He was in the depths. He had to be bloody careful if he wanted to make it out of here. Literally everything down here would have a stat advantage on him, and so far he had only just barely been bridging the gap with his skills. That trend would continue. He would make it so. He had no other option. As he grew his skills, he would be safer, be able to push himself harder. But until that point, no more stupid mistakes. As his breathing slowed and his panic slowly withdrew its claws from his chest, his heartbeat steadied to a measured pace, slowing the pace of his bleed. After nearly 10 minutes of quiet contemplation, Caius stopped feeling the slowly stemming stream of blood that had been leaking free of his wounded shoulder. His attention dipped inside of himself, quickly seeing the bolstering energy of the potion of solar revitalization still burning away happily. That was good. Hopefully it would have enough juice left to at least knit his shoulder back together, if not top up his health pool once it was done. He really should look at the wound. A sharp burst of air between pursed lips steadied him as lightning strikes of pain scattered through his shoulder as he withdrew his makeshift gauze. The blood had soaked deep into the fabric, helping the rough fibers to adhere to exposed, innervated flesh. He stared dutifully ahead, placing his pants on the ground as he avoided looking at his shoulder. A slight turn of the head and a flick of his eyes let him know all he needed. His face blanched, flicking away from the wound. He'd somehow missed it in the struggle, but the lion hadn't just crushed his shoulder, it had torn a chunk out. A thick mass of congealed blood was the only thing that stopped him from seeing the frayed muscle and broken bone that now made up the joint. Thick shards of white pierced the mass. He could even see his fat layer. Nauseating. The world seemed to sway once more, the tree line in front of him seeming to wave as if a mirage. He needed something to distract him from the wound. If he physically watched his flesh and bone writhe and reknit itself, he was pretty sure he would throw up. He'd had some pretty bad wounds before, but never had his insides revealed to him in such depth. It was confronting. He searched his mind for a distraction, quickly finding the system notification blaring in the background. Well, at least I got something out of that, he muttered to himself. Chapter 19. Armored Caius pulled up his new skill, eager to take his mind off the gory wound that dominated his peripheral vision. Light Armor Mastery, Level 1, Uncommon. The best defense is never getting hit in the first place. Unfortunately, it is sometimes unavoidable. Would you prefer cloth or reinforced leather when that occurs? Skill that increases the defensive efficacy of worn light armor and increases agility while wearing it. Each level slightly increases the integrity of worn light armor. Each level minutely increases ease of movement while wearing light armor. Caius nodded as he read the description, careful to avoid jostling the grievous wound to his shoulder. Increasing the durability of his clothes would be valuable.
though they barely counted as light armor, and even if he capped it out, he doubted it would have made much difference to the lion that had savaged his shoulder. Luckily, chain would, and as soon as his shoulder was healed up, he planned on throwing the chain shirt he had scavenged on and never taking it off outside of the church. With nothing else pressing, he decided to simply wait until he was healed. His eyes drifted over to the lion, his sword still standing proudly where he had embedded it in the creature's skull. I should probably grab that. No point leaving myself undefended, even if I would be in pretty dire straits if something else turned up. He pushed himself to his feet slowly, relying on the muscles in his leg and his core to do most of the work. Despite the smooth rise, he had to stifle a pained scream as his shoulder protested at the shifting movement. He walked over to the lion with slow, measured steps, taking care to avoid hurting his shoulder as much as possible. Grabbing hold of his sword, he pulled it free and groaned as agony tore through him. He stumbled towards the tree line where he would be less exposed.
Death was tied closely to life. He knew that far more than most, having grown up in the wilds. The arboreal sea was a wild place, more untamed than even the frontier. This was not his first brush with his own mortality, not by far, even if it was the closest. He would be okay. He knew something like this would happen eventually. It happened to all delvers. Even if he had landed up in the depths a few years too early, and far less prepared than he would like, it had always been his dream. Growing up in the forest had lit a fire in him, one that burned to see the sights his father regaled him with stories of, to forge his own stories, both deep down below and in the wide world above. If he wanted that, he would need to be strong, and with strength came danger. He needed to be prepared to live with his life on the line, both if he wanted to escape the depths and if, when he eventually returned as a delver, in truth. Leaning his back against a tree trunk to take some of the weight of his feet, he settled in to wait for his shoulder to heal. After leaving the site of his battle with the lion, Caius had managed to make his way to the spring that fed the stream he had been using for water. It had been a welcome respite, a way for him to wash off the blood, refill his water, and cleanse himself from the ardor of battle. The tonic he had taken during the fight had lasted him almost the whole walk to the water source, the better part of an hour. At his best guess, long enough to refill his health pool 3 times over. He slung off his bag, throwing it down roughly onto the ground beside him, his extra water skins that he had tied to its exterior sloshing from the impact. Ahead of him was another small cave that wound its way into the rock of the cavern. They seemed to be fairly frequent, as he passed them reasonably often in his journey around the cavern. This one, however, was slightly different. A small stone shack was built into the cave wall next to it, with a handful of undead lingering outside. These ones seemed fairly similar in makeup to the ones that had guarded the church, and he doubted that such a small structure would host a guardian, so he wasn't too worried. Perfect enemies to focus on a little skill training, and to help him gain medium armor mastery. He could already feel his excitement rising at the prospect. The more time he spent down here, the more he craved the violent clash of steel and the explosive growth it brought. Hurriedly unbuckling his belt, Caius reached into his pack and shrugged on the set of chainmail he had scavenged from one of the churches. It was poorly made, poorly preserved, and even more poorly fitted. While his reinforced tunic did well to prevent any chafing, the armor constricted his arms slightly and pinched horribly in the armpit. It was worth it. It was armor. He'd been lucky. The clean sightlines of the clear strip at the edge of the glade had let him see the undead far before they had seen him. It gave him time to prepare. For a moment, he considered trying a stealth approach,
but the even lighting and lack of cover quickly disabused him of that idea. Free of the weight of his pack, Caius simply approached them openly. He'd decided against using a similar tactic to the one he had taken at the hunting lodge. The undead didn't really have the numbers to force him to use a fighting retreat, and a full frontal assault was much more likely to aid him in his skill growth. "It'd be quicker this way anyway," he muttered to himself, drawing his sword in a smooth motion. Setting a brisk pace towards the undead that loitered outside the cave entrance, the distance dissolved beneath his feet. As one, the group acknowledged his presence with a stiff-legged turn, vacant gazes training on him with unnerving synchronicity. As a collective, they raised their motley weapons and charged. They were garbed in a ragtag collection of armor, mostly leather with the odd bit of chain or rusted plate reinforcing their vital areas. Apart from two that were wearing helms, the armor was a bit pointless. Even a blow through the heart wouldn't slow them down. None of them had anything longer than an arming sword either, further satisfying Caius that a frontal confrontation would not put him at too much risk. They met his charge with a haphazard run of their own, weapons rising in mindless violence to meet him in a crash of cacophonous steel and whirling blades. Caius parried one of the undead, turning away its pitted mace and returning the favor by driving his sword through its face. Ding! Level 12 wretched militiaman slain. He stepped back quickly, trying to avoid being gutted by an arming sword. Swift footwork saved him from the full force of the blow, but he was unable to avoid it completely as the tip of the sword skittered along his chest. The dull blade screeched horribly as it skittered along his chain shirt. Though the chain saved him from the worst of the injury, the sheer strength of the blow still caused him to wince as it bruised his flesh. He retaliated with a stab that was quickly batted away by an undead holding a short sword. Borrowing the momentum of the parry, he twirled his blade over his head before cleaving into the leftmost undead's unguarded head. Ding! Level 11, wretched militiaman slain. There were only 3 undead left now, including both of the ones who were wearing helmets. He focused his attention on the 3rd undead, holding an ancient-looking battle axe. Both of the helmeted undead stabbed towards him with their arming swords in a surprising display of unity. He parried the first thrust, but was forced to twist around the second blow, unable to bring his sword to bear in time. Its rust-spotted edge crashed along his ribs, his chainmail saving him once again from suffering anything worse than a deep bruise. Ding! Parry has reached level 3. Ding! Footwork has reached level 2. I fucking love armor, he thought to himself with a grin, spinning away from the advancing sword-wielding undead to engage the remaining monster, already bringing its axe down in a savaged chop. Caius's back stepped out of range, allowing the weight of the swing to pull the undead out of position. With its head unguarded, he slew it with ease. Ding! Level 11, wretched militiaman slain. He pulled his blade free of the creature's skull to intercept a slash from one of the remaining militiamen, the sudden movement causing a spray of black blood to trail from his sword point. Pivoting into the movement, he avoided yet another thrust from its compatriot. He lunged forwards, the failed stab having left the undead open. He took it through the eye, the open-faced helmet doing nothing to protect it from a frontal lunge. Ding! Level 13, wretched militiaman slain. Caius settled in. With only 1 undead remaining, it was time for him to enact his plan. He had a skill to earn, and he intended to get it without another unnecessary brush with death. The last undead charged him, raising its sword before bringing it down towards his unguarded head. With a flick of his sword, Caius turned the blow. Instead of flowing smoothly into a riposte, he simply reset his stance with a backstep, falling into a flexible mid-guard. Re-engaging him with a wild diagonal swing, the undead tried to cut him through the shoulder. Caius's pupils narrowed to points,
still shaken from the previous injury he had taken to the joint. He clamped down on the rising feeling of concern, discarding the unhelpful panic. A smooth step took him into position, and he shifted, allowing the sword through his guard. Its point skittered harmlessly across his mail. The strike still stung, small amounts of health siphoning away to heal the quickly forming contusion the arming sword left in its wake.
Ding! Footwork has reached level 3.
Another slash he allowed to glance off his shoulder, while the undead's follow-up thrust cut harmlessly against the chain that defended his ribs. It tried to go for his head again, but Caius simply parried the blow with the extra reach and power a two-handed sword gave him. Immediately, the undead tried to follow up with another heavy overhand chop. Caius decided to try something a little different. After all, he still needed to level his newest skills as often as he could. He stepped into the swing, bringing his sword up to catch the weak of the undead's blade with his strong. The edge of his blade bit into the mundane metal of his opponents, binding their blades. The force of the collision caused Caius to grunt, engaging the muscles in his legs and back to keep himself stable. His legs started to quiver, feet digging deep into the soft earth. Even holding a position of greatly favorable leverage, with 2 arms to the undead's 1, the creature's infernal strength was undeniable. It pushed down harder, Caius clenching his teeth as he fought to keep himself steady. He was at his limit.
Chapter 20. Temptation.
Caius's legs shook as the undead pressed down on his sword. Leverage or not, it was a bad matchup. Even at such a relatively low level, its strength clearly exceeded his own. Regardless if he needed to train his skills or not, there had to be a better way than going toe-to-toe with undead in an avenue where he held none of the advantages. A flick of his wrist disengaged their bind. Caius pivoted his blade, sending the undead's arming sword skittering down its length and away from his body.
Ding! Block has reached level 3.
Still a bit too risky, I think, he thought to himself as he stepped back to create some distance from the undead. Still, he would need to do it at some point, and blocking higher-level creatures with a significant strength advantage would do wonders for his skill growth. The undead charged back in, sword held ready to slash him. The dance continued unabated. He relied on his footwork, allowing a few more stinging, glancing blows that failed to penetrate his chainmail. He was careful to avoid anything that looked like it would allow the undead to connect with the full might of its strength. A simple sidestep or parry took care of those. Even if the chain held up and protected him from being eviscerated, a full-force blow would be enough to splinter bone. He'd had enough grievous injuries for one day. Finally, with a last glancing slash across his stomach, Caius got the notification he had been waiting for. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Medium Armor Mastery, Uncommon? A satisfied smile crossed his face as he saw that he had achieved his intended result from this unorthodox spar. The final militiaman tried to capitalize on his momentary distraction, sword lashing out in a heavy chop. Its last attempt. Caius parried the blow, lunging forwards as his sword screeched up the length of his opponent's blade. The tip of his sword took it cleanly through its face, joined by a wet crunch as it pierced the bone. Ding! Level 13. Wretched militiaman slain. Caius rose from his lunge, flicking his sword to clear off the worst of the excess viscera. He wiped it briefly on one of the undead's shirts before returning it to its sheath. As he walked back to his pack, he pulled up his latest skills description. Medium Armor Mastery, Level 1, Uncommon. If you are too slow, too encumbered, you will get surrounded, overwhelmed. If you forego all but the slightest defense, you cannot avoid a horde. You die. Find the balance, and you might just survive. skill that increases the defensive efficacy and maneuverability of worn medium armor. Each level slightly increases the integrity of worn medium armor. Each level minutely decreases medium armor's impact on range of motion. Caius nodded as he read the skill. Much like light armor mastery, the gains were small at first, but they added up quickly. Oh, sure, it would take plenty of levels for something like soft copper to become as tough as steel, but that didn't mean it was unnoticeable. Already he could feel the undersized chain chafing less at the pit of his arms, freeing up his movement, even if only slightly. He made a mental note of the small watch house that was adjacent to the cave entrance that carved a path away from the glade. It was a notable point of difference from its cousins that he had walked past on his circumnavigation. If he had come to know anything about the depths, points of interest such as this served as a warning and an indicator that it was worth a closer look. A short walk and a quick investigation showed nothing of note in the building itself. A small table and a shattered chair sat in front of an opening facing towards the cave, but he found no great treasures or empowered opponents to cross blades with. Whatever secrets were hiding, they were probably to be found further into the cave's depths. He burned to explore it further, the familiar itch to poke around in unusual places rearing its head again. Still, he had set himself a goal: merge his next skill to guarantee a better degree of safety, and then go gallivanting around the depths. He added the spot to his growing mental map of the underground glade and moved on. If he found nothing else of note in his exploration of the rim, it would be the first place he returned to when he was ready to move on. As Caius walked, he finally had a moment to think. He had spent a few weeks in the depths now, time enough for the omnipresent anxiety that its dangerous confines induced to lull somewhat. There was only so much he could endure before the stress of it all simply muted, hyper-awareness simply becoming his new normal. He needed to find out the fate of his father. That fact was as solid as adamant in his mind. Caius's stomach clenched as he returned to the memory of the fateful morning where father had forced him to flee, screaming at him as he had stayed behind to confront the bandits. If he'd been able to drive them off, nothing would have stopped father from searching for him. He would have followed the tracks, as his passage through the forest had been anything but measured and careful. When the trail led clear to the edge of the plateau, he would have taken the long journey down, to confirm his death at the very least. With his father's skill, it wouldn't have taken him long to discover the entrance he had fallen through. There was a chance that the portal was still simply closed, and father was merely waiting for his time. A deep frown crossed Caius's face as he considered it. Unlikely. It had been weeks, and while plenty of the various fish carcasses that had littered the ground had been fully decomposed, a few were relatively fresh. As much as it pained him to admit, the chances of his father swooping to his rescue was already razor-thin, and growing more unlikely by the hour. With how vital it was that he push himself into confrontation after confrontation to fuel his growth, he couldn't waste time hyper-analyzing it. It was something that he'd have plenty of time to process when he escaped the depths. At the very least, if a bandit group moved into this area of the sea, there was no way they wouldn't try to raid the nearby villagers. That is what bandits did, after all. That gave him an avenue to look into. The people of the frontier were a rough sort. Without kingdom guards, roaming knights, or patrolled roads, they had a tendency towards their own kind of justice. No one would take bandit attacks lying down. Hell, he could already see the apoplectic rage on Holtz's face if Threefields was attacked. Caius couldn't help but smile as he remembered some of his own interactions with the short-tempered man. The head of the constabulary was harsh, and had given him more than a few choice words when he was younger. In his defense, he hadn't been quite used to the social mores expected from him when in town.
They still considered him one of their own, even if he and his father only visited any given village a few times a year. They'd help him, even if just sharing what they knew. Leaving the small watch house, Caius made a good pace in his exploration, only briefly interrupted by an overly aggressive direboar that had tried its best to gore him. The beast had been far more difficult to fight than the one he had gotten the drop on in his first forays into the glade. In the open space, it had relentlessly pursued him with aggressive charges, forcing Caius to rely on a slow accumulation of glancing strikes that bled it dry. At the very least, it had been good training for his footwork skill, managing to garner himself another level. He expected his meteoric growth to peter out soon. The early levels always came the fastest. As Caius came further around the gentle bend of the glade, the clean line of the cavern wall was abruptly disturbed by a pile of rough boulders erupting from the stone, having previously been occluded from his view by the dense vegetation. Caius slowed, dropping from a brisk walk to eventually stop as his eyes narrowed in on the disruption. He palmed the hilt of his sword, loosening it so that he could draw it at a moment's notice.
He was still a good way off, but he had learned more than once that a moment of carelessness was all it took in the depths. Stepping deeper into the tree line, Caius dropped into an easy stalk as he approached the disruption to the monotony of his surroundings. As he approached, the boulders parted to reveal a massive cave entrance, easily 3 times his height. He flexed his fingers, hand instinctively drifting closer to his sword as he stopped dead once more. There was only one other breach in the cavern that he had seen of a similar size, the Hunter's Lodge on the other side of the glade, where he had faced a champion, where he had almost died. Unlike the lodge, this opening seemed to penetrate far deeper as the passage shot away from the glade. A poor angle and shadowy interior prevented him from peering deep into its contents. His eyes scanned the boulders, their nooks and crannies providing a perfect spot for an ambush. He found nothing. Without any evidence of hostiles, and with Explorer's toolkit being notably silent, Caius forced himself to approach, ready for a horde to come barreling towards him at the slightest hint of movement. Dipping slightly deeper into the trees for greater cover, Caius brought himself closer with agonizing caution. Now positioned front and center before the opening, he crouched behind a bush and peered deep into the side passage. Running deep into the rock, a sharp bend obscured its depths. Its interior was bare, only the rare stalagmite and stalactite breaking up the rough stone that formed its edges. Even in the cave proper, he saw no sign of anything living or undead. There was one thing that jumped out at him. Muddied by the light of the omnipresent moss, a soft, muted glow seemed to emanate from around the cave's bend. The only reason he even noticed it in the first place was its soft yellow color, standing out in contrast with the pale blue tint that he had grown so used to. Whatever it was, there was something down the cave. Still, with such a large opening, he doubted it was undefended. He'd be back. But for now he wanted to put a league or two behind him and make a better pace back to his camp. He readied himself to move on, still keeping himself hidden in the dense brush of the tree line in case something was watching. The wind changed. A soft, warm gust washed over him from deep within the cave. It brought with it a scent of power, electrifying and filled with notes of growth, springtime, and the breaching of roots through fertile spring soil. The scent of magic, alchemy, and natural wonders. His skin puckered, hairs rising as a cascade of sparks ran up his spine. Ding! Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 3! Explorer's Toolkit screamed at him to investigate, the tantalizing smell causing his skill to fire with mad abandon at the allure of the bait. His foot paused halfway through his next step as he stopped fast. It was bait, sure as a demon lives in the hells. Nothing that could set off a treasure sense skill with that much power would be undefended, let alone in the depths. I really shouldn't, he thought. He would have to be a moron to go in there. Even if there was something good, it wasn't going anywhere. He could return, stronger and more prepared to face down whatever horrible creature waited to rip his throat out. On the other hand, a powerful reward could change everything, even the kinds that you would find on the second layer. Fuck it. Caius turned back to the cave. Chapter 21. On the nature of curiosity and death. Caius slowly approached the cave entrance, relying on Explorer's toolkit to aid his furtive movements, as shadows subtly bent to hide his form. He had his sword drawn and ready, expecting something to jump out at him at any moment. He watched the boulders that crowded its entrance. Piled in a rough, haphazard manner, they presented plenty of nooks and crannies for any number of beasts to hide and make their dens in. Thankfully, they seemed uninhabited and provided a perfect spot for him to hide his pack as he pushed on with his reckless exploration. Caius sniffed deeply as another gust emanated from the cave. It still carried with it the indescribable scent of magic, a wave bolstering growth washing over him. More than anything, it was suffused with a sense of power. It set his heart racing, a frantic pulse that sent shooting currents of anticipation right to his fingertips. He adjusted his grip on his sword. His only other example of such blatant bait had ended up with him facing down a champion. Conventionally, he knew a pattern of one was not enough to go on. The deep tension he felt down to his bones protested otherwise. Whatever I find in here, I'm not getting it without a fight, he thought. As he approached the rear of the tunnel, it started to curve gently away from him. With his back to the soft radiance of the glade outside, a resplendent yellow glow washed over the far reaches of the cave. With each creeping step into the cavern, the scent of magic grew stronger, stoking the rising urge that emanated from his skill. The passage opened up before him, his eyes widening as he dropped deeper into his crouch and slunk closer to the cave wall. Peering around the edge, Caius looked into a sizable cavern. Compared to the truly immense one that held the glade outside, this one was admittedly tiny, maybe 100 or 200 strides in diameter, made up of craggly and jagged rock. Unlike most of the other tunnels and caves he had seen, this one was not lit up by the moss he had grown so used to. Instead, towering out of a small pool at the center of the room, there was a towering oak glowing with an internal golden light. Breath held in wonder, Caius's eyes traced up its stoat trunk where shifting geometrics danced. At its crown, flat and broad leaves soaked the surrounding stone in a warm radiance. From a single branch, a gleaming fruit sat heavy, weighing the limb down until it was deeply bowed. Its glistening skin seemed to shimmer, colors shifting as it swirled between the brightest vermilion and the most resplendent yellow. As soon as he laid his eyes on the treasure, his heart rate quickened, mouth drying as his focus sharpened. It was only the quiet insistence of Explorer's toolkit that stopped him from rushing out to snatch the fruit. Barely a moment later, frigid fingers of ice shot up his nerves as he heard a slow, rumbling exhalation from inside the cavern. Revealing itself with the noise, Caius's gaze instantly trained on the occupant of the chamber. There, half hidden behind the bulk of the oak's trunk, was a truly momentous bear. It was nestled on its stomach, resting by the small pond that held the tree. Every few seconds he watched its chest rise and fall, the hard stone catching and amplifying the sound of its breaths. Easily outweighing even the largest of mortal bears that he had seen, the creature was clearly a beast. For one, its large size was bolstered by an excessive degree of muscularity, one poorly hidden by its dense gray and gold-tipped fur. Caius stopped fast, staring at the creature with an equal mixture of awe and trepidation. "That is a big boy," he thought, palms growing slightly slick. Asleep or no, Caius knew fighting a mundane bear with a longsword would be a struggle, let alone what was likely to be a system-enhanced champion. Even with the element of surprise in his favor, it would be a hard battle. For a moment he considered backing out, leaving the cave to return when he was better prepared. It would be the smart thing to do, the safe thing. He had more than enough challenge to satiate his growth in the glade proper. With a few more skills under his belt, and higher levels, he could return and slay the tree's defender with far less risk to his person. His eyes drifted back to the shining fruit. He didn't want to take the safe route. In all likelihood, the fruit was simply some sort of alchemical reagent. There was, however, a slim chance it could be a natural treasure. They were vanishingly rare, more something whispered about over a flagon of ale as someone recalled stories about a friend of a friend of a friend who had once shared a meal with someone who had caught a mere glimpse of the things. They were a unique reward of the depths and could be found nowhere else. Objects of empowerment that worked directly through the system, divvying out boosts to skills, improved constitutions, and stat points galore. If it was a natural treasure, something he was inclined to believe by the way Explorer's toolkit screamed at him to retrieve the fruit, it would be invaluable to him. At only the second layer, it would be a slight boost. At least, it would if he was a normal delver. He was an unclassed, one stuck in a hostile environment. A couple of stat points could let him increase his health by a significant fraction of his total. And for my class, he thought, staring longingly at the swirling fruit. He couldn't even imagine what such a boost would do for his selection. He'd asked after them before. When he himself first heard of them, whispered over a drink of the stout oak on a trip to collect some extra supplies before winter. Father had thumped his way down the stairs, finished with storing their supplies for their journey back. When he sat down at the table, Caius had asked him about the treasures. Asked why they weren't funneled to scions before they gained their class. After all, Hastur had never stopped going on about how it was a pivotal moment in life, how the next generation always represented the foundation of a dynasty. Father had simply snorted at him, speaking into his mug as he told him that it simply wasn't possible. Certain benefits were denied to unclassed who had not secured them for themselves. When he had tried to press further, his father had reminded him of their conversation after the last time he had gone poking into things he had no business with. That had been enough to warn him off. Regardless, the system's restriction on supplying them to unclassed was moot if he secured it for himself. Mind set on his course of action, Caius forced himself to breathe evenly. A clench of his fists steadied the slight tremble that had settled into his arms. He could do this. It was a worthy risk. Forgettable. Caius crept into the cavern, each step taken with agonizing slowness as he forced himself to roll his weight across the ball of his foot and onto his heel. The silent intensity of the cavern ate at him, only broken by the occasional sighing breath of the sleeping champion. Every time he heard the beast breathe, his heart leapt into his chest, instincts screaming at him to burst into action. Sure that each sound was confirmation that the beast was going to awaken, to rise from its position and roar in fury of his challenge to its domain. He forced himself to keep his breathing quiet, worried that the slightest excess noise would shatter the delicate balance of his approach. Forcing his muscles to obey, he took another step closer. Slowly, stride by stride, he circled around the cavern. The constant soft pulse of luminance from the oak to his left dragged at his attention, almost begging him to look away from his target. He ignored it, his focus locked in. The pressure of his slow approach inuring him from the slightest distraction. He slackened his grip on his sword, too tight, and it would impact his swordplay. As he closed in on the rear of the beast, he had to readjust his measure of its size. He knew bears. They crowded the streams that came off the mountains every spring. This thing was far too large to be included in their number. It was too late to back out now. Despite his anxiety, the bear remained slumbering as he approached. Finally, his glacial pace brought him behind the creature. It took all of his willpower to avoid driving his sword point first into the spine of the beast. It would be a grievous blow, and would no doubt do much to disable the beast. However, it was no undead. Even a mortal blow could be healed with the powers of health, something the creature no doubt had in abundance. I need to go for a killing stroke, he thought. Something that will disable it, even if it survives. Health could let you survive many things, but it wouldn't make you move if your spinal cord was severed. His blade trembling slightly in anticipation, Caius crept up the bear's side to approach where its head rested on two plate-sized paws. He got into position, lining up next to the beast's thick neck. Sword held at the ready, he slowly rose it to full extension over his head. The bear snorted, shifting slightly. Caius panicked. Muscles in his arms and back contracted, aching at the sudden intensity of tension. Enchanted steel came down with a blur of flashing silver. The edge of his blade cut through the thickened hide with ease, deep red blood spraying as he cut through the chunky muscle that supported its massive head. The blade hit the spine of the beast and stopped fast. The bear's eyes snapped open, howling in fury and pain at the violent interruption to its slumber. Blood poured from the rent on its neck as muscles rippled beneath its fur, hauling its bulk upwards. Ding! You have challenged a champion, Sunborn Cave Bear. Caius stared in horror at the failed strike, yanking on his sword to free it as he backed away from the rising creature. Lifeblood that poured from the rent in the champion's neck slowed, flesh rippling as its health was consumed at a prodigious rate to heal the wound. Should have stabbed it in the bloody back, he thought, as the creature wheeled towards him clumsily, still disoriented from its abrupt and violent awakening. Explorer's toolkit pounced on the weakness, highlighting its cloudy eyes and disoriented manner with razor-sharp precision. He dived back into the fray, refusing to let such a vital moment pass uncapitalized. The bear batted towards him, a twisting sidestep letting him dance past the powerful blow. The rising dread of anticipation was gone. All that was left was the rush of battle that heated the blood. He brought his blade up in a rising strike, cutting a deep furrow across the champion's ribs. Razor-sharp steel skittered across the surface of empowered bone, preventing access to the vulnerable organs in its chest. He followed through with the strike, pivoting into a heavy cut that severed more of the thick muscle that lined the creature's spine. The bear howled in fury, incensed by his repeated strikes, rapidly coming to full wakefulness in the face of an intense assault. It spun towards him, snaking one massive limb out to smash him flat. Caius was forced to jump back, skillful footwork forgotten in the face of overwhelming speed and power. The bear reared back, rising to its full height. Caius punished the opening, a deep stab to its midsection, only serving to infuriate the champion further. Dropping towards him, it slammed its front feet down in an attempt to squash him flat. Caius sidestepped, savaging its features and ruining one eye with a draw cut. Reacting to the pain of his strike instantly, a deep, bassy growl echoed from deep in the champion's chest. The gray and gold bear lunged towards him. Its shoulder hit him like a falling log. His guard collapsed against his chest, the pommel of his sword rapping painfully against his sternum, chain and leather unable to fully blunt the brute force of the impact. Caius stumbled back, unable to fight the primal strength of the bear.
only saved from greater injury by the creature's lack of leverage. Caius felt a small trickle of health flood towards his chest, tending to the fresh contusion. Steadying his feet beneath him, his eyes flicked to the bear's injuries. He couldn't find them. The only evidence of their existence, an assortment of deep red stains that marred its otherwise flawless coat. He had to keep the pressure on, prevent the creature from getting its bearings. With a growl of his own, Caius launched back into the fray. His first attempt at a stab was batted away, nearly sending his blade flinging free of his grip.
Moving with the momentum, he stepped into the collision, whirling his blade overhead to hew into the bear's shoulder. Caius was forced back by a snap of the beast's oversized jaws. As the beast lunged out to bite him, he felt his gaze drawn to the side of its face. There, where he had cut it earlier. While the wound had healed, a mess of blood and stuck fur covered its eye, marring its senses. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 4. A pivoting sidestep took him around the head, bringing him into its blind spot. He thrust, burying 2 strides of steel deep into the cavity between its neck and its shoulder. Without bone to guard its internals, Caius's sword sank halfway to the hilt. Ding! Footwork has reached level 4. A gargle left the bear's throat, blood foaming from its mouth. Caius pulled back, trying to put distance between himself and the already moving champion. As he retreated, the bear lashed out for him once more. Unable to escape in time, the bear's claws skittered across the chain covering his torso, nearly sending him flying as its claws caught in the ringed joints of the armor. Righting his footing, Caius stepped back into the fray, punishing attack with a retaliatory cut. Frustration mounted within him. "It just keeps fucking healing," he yelled in his mind. He'd laid half a dozen nearly mortal wounds into the beast, yet its seemingly inexhaustible health had regenerated it from every strike he had landed. The beast wasn't even slowed, just growing more and more enraged with each added wound. Gritting his teeth, Caius sidestepped another snap of its jaws to pressure it with a low, flowing cut to its underside. Mid-swing, the champion smashed aside his attack with one paw. The claws on its other began to glow. Icy dread shot through Caius's spine. He tried to pull back, to retreat in the face of the obvious skill. He was too slow. So fast, he only perceived it as a blur. The creature's paw came sailing towards him. Glowing with amber light, the claws a trail of glistening embers in the air. The blow smashed into his side harder than a battering ram. Something crunched. Caius's feet left the ground as the champion's paw scooped him up and sent him sailing across the cavern.
Chapter 22. Champion's Might. The champion's paw lashed out with a skill-enhanced swipe, smashing into Caius's side as its claws trailed floating embers of light. Far too fast for him to react to, whatever skill the champion had used seemed to magnetize its blow to the opening in his guard. A soft gasp left Caius's lips as the air was forced from his lungs, ejected in a great exhale. His elbow smashed into the side of his ribs, a shuddering crunch resonating through his bones. Before he had time to even process the pain of the collision, he was ejected, the bear launching him to send him tumbling over the cold stone. Miraculously, more through beating and forced repetition than any intention, he maintained his grip on his sword. He landed in a heap, head rapping painfully against the cold stone. A rapid-fire series of dings sounded in his dazed mind. He struggled to focus, a deep, burning ache ratcheting through his torso as he tried and failed to get his lungs to take a breath in. Time seemed to hang. Ding! Toughened physique has reached level 4. Ding! Toughened physique has reached level 5. Ding!
Light Armor Mastery has reached level 2. Ding! Light Armor Mastery has reached level 3. Ding! Medium Armor Mastery has reached level 2. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Rooted Iron Stance? Unusual? A cold sweat broke out as he took in his final notification, adrenaline dumping to skyrocket his heart and bring him slamming straight back into the present. No! He all but screamed in his mind, rejecting the offered skill. He coughed, tasting blood. Health smoldered in his chest, the resource expending itself rapidly as it worked to heal broken ribs and bleeding organs. Caius grit his teeth, the heat of battle and adrenaline-filled veins allowing him to push the pain to the back of his mind. He rose to his feet.
Across the cavern, the champion roared in victory, rising on its hind legs as its massive jaw hung open, a chest-rattling roar pouring forth. Caius settled back into his stance, wincing as his ribs ground together at the movement. With his free hand, he dropped to his potion pouch. They were a valuable and limited resource, but if now wasn't an appropriate time to use one, he didn't know when was. The buckle opened smoothly, and in one motion he pulled free a tonic. Uncorking it with his teeth, he poured it down his throat, the taste of sunshine forgotten in his locked focus on his opponent. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Solar revitalization. Caius discarded the bottle. The clattering sound of reinforced glass on stone drew the attention of the champion, who tilted its great head to watch him intently. Caius calmly rebuckled his potion pouch as the bear dropped to all fours. Dropping his hand back to his sword, he rose into a high guard. "Not dead yet, you bastard," he spat out, venom and aggression flowing easily into his voice. Already he could feel the tonic working, a bolstering reserve of energy that supplemented the natural welling of regeneration from his soul, stalling out the drain to his reserves caused by his ongoing healing. The champion roared once more, settling into a loping gait as it charged him. Caius held his ground, staring down the beast with a cold fury. Leaping towards him, the bear widened its arms to catch him in a fatal grab. Caius sidestepped, ducking through his rotation to fly under its outstretched paw. He slashed, the bear's own momentum and trajectory allowing him to deliver an agonizing incision from shoulder to flank. Ding! Footwork has reached level 5. Caius's face whitened in agony as, bracing against the collision, caused his core muscles to contract around his injured ribs. He finished the cut with gritted teeth, pivoting on his front foot to face his opponent once more. The bear landed hard, howling in fury. Caius brought his sword back around for a crushing chop, his blade glancing off the creature's hip bone, cutting a jagged wound. Eyes drinking in everything he could from the bear's posture, he quickly noticed the sagging cut he had left in its side was already beginning to wriggle, flesh tightening to seal the wound. He still hadn't drained its health. The champion growled, pink spittle flying free from its clenched jaw. Spinning towards him, it rose up on its hind feet before slamming down with a snap of thumb-sized teeth. Caius whirled away, just quick enough to avoid its bite. Not quick enough, however, to avoid its follow-up swipe. Glowing claws cut through the air, light trails adding to the golden light emitted from the oak overhead. Its paw caught the lower lip of Caius's chain, catching the metal and yanking him to the side. Luck was partially on his side. The poorly wrought metal failed under the stress of the collision, the caught rings snapping free. Ding! Medium Armor Mastery has reached level 3. Landing heavily on his wounded side, Caius cried out in agony as a lightning strike of pain coursed through his chest. With a pallid face and a sweat-streaked brow, he rolled to his feet,
unable to take a single moment to collect himself lest the champion capitalize on his weakness. He leapt to the side, just barely avoiding the bear's charge as it rushed to finish off its downed opponent. He managed a scything cut into its flank as it passed, but he was off balance, unable to transfer his weight into the blow. Caius watched the bear arrest its momentum with gasping breaths. It came to a slow, skidding stop, its heavy bulk having a hard time gaining traction on the hard stone floor. Its chest was heaving, every deep pant thrumming through the open expanse of the cavern. It turned to face him. Caius drank in the sight of his opponent, even as it stared him down with violent intensity, lips retracted to show its bloodied teeth in all their glory.
Caius took the moment to flick his awareness to his resources momentarily. Resources. Health, 84/200, 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Stamina, 147/200, 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Mana, 120/120, 2 per minute. His health seemed to be stabilizing. Already the drain from his chest wound had slowed to a trickle. Whatever was left was most likely due to the worsened bruising from his close brush with the second use of the bear's skill. The tonic was doing its work, his resources rising prodigiously. At least, that is, in comparison to their pitiful standard rate. Another big hit like the first one could easily kill him. In all honesty, the first one should have killed him. If he'd had the time to react and brace into the blow, it would have broken far more than just a few ribs. He was lucky that most of the bear's impressive power had been expended on sending him flying across the room. He'd gotten lucky. That wasn't good enough. A scowl crossed Caius's face, and he made the first move to close the gap. A low rumble echoed from the bear as it tensed at his approach, readying itself for another charge. Caius picked up his pace, moving into a run. The bear reacted in kind, iron-like claws scratching horribly against stone as it forced its impressive weight to move at an almost impossible-seeming speed. The gap closed. With an outstretched lunge that brought him down into a low crouch, Caius dove into a fencer's thrust. The point of his sword took it in the chest, nearly wrenching his blade free from his hand as the bear's momentum brought it barreling up its length. It wheezed in fury, paws rising to crush him beneath its bulk. Caius dove to the side, rolling away from the slam to come to his feet by its side. Before he could follow up on his initial move, the champion spun towards him with an outstretched paw, claws once again glowing with skill-infused might. Bringing his sword up with a twist to guard his shoulder, Caius just barely managed to interpose his blade with the incoming blow. Skill-enhanced claws met rune-scribed steel in a shower of sparks. He hauled against the claw. Rather than making a futile attempt to divert the blow, Caius tried to divert himself, letting his feet slide against rough stone as he pushed himself back. The blow still rattled him, every joint and bone in his arm aching from the force of the collision.
Ding! Parry has reached level 4. Ding! Parry has reached level 5.
Refusing to let something as mundane as stinging pain and numbing reverberation steal the moment to retaliate, Caius pivoted in his slide. His blade slipped free from the bear's paw, the deadly limb continuing its light show past his torso. A twist of his hips, and he cut deep into the neck of his opponent, a great torrent of blood falling free to join the growing pools that littered the gray stone. The bear huffed in agony, attempting to ward off another strike by rearing up to slam, the gushing wound on its neck drenching the fur on its belly. Caius rewarded the attempt with another probing stab to its undefended midsection. The thrust caused the champion to abort its slam early, yelping in pain as it snapped at him. Caius danced back, watching the wound on its neck. With a start, he realized that its wound had stopped writhing,
only managing to seal itself half shut. Its health was depleted. Wait, Caius thought, staring closer at the wound even as he stepped around another furious palm strike. The healing might have drastically slowed, but it had not stopped. His eyes widened. The vitality required alone, he thought to himself in wonder. No, it must have been bolstered by a passive skill. To regenerate health so fast at such a low level. Such an investment of stats would have left it weakened in all other areas, even for an empowered Depthsborn like a champion. Something that was clearly not the case. The bear roared, voice coming through strong and pure as its voice box recovered.
Whatever the reason, it meant he could not rely on his usual tactic of whittling down an otherwise stronger foe, depleting their resources until they were bled dry. He needed to press the attack, to keep the pressure on the beast. A step forward and a twist took him inside the champion's guard, narrowly missing another savage bite that snapped at his arms. Now facing the beast, Caius slashed his sword. He allowed its momentum to work against it, a savage draw cut parting the flesh of its side. Volume was important now, anything he could do to add to the burden that its monstrous regeneration was trying to heal. To his surprise, the bear kept running, creating distance as it tore off to the other side of the cavern. Before Caius could start to chase, it wheeled back around and roared in fury. It dug its claws in and charged, impressive bulk heaving against the stone as it approached him at a barreling pace. As it crossed the floor of the cavern, it left a streak of red blood that darkened under the yellow light. Caius's sword dropped behind him as he moved into a rear guard. He readied himself for another slash, hoping to go low and disable one of its legs. The bear drew close. Caius sidestepped. The bear's claws glowed. In an instant, empowered keratin bit into stone, its limbs straining against its bulk to radically change its direction. Where he would have slipped past the charge, the champion's altered movement slamming into him, one shoulder driving heavily into his sternum. It knocked the wind from his chest, his ribs shuddering as they creaked ominously. Caius fell back onto the stone, gasping mutely as his jaw worked ineffectively to draw breath. Ding! Light armor mastery has reached level 4. Leather padding or no, the blow hurt, phantom pains of his earlier injury flaring up like forgotten embers fed fresh wood. The bear reared up, slamming down towards his prone form. Caius rolled, just barely avoiding the chest-caving stomp. He rolled again when it followed it up with a swipe, heart hammering away at the instinctive rush of adrenaline that came with being in such a compromised position. Mid-roll, he pushed against the ground, launching himself up. As soon as he got traction on the stone, he kicked off, trying to create distance. Sweat drenched his brow. The bear was having none of it, roaring in triumph at finally having caught him off balance. A heavy swipe of claws raked across his chain-coated back, tearing through the poorly wrought armor and tracing dripping lines of white-hot fire across his flesh. The blow sent him stumbling, a ragged cry slipping from his mouth as his feet raced under him to prevent another fall. Ding! Medium armor mastery has reached level 4. Caius skidded to a halt, just barely getting control of his stumble. He turned to face his opponent, leaping to the side to narrowly avoid a crushing blow. Shit, he thought, slipping under a follow-up strike to leave a dripping cut on the bear's front. If he'd been any closer, that last wound would have ended him. The champion's strength more than enough to snap his spine in two. Squaring off at each other once more, Caius and the bear circled. Padding feet matched the heavy impacts of the bear's paws, each trying to spot a weakness. Caius could see that the bear was flagging. With each strike he landed, the bear's intense regeneration grew more and more overwhelmed
as it spread itself thin, trying to heal the increasing systemic breakdown it suffered from. Its fur, once a luscious coat of granite and gold, now hung limp and ragged. Those few parts not drenched in its own vital fluids were slicked with sweat. Wounds crossed its body, revealing thin fat and split muscle. When he looked closely, he could see the growing tremble in its arms. The exhaustion of extended combat, the burden of its wounds, and its own body size working against it, draining it of its ability to fight. Caius knew that this was it.
Whatever came next, the champion would be pulling out all the stops. The final confrontation. Chapter 23. Slugging Match. Caius faced off against the champion, eyeing its battered form with an intensity that only came from knowing that his continued life required it. The once regal creature was a sorry sight, its coat sodden with blood, great rents parting its flesh to reveal muscle and bone beneath. He couldn't see it healing anymore, its regeneration too spread thin to have a noticeable impact on any one individual wound. It was a testament to both its physicality and its sheer bloody-minded spite that it kept fighting despite the state of its wounds. Caius knew he wouldn't have looked much better. He was utterly soaked in sweat. Despite his tonic being enough to keep his stamina topped off, the resource did nothing to prevent the sheer exertion that a fight to the death brought. Every system within him was in tune, pumping nutrients and adrenaline-ridden blood to his muscles, soaking his skin to cool him down, down-regulating unnecessary organs. His back ached, the healing scratches and torn muscles in his back steadily re-knitting as his bolstered health burned to seal the injuries. It did nothing for the blood that had fountained down his back, soaking his clothes and gumming up the ringlets of his mail. The more it dried, the more uncomfortable and painful it became. Skin and fabric merging together into a singular monstrosity that pulled at his wounds with every movement. It held no sway over him, his entire mind bent with fanatic focus at the bear as they circled each other. With a roar, the bear broke first. Hauling itself forward, one paw scythed towards him, its claws leaving a now familiar trail of glimmering light. Caius reacted the moment it activated its skill, blade already moving into position. He dropped into a hanging guard, sword high in front of him as he met the incoming blow. Once again, he levered off the power of the strike, capitalizing on the bear's flagging energy to divert the slashing claws just enough to send it sailing over his head. Ding! Parry has reached level 6! The system notification did little to distract him. He swept through the parry and landed a devastating chop against the bear's shoulder, savaging the joint to its core. Once again, his blade glanced off the bone, the bear's empowered body too reinforced for even runic steel to contend with. The bear moaned in agony, favoring its left leg as its wounded one fell limp, too injured to take its weight. Another torrent of vital fluids joined the growing collection of wounds that the champion sported. Caius eyed the beast, watching the way its chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, the way it shook, unexplainable by its latest wounds. He had noticed it earlier, the way it paused to collect itself after every use of its skill. Now, the difference was exaggerated. It looked drained. It must have emptied its stamina with that last one. It's fucked, Caius realized, his mouth twisting into a sinister grin at the turning fate of the bear. Advancing with a limping gait, the champion approached him. Any mortal animal or magical beast would have long since fled by now. Only the omnipotent conditioning that constrained all depths-born monsters forced it onwards, ensuring it would fight till its last breath. Despite the ruined leg, it was still fast, closing the distance between them with a snarling snap of its jaws. A slide of his back foot had its teeth chomping at empty air, Caius using the close distance to drive his sword home into its chest. He whirled away, the bear's snarl quickly petering out into a wheeze as foamy blood frothed from its mouth. It forced its failing body towards him, unnatural rage giving it just enough energy to raise up and try to swipe him with its remaining paw. Caius ducked under the blow, the bear's arm shaking as it tried to control its momentum. It landed on the stone with a heavy thud, front leg buckling under its weight. Caius darted in, landing another heavy cut on its arm. It collapsed. Bloodsong rising to a new height, he screamed his victory to the air. He rushed in, eager to finish off the opponent that had pushed him so hard. The ailing champion tried to push itself to its feet. Its leg shook as it rose, a low and heavy rumble gargling from its throat as more blood welled from its mouth. It slipped, losing traction on the growing pool of blood that spread on the stone floor beneath it. Caius drove his sword deep in between its ribs, sliding in behind its shoulder to stab deep towards its heart. The bear let out a final shudder, falling limp as a desperate, gurgling gasp escaped its throat. Ding! Warforged has reached level 19. Ding! You have slain a champion, Sunborn Cave Bear, level 24, Verdant Defender. Caius watched the still body of the slain champion, 1,000 aches dragging at his attention. He ignored them, taking a moment to bow his head in solemn respect for the creature that had put up such a fight. The visceral glee of violent combat left slowly, his heart rate slowing. In its wake, it left behind leaden limbs, a heavy exhaustion settling over him. Thankfully, the tonic he had consumed still boiled away inside of him, expending its energy to bolster his recovery. It did nothing for his fatigue, more rooted in the mental strain of his focus being stretched to its maximum for so long rather than in any physical malady. Stumbling away from the corpse of the champion, Caius approached the pool that housed the glowing oak at the center of the cavern. He couldn't help but stare at it, soaring so high overhead. Scintillating geometrics shifted and pulsed over its bark, hanging over the scene of his battle like some ageless observer.
Arriving at the pond, he collapsed to his knees, wincing at the impact. Pulling off his stained gloves, he cleaned his blade in the water. Methodical as he washed the steel, his hands dipping into the frigid water to pour it across his blade's length. It played on the soft glimmer emitted from the runes scribed on its blade. Endurance, hone, permanence. Simple things, Yacardian, some of the first he had been taught. His father stood in front of him by a split boulder. They had found it a few weeks prior, when they had packed up camp to move to a different section of the forest, for what had felt like the 1,000th time. Father had been ecstatic. It meant another excuse to avoid a trip into town. No need for paper when you've got a bloody rock. Frustration bubbled up, Caius failing to suppress his slight scowl at yet another month of being denied another chance of trying Elendra's fresh bread while he relaxed by the stoat oak's fire. "You listening, boy?" his father asked with a gruff voice. He jutted back to the split stone with his chin, thick brown beard swaying in the wind. "Pay attention." He gestured to what may have well been a swirling knot of string traced out in charcoal for all he could make sense of the image. "You asked me to do this, so now we're going to commit. Or would you like more resistance training?" Father asked him with a slight grin. Caius blanched, rapidly shaking his head. "Good. Now, Yacardian is a relatively simple dialect. Strong, self-contained sigils, large vocabulary. I think it could be a good contender for you." Caius forced himself to stare at the image, regretting ever telling his father his plans for his class. It was all curving lines, with the odd, hard, straight line carving through the mess. Though it's got a messy syntax, and is pretty terrible for higher-order networks.
he continued, arm sweeping to draw a pointing line at some section of the rune that was indistinguishable from the rest. If it's bad for networks, wouldn't it be a bad choice then? Caius asked with a furrowed brow. Father shot him a grin. It might. Or its powerful and self-contained nature could drastically simplify the process. There are other candidates, though, which is why, now that we have such a helpful writing space, we will spend the next few months here learning them. Caius groaned, sinking his head into his hands. Father simply laughed at him in response. His eyes focused, Caius shaking his head to escape the memory. He stared into the pool. A young man stared back, weary and blood-soaked. He looked tired, shaggy dark brown hair flattened into streaks with a combination of oil, sweat, and blood. His eyes were haggard, bags covering cold green orbs that held a shard of steel within them. He swiped his hands through the water, ripples wiping away the confronting sight. Need a goddamned bath, he thought as he peered down at his stained clothes. Cleaning enchantment or no, he hated the feeling of blood-soaked clothes on his skin. He eyed the pool, testing its icy temperature with his hand. I've had worse, he shrugged. Quickly stripping off his gear, Caius dived into the crystal-clear pool. He surfaced with a gasp, almost launching himself back out of the water as the cold kicked him in the chest. The once crystalline water darkened, reds and browns slowly emanating away from him. He ducked back under, scrubbing as hard as he could at his face and hair. Once he'd done the best he could, he pulled himself out, skin puckering as the air brushed his wet skin. Rapid adaptation might mean that he was basically incapable of actually suffering injury from all but the most severe mundane temperatures, but it did absolutely nothing for his comfort. He settled back down by the edge of the pool, taking his time to work out the worst of the blood and grime from his clothes. It was slow work, the stains already having worked their way deep into the fibers. At this point, I would be willing to fight another bloody champion if it meant I had a bar of soap, he grumbled to himself. As he worked the clothes, filth flowing free in great clouds to discolor the surrounding water, Caius thought back to his fight with the Guardian. Bubbling energy welled up in him at the thought of the raw fury with which the creature had pursued him. The fight had been stupid, reckless, and unnecessary, yet he was not quite sure he had ever felt so alive. I think I might be developing a bit of a problem, he thought to himself. Pretty sure most people don't feel like they've had one too many cups of japa after a fight like that. Yet even if he disregarded the simple joy of testing himself, it was hard to deny the sheer results of the fight. 14 skill levels from a single fight. It was frankly ridiculous. If he made a habit of it, he might need to reassess his timelines on how long it would take him to get his next skill. Months felt far too long now, and that figure was after factoring the strange boost to skill growth he had already seen in the depths. Emptying his last boot, he got dressed quickly. The wet clothes were disgusting, but as he drew them close to his skin, they rapidly warmed. Simple enchantments, but more than welcome at times like these. Thankfully, they would be dry soon. He held up his chain shirt, shaking it out to eye the tear on its front edge and mid-back. Not exactly what I would call ideal, he thought to himself. With no blacksmiths available, and no way of repairing the chain himself, he would have to make do with the way it was now until he could find a replacement. The tear in the back, at least, I could thread together with some twine. Not that that would do much to stop a sword. A swirl of colorful movement caught his eye, the reflection of the fruit that had dragged him into this cave in the first place. It pulled his attention away from his thoughts. He hastily threw on his chain, hopping slightly on the spot as he shrugged it over his head. Wriggling his arms through the sleeves, he looked up at the fruit hanging overhead with gleaming eyes. The silent nudging from Explorer's toolkit redoubled, waking from the recesses of his mind where it had lain dormant during his battle with the bear. It was time to collect his reward. Kaya stood with his hands on his hips, starting at the wide trunk of the oak tree that rose out of the pond. While a mundane oak would never be seen growing out of a pool of water, they also didn't glow gold, and nor were they covered in a bark that roiled with shifting geometric patterns. No, he doubted that the depths cared about such things. The tree was shaped like an oak, so it was close enough to be one, in his opinion. A very large oak tree indeed. Currently, that was his issue. While its main arterial branches were more than thick and dense enough for him to easily climb, the lowest one was still out of his reach. That meant scaling its trunk, the same one that was hovering over an icy cold pool of water. Caius threw his head back in defeat with a groan. Circling the tree a few times, he found a spot where the distance from pond edge to trunk was slightly shorter, maybe 10 strides at most. Backing up from the water's edge, he hopped up and down, shaking his limbs to loosen them. Setting his feet into a wide stance, he kicked off, racing to the pond's edge. Arms pumping, he planted his foot on the pool's edge, driving his heel hard into the ground to send himself up and over. A yell of excitement slipped out as he wheeled his arms, trying to stay upright as he rushed over the water below. The trunk rushed to meet him. Caius hit the tree chest first with a heavy exhale, air forced out of his lungs from the collision. Arms snapping around the trunk, he jammed his fingers into the wide crevices that snaked their way through its thick bark. His legs kicked as he scrambled for footing, the sound of splashing water echoing out as his booted foot traced the surface of the pond. He dug his toes in. Forcing himself upwards with a grunt, he shimmied his handhold a little higher. He squinted. This close to the tree, the thin patterns that glowed on its surface were almost blinding. After a moment, he gave up, closing them completely as their unpredictable shifting grew nauseating. Shifting his grip higher, he hauled himself up a little more. Stride by stride, he ascended the tree, until one of its thick branches tapped him lightly on the top of his head. He forced himself to open his eyes, doing his best to ignore the way the room swayed in time with the morphing shapes on the trunk. He looped his hand over the branch, his back burning pleasantly as he hauled himself up onto the limb. From there, it was simple for him to clamber from branch to branch, finally reaching the one that held what he hoped was a natural treasure. He crawled outwards, keeping himself low and centered. Caius savored the feel of the bark, enjoying the slight crumbly give it had under his fingers. He'd always liked climbing. Finally, he reached it. A single, thick stalk held it fast to the branch from where it hung. It was even more mesmerizing up close. Glistening from internal radiance, the fruit was almost impossibly round, a dozen shades of reds and yellow swirling across its surface. This close, it was impossible to block out its scent. The smell of spring growth was almost palpable. Even without Explorer's Toolkit screaming in his mind, he would have found it almost impossible to ignore the urge to snatch it up and claim it for his own. A wide grin split his face as he stared into its swirling form. "I can't wait to see what it tastes like." Chapter 24. Forgotten Mysteries. Caius sat on the branch of a massive oak tree. Yellow leaves adorned its reaching branches, nearly scraping the ceiling of the cavern in which it grew. All over its bark, shifting geometrics glowed with a pulsing light. Now that he found him so close, he couldn't help but squint through the distracting light. He leaned over the branch, peering down at the swirling red and yellow orb that held his attention so closely. This close, the waves of palpable magic that wafted from the fruit were almost overwhelming. He could smell it, the alchemical power. He'd first encountered the strange effect when he had been young, shortly after first acquiring herbalism. Stumbling across a deep red toadstool deep in his forest home, he'd been attracted by its bizarre smell.
that of a cliff crumbling with time, a tree aging into deadfall as the years ground away at its prodigious vitality. Impossible smells, almost closer to dreams than sensory inputs. His curiosity, not for the first time, had nearly gotten him killed. Father had yanked him back, smacking him upside the head with a sharp rap that had made his eyes sting with tears. Magic, he had said, something that young boys shouldn't trifle with. Grandchild's lament, he had called it, storming away from the mushroom with a tense back and a too firm grip on his arm. A reagent prized by certain alchemists for the poisonous tonics that it could be used to produce. After that little stunt, Father had them pack up camp, dragging him on a hike that lasted weeks, refusing to pause no matter how much he felt like his legs were going to fall off. Each time they stopped, it was only to inspect another alchemical oddity, forcing Caius to hone his understanding of their emanating magic until he could identify which ones were dangerous by scent alone. It was imperfect, but until he had an observational skill, it was enough to stop him from killing himself.
The fruit below him absolutely stank of new growth, incomparable to anything he had seen before. If he was lucky, it would be a natural treasure. That alone was enough to stoke his excitement to unbearable heights. Caius pushed himself up, scooting his legs underneath him to lie across the top of the branch. Leaning over the edge, he stretched out to grab the fruit. His hands touched its skin, glossy and almost slick. The size of two of his fists, and slightly slippery, he had to use both hands to secure it. A tingle shot through his palms, magical potency enough to send a charge racing up his limbs. The sudden jolt made him flinch, but he held his grip firm. He was not willing to damage the fruit by accidentally dropping it twice his height onto a cavern floor. He hauled himself up, grabbing the branch with his thighs to give himself leverage. Swirling in his hands, the fruit popped free with ease, its stalk disconnecting from the slight indentation at its top. The stem shook slightly as the thin branch it was connected to sprung back into position. Caius eyed the fruit before flicking back to the sheer trunk he had climbed. That wasn't going to work. He looked over the branch to the hard rock below him. It was pretty far, but he should be all right. The worst that could happen is he would sprain his ankle. He shrugged to himself, swinging one leg over the branch to sit on it side saddle. Slipping off with a hop, he fell, the edges of his tunic fluttering in the breeze. He hit the ground hard, a painful stab of shock shooting up his heels as he fell into a low crouch, thighs burning as they worked to bleed off his momentum. He winced, falling back onto his ass with a thud. He looked up at the branch he had jumped from. No broken legs, strange magical fruit secured. Everything went perfect. Hugging the fruit under one arm, Caius pushed himself to his feet. He headed to the back of the cavern, taking a seat against its rear wall so that the tree covered the entrance to the room, hopefully hiding his figure from any curious interlopers. He'd yet to have that happen. The creatures in the depths seemed unnaturally incurious from what he had experienced so far, but it never hurt to be careful, especially if he was going to be eating unknown fruit from a magical tree. It might have been a risk, but it was a calculated one. He'd spent more than enough time around magically active ingredients to know that, at the very least, this one did not smell of danger. He didn't stand on ceremony, bringing the fruit to his mouth and sinking his teeth into its shifting exterior. Thin skin parted beneath his bite, juice welling up to run down his chin. Its flavor exploded. Every facet of magic he had picked up from its scent was intensified, swirling around his mouth and down his throat. Cramming more of the fruit into his mouth with abandon,
Caius barely chewed before he reached for more. The more he ate, the more the magic intensified within him. Strange visions came to mind, carried on the verdant currents of power that coursed into him. A strange, cat-like creature bounded across tree branches, eyes locked on a brown blur streaking across the ground far below. Pupils dilated, the creature pounced. Claws dug deep into thick hide, strong jaws wrapped around the back of a neck. A snap. That same cat-like creature eating its fill. Muscles rippled, the creature growing larger with a yowl as its joints contorted. A seed dropping from a high burrow to bounce on stone, rolling before it came to a rest in a small tributary. The stream washed away the seed before it joined a river. The river merging to become a raging torrent, volatile water kicked up in a spray, catching the light. The same seed, flying free from a waterfall that raged over the edge of a cliff,
falling just right to be caught in a crack, suspended high above the nurturing soil below. Spraying water and roaring sun. A shoot, lancing out, striving to take hold. Roots burying themselves deep into stone, cracking them with persistence and time when they could not find the space required on their own. The tree growing, ever growing, jutting prominently from a cracked cliff, defiant in the rising sun. A great fire, sweeping across an endless plain of yellow. Grasses and shrubs consumed in the face of a growing inferno, howling winds of smoke and fire, driving a million lives into a furor of terror. Heat. Oh, the heat. Consuming all in its path. A barren land, baked and ashen. A home of charcoal and scorched bone. The first rains, washing away the black. New life bursting free, soaking in a graveyard of fertile soil. Breaching the earth, striving, ever striving, to bring green back to the land. On and on the visions continued, washing over him as he continued to tear bites from the fruit's flesh, only half aware of his rote actions. Every mouthful suffused him with more magical energy, the power soaking deep into the well of his soul to condense as a cloudy gas. A final bite. The collection of power within him combusted, surging to the farthest reaches of his body and soul. It shook him from his reverie, a gasp escaping him. The shock wave buffeted his metaphysical center, ringing the light of his soul like a gong. If he had to put a name to the feeling, it was closest to the time he had snuck into the Stout Oak's stables. He'd wanted to pet the horse there. It had been friendly enough. Unfortunately, in his desire to not be caught, he had managed to sneak up on the beast and gotten a hoof to the chest for his troubles. The pain had been bad enough, but the way it caused his heart to skip a beat had been terrifying. Father had laughed at his misfortune, telling him he might know better now that he had gotten a knock to take the soul out of his body. Now that he knew what that actually felt like, he could confidently say this was much worse. His soul quaked, and for a moment everything felt wrong. He switched rapidly from feeling like he was observing himself from a distance to feeling like he was puppeting a stranger's body with an uncomfortable intimacy. The roiling energy breached the shell that protected his soul. For a moment it stilled, and everything went muted. Then a roaring sensation of suction started, his innermost center clawing at the energy, drawing it deep into the confines of his soul. In seconds it was over. Every scrap of the foreign influence was consumed. As the last trail of vapor entered his well of power, his soul snapped shut. At that very instant, Caius slammed back into full awareness of his body. Once damp clothes were soaked with sweat,
fabric sticking to his skin with uncomfortable intimacy. He felt hot, the glowing oak before him swaying in his vision, while his heart hammered an uncomfortable rhythm in his chest. His throat spasmed, and he forced down a heave. "What the fuck was that?" he moaned softly, slumping over to press his face against the cold stone of the cavern floor. The pleasant pressure of the hard surface on his face helped to stabilize him, to slow the spinning of the room as he breathed deep. Time passed, and his gorge slowly subsided as his nausea faded away. He pushed himself back up, turning his attention to the urgent prodding that accompanied a waiting system notification. Ding! Natural treasure consumed. Ding! Unclassed detected. Scanning for external interference. Ding! No external interference detected. Assisting with absorption. Ding! You have consumed a natural treasure. Rune-forced apple of change. 10 stat points gained.
Achieved noted. You are being observed. Caius sat up like a rod of iron had been rammed into his spine. He ignored the confirmation that access to natural treasures was restricted to unclassed by the system, glossed over the fact that he was monumentally lucky enough that the fruit even was a natural treasure, even the fact that he had gained a prodigious 10 stat points for the risk he had taken. His entire attention zeroed in on his last notification. That was impossible. He thought back to some of the first lessons he'd had with his father, when he was still too young to travel regularly, when they broke camp only once or twice a season to avoid depleting their food supply. On one of their many evenings around a fire, they had been laying on their backs, watching the distant stars. He had been young then, young enough that the only thing his system displayed was his name and time, until he unlocked partial access to the full interface. Like all children, the magical construct that hovered at the back of his mind had been fascinating. Many an hour had been filled with the simple entertainment of making his status blink in and out of his vision with a thought, getting the hang of only using intention to bring it to the forefront. As they lay there, nestled behind a natural windbreak formed of loose boulders, he had wondered at the strange magic. Wondered, and asked about its origin. Father chuckled at the innocent question, before he was cut off by a racking cough. He thumped his chest a few times, before taking a deep breath and leaning back against the stone behind him. He stared up into the stars high above. "That's a tricky question, that," he answered with a deep, gravelly tone. "Nobody truly knows. Not really." "What? How? Wouldn't someone remember?" Father smiled. "Not necessarily. It was a very long time ago. All we know is that mana density was far less stable. Smarter men than me have measured that. Whatever happened, it was enough that there were only a few scraps of shattered ruins left." Caius rolled over on his bedroll to face his father, the fire warming his front. "Mana density? Like what keeps us safe from the monsters?" he asked. Father turned his head to face him, shooting him a smile that hid something else. "Yes, like that. Though there are some stories. More myths of myths than anything else." Father raised an eyebrow in his direction. Excitement surged through Caius. He loved stories. "Really? Would you tell me?" Father grinned, shuffling to lean closer to him, reaching out his hands to warm them by the fire. "Well, all right then. Way back when everything was still all higgledy-piggledy, there used to be wanderers, heroes who traveled the land, finding secrets in the great depths that no one had ever seen before. It is said that one and all were observed by the system, destined to do great things." Caius sat there, still staring at the notification. It had been one of his favorite stories, one he had gotten his father to retell many, many times. They had been simpler times.
before Father's condition got worse. Before Father had asked to prepare him to take on the mantle of Unterstern. But it was just a children's tale, wasn't it? As far as he knew, no one really understood what had happened in those days, beyond the shifting tides of magic. Hells, he had asked again barely a few years ago, and Father had told him that all scholars had was a best guess, that the shifting mana density had caused unpredictable waves of migrating monsters that had overwhelmed whatever civilization existed at the time. Yet, despite his warring disbelief, he could not refute the evidence that was before his very eyes. The observed were real, and he was one of them.
Chapter 25. Food? Caius sat in shock, the jagged stone that dug uncomfortably into his back entirely forgotten. What did it mean that he was an observed? That shouldn't have been possible. It was a children's tale. The evidence hung there, the notification staying stable in his vision as he tried to burn a hole through it with his gaze. He knew that he had a lot to learn about the great depths, after all. Every time he tried to cajole his father for more information, he'd just been fobbed off with more training. Yes, that was probably his fault. After he'd been caught reaching out to one of the glimmering runic circles that acted as portals to the depths, he hadn't been able to sit right for a week. In his defense, what sort of teen wouldn't be fascinated with the World Dungeon after umpteen stories about how that was where the strongest were forged? He had thought that he would learn things that were mostly common knowledge, like the existence of champions. Not massive discoveries like the fact that an ancient set of legends were secretly accurate, and society at large had simply forgotten how to trigger the attention of the system. The secret was dangerous. Many of his fireside talks with his father had been about how people would kill for an advantage. It was the whole bloody reason they lived in the arboreal sea, Hells. A good hour of their conversation after his first brush with the depths portal had been dedicated to exactly how pointless it would have been to dive in by himself. Father had hauled him back to camp, neck bulging in his rage. Throwing him down onto his bedroll, he had bellowed about how much of an idiot he had been, how a chaperoned unclassed in the depths was all but completely neutered in their growth, and how its treasures would crumble to dust if passed into his hands. Mostly, though, his father had ranted about how, if he had had to dive in after them, they would have ended up weeks or months behind schedule.
Caius had stopped listening then, even if he had agreed in private that it would have been a disastrous result. If people, especially those of means and power, learned that not only could an unattended unclassed earn a natural treasure, but that by doing so they would be observed by the system, it would be a slaughter. Caius could see it in his mind. Droves inexperienced scions shunted towards almost certain death just for a simple chance at success. He had to keep this secret. Had to learn more. Learn what it meant. Push himself harder. If the system recognized him for earning a simple, albeit rare, reward, what would it do if he slew a guardian without a class? He tore his eyes away from the notification, looking back to the ethereal tree that grew out of the pond. He had to spend his points, get a move on, and finish his trip around the glade. Rumination could wait until he was back behind closed doors. He was tempted to divvy them up optimally. He knew what he wanted from a class, and from there, the kind of stats it would favor. Bumping up those values could help to influence the options he was offered. He had no way to know for sure, though. He also knew he couldn't afford to make that decision. There was really only one he had available. He'd come too close to death too many times. He had to increase his endurance. Chewing on his lip, Caius hesitated for a moment before confirming his choice. He slammed the points through as quickly as he could. His body rippled, each muscle contracting at once.
Lightning shot down his spine, branching to spread to every crevice and edge of his body. His head cranked back, smacking into the rock wall behind him with a loud crack. The pain of the impact was lost, overwhelmed in the swelling sensation of power surging through him. The well of power in his soul that held his health rocketed out, the boundaries of the misty pool expanding by half again.
Every cell of his body seemed to condense, the constituent parts that made up his being bolstered by the flow of foreign power, making him just that little bit harder to injure. Slowly the wave receded, leaving him limp and panting on the floor. That had been hellish, overwhelming, not exactly painful, but different. Note to self: don't increase a stat by 50% all at once. He panted, pushing himself up off the floor with a still quaking limb. He slumped back against the wall, wincing as his bruised head bounced off its surface. He pulled up his status to check on his gains. Status: Name: Caius. Dynasty: Unterstern. Age: 18. Class selection: 1 year, 47 weeks, 2 days. Race: human, dynastic, +1 free stats per level. Layer reached: 2. Resources: health, 300 over 300, 2 per minute. Stamina, 200 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120 over 120, 2 per minute. Stats: endurance, 30. Vitality, 20. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 12. Willpower, -20. Stat points, 0. Class skills, 0 over 10. N/A. General skills, 9 over 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 14. Warforged, unique, 19. Explorer's toolkit, unusual, 4. Block, common, 2. Parry, common, 5. Footwork, uncommon, 5. Toughened physique, rare, 5. Light armor mastery, uncommon, 4. Medium armor mastery, uncommon, 4. Caius looked over his sheet, smiling at the gains he had made in such a short time. The increase to his health was going to be massive, and once he managed to cap out toughened physique, it would help to decrease the amount of the precious resource that he had to spend. Every scrap of health counted. He knew, deep in his bones, that he wasn't going to be able to avoid taking risks now. Both champions he had faced had provided invaluable resources. The potions he had secured from the butcher had saved his life twice over now, and the natural treasure had just given him an edge he might be able to leverage into future gains. It was always about balancing risk. That much had been a focus of a lot of his training. Being punished for messing around with strange mushrooms and portals hadn't been because it put him in danger, but because it did so for no benefit. He remembered the moment when he first learned pain resistance, the first skill he had ever learnt. Father had told him that it was a choice, that no matter how much he wanted him to take up the mantle of the dynasty, he couldn't force him. That the first few skills were a risk, one that many of his ancestors hadn't survived. It hadn't even taken him a second to agree, burying his hand into a biting nest of ants up to his wrist. He had kept it there, trembling as 1,000 stinging bugs crawled over him, not retreating until he went numb from the shock. It had been worth it. He had never regretted that decision.
not even when the tortures grew more extreme over the coming years. The champions were the same. He could afford to wait until he had his next skill, but after that, he would hunt them. Their rewards might give him the edge he needed to get out of the depths alive. Caius left the cavern with the radiant oak, making sure to collect the potion bottle he had discarded mid-battle with the bear, and retrieved his pack. Setting off around the rim of the glade, Caius made what he thought was good time. Without access to the sun and stars, he had no reliable way to tell the time, but by his reckoning, he had been walking for what felt like just under half a day. That is, if he considered his forced nap after consuming a glade plum night. The cavern, which held the impressive underground woodland, was roughly circular as far as he could tell, though it was hard to make any halfway accurate measurements with the just brighter-than-twilight glow doing little to penetrate the fog of distance. He doubted that the glade was much bigger than a day's walk, though if he was wrong, he did have enough supplies to last a night.
Climbing a tree to bed in safety from ground-bound predators was never fun, but he had done it often enough. Walking through the thin strip of borderland between the cavern wall and the tree line, he passed several more tunnels that wound their way into the rock. So far, only one more had shown any differences like the passage with the watch house had been. The undead defenders had been a breeze to push through. These ones had been dressed as miners, clad in rough canvas and armed with picks. The clumsy weapons and lack of armor had left them too open, too easy to kill. After his monstrous growth in his fight against the bear, he found himself a little disappointed that he hadn't gained a single skill from the confrontation. Nor had he from the smattering of beasts that had charged him from the trees, most of them only slightly more dangerous than their counterparts in the forest above, at least to him. As the hours ate away, his legs began to ache. Health and stamina not enough to soothe the mundane discomforts of long travel. Finally, his eyes widened as he saw a familiar sight far off in front of him. A yawning opening in the cavern wall, a squat building made from stacked stone poking out of its entrance. The Butcher's Lodge. He picked up his pace, glad to be back in familiar territory. He should be back safe and sound in a few hours now. Luckily, he had been right on the money. By the time he arrived, it should be just about time for him to get some rest. He was exhausted. The lodge opened up to his right. The shadow-cloaked stone buildings, rotting furs, and general disrepair of the place cooled his enthusiasm. He stared at the corpse of the butcher, still laying where he had put it down in the center of the space between the buildings. Its gray, boil-ridden flesh had decayed further, undead body quickly collapsing in the preceding days without its animating magics. An unidentifiable soup of liquid seemed to melt between its starkly white ribs, the sweet scent of rot rolling over him to raise the hair on his arms. His face blanched, saliva pooling in his mouth. Snapping his gaze back to his path, Caius hurried onwards, happy to leave the grisly scene behind him as soon as possible. To his relief, the withered undead hunters seemed to have desiccated without the presence of puppeteering necromancy. The trail of their corpses looked years old, yet still oddly preserved. More a mummification than active decomposition. He left the trail of bodies behind, putting distance between himself and the carnage he had previously wrought. Caius restrained himself from slipping into a jog, smiling as he saw a slight rise appearing in the distance, the consistent flat land of the cavern slowly drifting up at a gentle curve. There was only one place he had seen that in his entire trip around the glade, the end of the scree slope where he had entered the cavern. He was close. While the dim and softly pulsing light of the moss was more than enough for him to see, it was gloomy lighting. It blurred vision at a distance, far-off objects fading into shadow and mist. If he could see the slope, it wouldn't take him much longer at all to reach it.
He'd started his eventful walk right at the entrance of the cave he had entered from, and purely for the sake of completionism, he planned to finish it at exactly the same spot. Part of that was that there was a small chance of another tunnel somewhere on this side of the slope. He had seen a few of them surprisingly close together. Mostly, though, it simply didn't sit right with him to leave things unfinished. Father might have been a harsh taskmaster, but never once had he complained about Caius's work ethic. Hells, he remembered how surprised his father had been when he had been training for Warforged. Day after day, he had woken early, even earlier than his father,
going through his routine of stretches to limber himself up for a day of sparring. It had been a point of pride when Father had broken first, asking him if he wanted to take a day off to go swimming in a lake they had found. In hindsight, Father had probably been worried that he had taken some sort of mental damage from the process of acquiring rapid adaptation. The reality was much simpler. He had committed to gaining the skills of his dynasty before his class, and after his first skill, a little weapons training had practically felt like a holiday. Caius hit the slope at pace, lengthy strides eating away at the gradually increasing slope. Eventually, he hit the scree, forced to clamber up on all fours in order to keep traction. So far, no extra cave exit, just more dusty rubble and jagged rock walls. As he grew closer, the far-off ceiling of the cavern came into greater relief. 1,000 roots pierced through the solid rock of the roof, playing off the light of the pulsing moss to create shifting shadows. Tendrils grasping, undulating in the lightning like the limbs of some massive beast. From the bottom of the slope it looked far different, a simple mat of light. The tree roots confused him, like they did every time he saw them jutting out of a cave wall. He didn't claim great knowledge of the depths. It could be very literally underground. He hadn't exactly ever gotten a shovel and dug to find it, yet even if it was, trees didn't lay down roots to bedrock, and they certainly didn't burrow through it. Though, from what he had heard of other biomes, rocky caverns and glowing plants was by no means a universal feature. Maybe it was all just dressing? Like the church and the lodge. An idle curiosity, but one that kept grabbing at him. He would have to ask around when he got out. Someone had to know. All of a sudden, slightly up the slope and off to his left, Caius heard a roar of crashing water, quickly followed by a squeak of panic. Caius's eyes snapped to the source of the sound. It had come from the cave that led to the entrance room. Interlude 1. Voyeur. The figure paced over an endless void. 2 fine silk robes billowed in a non-existent wind, pressing close to his body. With every step, a thin stone platform appeared beneath him, vanishing as soon as his naked feet lost contact. Swirling lights surrounded him, dancing through the air in a silent symphony of movement. They trailed after him like a cloud. He hadn't felt this constrained in far too long. It was easy to languish in immobile solitude when there was nothing to hold his attention. It would still be tens of millennia until the safeguards kicked in and he was returned to the greater universe. It still infuriated him. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The chances of a world stabilizing after the first stage were vanishingly small, even for a world that had already had magic like this one. The whole integration, the creation of the depths, was supposed to incite a ravenous desire for growth, supposed to push them. Instead, it seemed like they just stopped trying. As soon as the mana density stabilized, as legacy skills were found and dynasties forged, they had just stopped. Space started to ripple, the very fabric of reality beginning to boil. It was enraging, an affront to the system. Where were the people pushing themselves to the brink,
forcing themselves to adapt. They were supposed to advance to the second stage far before mana stabilized. There were 11 triggers, and not one had been activated in over 12,000 years. Astounding. It should have taken a millennium at most for the integration to run its course. At the very least, they should have had the grace to fail and die, rather than leaving him trapped. Undue punishment is what it was. Bloody excessive for a non-violent crime. But now, there was a chance. The boy just had to not die. A cloud of lights drifted down from the greater swarm, circling his head. The figure looked at them with interest.
Report! They streamed into his mind, knowledge absorbed instantly. A system notification pinged. Caius Unterstern is under observation. A wide grin split his face, individual jaw muscles rippling under translucent white skin. With a thought, he returned to his throne, falling back into it with languishing ease.
Good. Let's have a look, then.
His mind pierced through the space out of time, surveying all of Vastivar in its gaze, focus zeroing in on one small section of the great depths.
Oh, a natural treasure while unclassed. That's a lucky criteria to meet for observation. I had my bet on 3 champions solo, the figure said happily.
It was a boon, something that would greatly assist the subject of his interest with his defeat of a guardian. That was the key. He had to ensure it happened. It was a pity that the feat didn't come with an honor, but the fruit was reward enough in its own right. I probably can't swing you another one of those, but otherwise I'm sure I can load the dice, so to speak. He wouldn't be able to influence the guardian he was destined to face, nor could he interfere with the Depthsborn. The construct had absolute control over its confines. A mere glorified supervisor such as himself had nowhere near the authority to influence the challenge of the trial. The rewards? Now that was something he could affect. He couldn't exactly choose what the boy received, but he would be able to lean on the overseer mind to be a little more favorable and generous. Even if it cost him 1,000 years of psi accumulation, it would be worth it. After all, if the boy failed, he would have nothing but time to cultivate it once more. Chapter 26. Attack. Badger. Friendly? The sound of crashing water echoed out across the cavern, petering off slowly as the residual noises slowly faded. Faint but unmistakable, Caius heard a squeak of panic, almost drowned out by the noise of water crashing against stone.
His head snapped towards the source of the sound. It had come from up the slope, directly from the cave which led to the entrance portal that had teleported him into the depths. Whatever had triggered it definitely hadn't been a person. Maybe some startled deer had gotten itself caught in the river's currents, a lucky undertow from the waterfall pulling it into contact with the entrance. Deer meant venison. His stomach gurgled at the idea of something different to his poor attempt at boar jerky. He started salivating, imagining the gamey taste that he was so fond of. In the forest above it was a major staple, but even with its abundance, he had never grown tired of it. He redoubled his pace, turning to scramble in the direction of the cave. The scree gave way under his over-eager movement, sending him a half-step back for every stride he climbed. He growled in frustration. This close to a change in the menu, he wasn't going to let a bloody scree hill beat him. Reaching the top, Caius bent over and panted. His pace had been exhausting, the gravel fighting him every step of the way. Catching his breath, he mopped at his sweat-streaked brow. Another panicked squeak drifted from the cave. Caius's eyes narrowed. It didn't sound like a deer,
Not now that he was closer. He drew his sword, blade twinkling in the soft light, and stepped into the cave. He moved slowly, ears straining to catch any further hints of what might have found itself trapped in the entrance chamber. While he lived far from the frontier, the arboreal sea was enormous. The region that he and his father had staked a claim on was still thoroughly considered the outskirts, a region of lower mana and comparatively few truly magical creatures. Chances were it was something mundane. Perhaps a young bear. He couldn't think of any beasts that lived in the outskirts that would squeak. Roots erupted from the cave's edge, curling around him like the finger bones of some covetous giant as he pushed deeper.
There it was again. Definitely not a bear. At least, it wasn't a noise that he had ever heard come from one. Too loud, too forceful for something small, and with a strange timbre that gave it an almost gravelly texture. Caius passed where he had fought the swarm of spiders, gingerly stepping around the dried pools of ichor, eyes staying dutifully ahead, avoiding looking at their cooking pot-sized bodies, legs curled in close to their thorax. He wouldn't say he was afraid of the creatures, but they definitely unnerved him. Bugs were not supposed to be hairy. Still, the sight of his battle meant he was close. Slowing his pace, Caius started to roll the weight on his feet, softening his steps to suppress any noise of his approach. He could hear it. Claws scrabbled at stone, raking across the surface again and again as the dull, scratching sound rolled through the cave. Its breathing, deep and heavy, hastened to the edge of a pant in the ways he had only heard from a snared meal. The entrance room came into view, an opening in the cave up to his right. He crept forwards, keeping his breathing low and even so as not to give away his position, despite his growing curiosity and excitement. Approaching with care, Caius pressed himself close to the edge of the wall, where it turned inwards into the portal room. He held his sword to his side in a sort of half-fool's guard, out of sight, but ready to be used in a moment's notice. The sounds of panicked movement continued, unabated. Craning his neck, Caius poked his head around the cave wall. The portal room looked much like he had left it. A deluge had flowed through, stray water captured with the unwilling subject of the magical transportation. It had flooded the room with a thin film of water, pushing old fish carcasses to the edge of the room. The object of his curiosity stood at the rear of the room. Western and bedraggled, it faced away from him, rearing up on its hind legs to claw at jagged stone as its tapered snout reached for the now deactivated circle of runes a full body length above it on the ceiling. Shaped closest to a common badger, a little Malays, it was stout of leg and long of tail. Standing on its hind legs as it was easily as tall as him. A thick and dark red coat covered its hide, tapered in a gradient that deepened to a red so deep it looked black. Its brush with the falls far above had left the hair plastered to its body, revealing the rippling musculature that was normally hidden within. Caius knew that if it faced him, he would see that the almost black at the edges of its coat would cover its chest and front legs, tapering up its throat to split into a set of stripes that traces the contours of its powerful jaws and dense brow. Jaw dropping open with sheer disbelief, his fingers slackened on his blade, almost letting the weapon clatter noisily against the ground below. It was a fucking greater Malays! Staring at the impossibility, Caius tried to wrap his head around how a king of the forest had ended up in the outskirts. Had somehow fallen into a river? Had gotten itself trapped in the same section of the depths as him. It was small, too, far smaller than he had expected from the stories. Obviously, he had never seen one in person. They were supposed to be the single most magically potent creature of the sea. Intelligent, powerful, and with a placid demeanor that hid a fury that could level cities. They never left the core regions of the forest. At least that is what Hastur had told him.
Was it a child? The greater melees, apparently accepting that it wouldn't be able to climb the sheer rock wall, let out a huff and dropped to all fours. Shaking its head, it started to turn. Caius's eyebrows shot upwards, the movement jolting him out of his shock as a spike of dread that shot down his spine.
Yanking his head back from the corner, he leaned back into the wall. Chest rising, he took deep breaths, his eyes staring at nothing while his thoughts raced. Killing it would be wrong, if he was even confident that he could. They were almost sacred. They were, quite literally, to some of the elven conclaves that made their homes in the deep reaches of the sea. He forced his breathing to slow, lest the noise give him away. Greater melees weren't supposed to be bloodthirsty. It wasn't a dumb animal. No greater beast was, even the young ones. He could just try to talk to it? He focused on his breathing, heart slowly slowing to make the pace of the slow rise and fall of his chest. Talking to it was probably the best idea. If it was simply a lost young one, he doubted it would be able to make it free of the depths by itself. There were rumors of greater melees rewarding travelers that had aided them in some way. Stories of strange blessings and valuable reagents handed out in abundance. Mostly stories he had heard from aging hunters in the rare times he and his father had shared their fire. If those stories held a nugget of truth, and he managed to return the young one to its den. Making up his mind, Caius nodded to himself. He would do it. With a smooth motion, he sheathed his sword, as softly as he could to avoid startling the creature. Caius could still hear it breathing, heavy pants that cut themselves short. Realizing that he probably wouldn't be able to avoid startling the daylights out of the creature, he stifled a wince. Here goes nothing, he thought. Taking a final deep breath to steady his nerves, Caius spoke out calm and steady. Ho, greater melees. I mean you no harm. The words bounced around the cave. He received no response, no longer hearing the deep breaths of the greater beast. The silence hung painfully, his unease growing with every additional moment. Head bowed as he scrunched his eyes, Caius hoped and waited for some sort of reaction. His head came back up. He had to show himself, make sure it knew he wasn't a waiting threat. Gnawing at his lip, Caius forced himself to step forward, turning to face the portal room. Arms reached out slightly to his side, palms spread to show empty arms. He stopped at the threshold. Across the cavern, the badger-like creature had backed up against the stone wall. Baring its teeth, the melees held up its considerable bulk on stout legs. Its position was held with ease, staying far more stable than a rearing bear. Its bulky arms were held at the ready, tipped with thick black claws designed to tear through earth and stone. Just like he had expected, its front was coated in an almost black red, excluding the few sections of deep orange red that peeked through the lines on its face. Its legs were trembling, and its nostrils flared with disconcerting speed at each panicked breath. Caius went to take another step. The melees barked, a concussive blast hitting him in an instant to ring his ears. He stopped, foot hovering over the stone. Easy. I don't want to hurt you. I've been trapped here for weeks. His tone stayed even and calm, seeking to placate the creature's fear with a soft smile. The melee's hackles rose, a deep rumble starting in its chest. Something smacked into his mind, forcing aside innate defenses, bringing with it a confusing jumble of images. He saw himself standing there, backlit by a sinister blue halo of pulsing light. His posture was all wrong. Hands outstretched, poised to grapple and tear, teeth bared in an open threat. He loomed in the entranceway, speaking a predator's lies that were only half understood as he tried to worm his way in for the kill. Shocked, Caius snapped his mouth shut, pulling his arms down into his sides. He took a step back. Whoa. I'll stay over here. I'm serious. I grew up in the forest. I would never hurt one of your kind. Dark amber eyes drilled into him, the Malays responding to his statement with a snap. Another deluge of strange sensory information washed over him, too colored by scent and sound to be parsed easily. An impression, clear and strong, ran over his strange connection with the Malays. Lies, it seemed to say. Eyebrows furrowed, confused at the accusation. Why would I lie? Caius said evenly, focusing on keeping his posture as still and neutral as he was able. Images flicked across in a rapid-fire blast. Distant mountains, a warning to never cross their peaks, of poor hunting grounds and unsavory persons. A burning curiosity silenced with a heavy paw. Setting off alone, a Malay's groan, to explore the strange place. A cacophony of scents, thin air almost absent of the ever-present thrum of roiling mana. Of seeing figures garbed in woven plant material and the skins of their kills, so similar to the elves he had seen a time or two. The hot bite of flying twigs, burning cuts and leaking wounds. He saw himself corralled, hunted for the first time in his life, fleeing as fast as his paws could carry him, throwing himself into the depths of the river, struggling to keep his head above the raging rapids that ripped him away from the shore. His gaze focused on the figures that skidded to a stop at the water's edge, focusing on them with a dizzying clarity. The leading man was a lanky figure. Holding a naked saber in one hand, he was garbed in leather amour, high quality but poorly maintained. A crooked nose, jagged from an old impact that had left a thick scar stretching from bridge to orbit. Caius recoiled from the connection, his mind reeling back into the immediacy of the present. Fury roiled inside him as he recognized the face. It was the leader of the bandits. He'd never forget that scar. It took a special type of injury for health to be unable to fully recover a wound. There were also less of them, barely even a handful compared to the numbers that had ambushed him and father. His father had done some damage, but if they were still on the plateau... Caius clenched his fist, futile frustration surging through him. A low growl from the Malays snapped him back to the present. Taking a deep breath, he loosened his hand, letting it fall to his side. No, I am not with them, nor are they representative of my kind. I lived on that plateau for years, and know far better than to hunt a greater Malays, Caius huffed, his shoulders slumping before looking back up to look back into amber eyes. No, those men hunted me too. I was driven over the falls, chased off lest I let them kill me. My father stayed behind. I'm not sure if he made it. His eyes drifted downwards, burning as he thought of the potential fate of his father. The hackles of the Malays fell, its growl petering out. It was still tense, still ready and willing to barrel towards him at the slightest provocation, but it had paused at his words. Its mental connection reached back out, tentative as it brushed his mind. Tell me.
Chapter 27. How to Win Friends and Influence People. Caius sat on the cavern floor, jagged rocks digging into his back. The natural stone made a poor backrest, but his chain vest saved him from the worst of discomfort. He'd moved over from the entrance to the portal room, shifting to the side so as to not block the Malays from an exit. He was, after all, trying to convince it he was friendly. So far, it had gone okay. The greater beast sat across the cavern from him. Thin pools of stagnant water and the corpses of fish in varying stages of decomposition
layered the ground between them. Remnants from both of their entrances to the depths and those of prior ones. Settled down onto its haunches, the Malays eyed him with a quiet intensity as it rested its head on its front paws. As they had talked, the creature's fur had begun to dry out, returning to a dense, fluffy halo of red tapering to black. He, Caius reminded himself, looked so bloody soft. The flickering mental connection that the Malays had forged between them pulsed as it transmitted more thoughts and sensations to him. As their chat had progressed, Caius had been getting better at parsing the information into something resembling language. That, or the Malay's sharp mind had been able to pick up on how he structured communication and was making it easy for him. "So they chased you from your hunting grounds, challenging your patriarch without honor?" The almost words echoed with notes of indignation for the bandit's offense. Caius nodded emphatically. "Yeah, and now we are trapped down here, at least until I am strong enough to deal with the Guardian. If I wait for my class, that's going to be about 2 years," he responded, frustration creeping into his tone as he thought of the yawning length of time ahead of him.
"You are not yet grown, but you are larger than those vermin that trapped us down here." The Malay's words carried overtures of confusion, a biting venom suffusing its emotions as its mind had drifted over the bandits. Caius laughed. One he quickly cut off as the Malays jumped slightly at the sudden noise. "Sorry about that. It means I'm amused." Caius gingerly scratched the back of his head. Snorting in acknowledgement, the Malays settled back down. "Most peoples like my own, human or otherwise, are already full-grown for a couple of years before we gain our class. Like I said, mine is 2 years off." He continued. With a chitter, the Malays ever so slightly cocked his head at him. "I see. It is somewhat different for us beasts. A full connection to the ancestral power brings with it significant changes. I am a summer or 2 off from it myself." Pushing off with its back legs, the Malays dipped into a deep leaning stretch before it fully rose to its feet.